Section 1 of Cardinal de Richelieu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. Section 1, Part 1, Chapter 1, Early Years, 1585 to 1590. In the year 1585, when Elizabeth of England was at the height of her power, when Mary of Scotland lay in prison within 2 years of her death, when Philip of Spain was beginning to dream of the invincible Armada, when Henry of Guise and the League were triumphing in France, the future dominator of European politics was born. Armand Jean du Plessis, third and youngest son of François du Plessis, Seigneur de Richelieu, was an infant of no great importance. Even his birthplace for a long time was not known with any certainty. His family was noble, but not of the higher nobility which governed provinces, commanded armies, and glittered at court. He belonged to that race of French country gentlemen which led a strenuous life in the 16th century, either for good or evil, perhaps mostly for evil. They were generally poor, proud, and greedy. If by fair means or foul they could capture a rich wife of their own station, so much the better. If not, they readily sacrificed birth for money, and bestowed an old name, coat and sword, rough manners, and ruinous walls on some heiress of the bourgeoisie. When the resource of marriage failed, such a gentleman would turn himself into a mercenary soldier, Catholic or Huguenot, or creep into court employment in the shadow of some great noble of his province, or, failing such honest means, he might clap on a mask and take to highway robbery, rich travellers being better worth pillaging than the peasants who hid in their hovels as his horse's heavy hoofs clanked by. Sometimes religion herself, or the false Duessa who personified her in those days, might help a needy gentleman to a livelihood. There was many an abbot who had never been a monk, and there were lucky families, that of Du Plessis, for instance, who possessed a bishopric as provision for a younger son. The Du Plessis were an old family of Poitou. In that ancient and famous province they had held several fiefs as far back as the early 13th century. But they were a wandering, fighting race, without strong attachment, it seems, to their native soil. One of them is said to have gone to England in the suite of Guy de Lusignan, and to have married a noble English wife. Another journeyed to Cyprus with the same distinguished patron. In the 100 Years' War, 2 Du Plessis brothers were found fighting on opposite sides, French and English. Pierre the elder, head of the less distinguished branch of the family, was a robber of church property as well as a traitor to the national cause, but in the way of morals there was not much to choose between him and his brother Sauvage the patriot, in favour of whom their father threatened to disinherit him. Sauvage was a man of strong, acquisitive character, and everything prospered in his hands, though he began his career by carrying off a younger brother's wife. It was his son Geoffrey who laid the real foundation of future greatness by his marriage with Perrine Clérembault, of a good old family whose brother was Seigneur de Richelieu. Louis de Clérembault, who held a post in the court of Charles VII, left his fortune and estates to François du Plessis, his sister's son. The young man not only succeeded to the fortified chateau of Richelieu and a good position in his native province, but also to a connection with the court which lasted into the reign of Louis XI, and which helped him to lift his family a step higher by marrying his own son François to the daughter of Guillaume le Roi de Chavigny in the forest of Fontrévaux, a distinguished courtier and vice-admiral of France under François I. This François du Plessis de Richelieu was great-grandfather to the famous cardinal. An ecclesiastical turn, for the sake of gain rather than of godliness, was given to the family by its relationship with that true prelate of the Renaissance, Jacques Le Roy, uncle of Madame de Richelieu. He was successively abbot of Villouin, Cluny, and Saint-Florent de Saumur, and archbishop of Bourges, and in him the bad 16th century alliance between the Church and the world, the consequence of royal nomination to benefices, might be seen at its most flourishing point. He chose 3 out of his 5 Richelieu great-nephews to follow in his footsteps. 2 of them rose to be abbot and bishop. The other, Antoine, took the vows as a monk of Saumur against his will, and after a short religious life varied by floggings and other punishments for rebellion, unfrocked himself and ran away to the wars. Known throughout his military life as the monk, he was a cruel and ferocious soldier. With his brother Francois, a man of very different type, he first saw service in the Italian campaigns under the Maréchal de Montluc. Both brothers returned to Poitou toward 1560, and both took the Catholic side in the religious civil war which raged for years in the miserable western provinces of France, where Protestantism from various causes had taken a firm hold. Attached to the Guise faction, the brothers became special partisans of the Duc de Montpensier, the king's lieutenant in Poitou, and their own near neighbour at the Château de Champigny. His army swept the province with fire and sword, and among his many fierce and adventurous followers, Francois and Antoine du Plessis Richelieu led the way. The former, however, seems to have been an honest soldier rather than a bloodthirsty demon. He, nicknamed Le Sage, and regretted as un fort brave gentilhomme, lost his life in an expedition against the English who had occupied Le Havre. Le Moyne survived his brothers some years, and his fame as a fighter became worth a post at court and a knightly order. With an ever-growing reputation for vice and violence, he was killed in a street brawl in Paris, mort symbolisant à sa vie, says the chronicler L'Estoile. His most characteristic exploit, and the most startling among many, was the single-handed massacre of 100 Huguenots who had taken refuge in a church near Poitiers. Antoine de Richelieu amused himself by shooting down these poor defenceless creatures in cold blood. So much for the cardinal's great-uncles. His grandfather, Louis du Plessis, Seigneur de Richelieu, the eldest of the family, died a young man, but not before he had helped on its fortunes by a marriage profitable in dignity if not in coin. The heir of Richelieu was of a quieter spirit than his brothers. He entered the household of a fine old noble, Antoine de Rochechouart, Seneschal of Toulouse, distinguished for valour in the reigns of Louis XII and Francois I, as lieutenant of his bodyguard, and very shortly married his master's daughter, thus distantly connecting his famous grandson with one of the noblest old ducal families in France, from which sprang Madame de Montespan and her brilliant brothers and sisters, the Duc de Vivonne, Madame de Thiange, and the learned abbess of Fontrévaux. His Rochechouart grandmother was the one precious link between Cardinal de Richelieu and the higher nobility. Monsieur de Rochechouart was poor, probably extravagant, and his daughter Françoise, whom tradition makes neither young, pretty, nor amiable, seems to have lived in a sort of dependence on the great Dame Anne de Polignac, dowager of La Rochefoucauld, at Verteuil, where Charles V was royally entertained in 1539. These circumstances may account for the mésalliance which Mademoiselle de Rochechouart certainly made in marrying Louis du Plessis. her interest gained him the court appointment of échanson, or chief butler to Henry II. But he was neither clever nor prudent, and his widow was left with 5 young children, very little money, a sharp, proud temper, and a deep discontent with her lot in life. She settled herself at Richelieu, then only a small castle on an island in the river Mable, in the heart of a country terribly disturbed by civil war, and commanded from the neighbouring hills by the strongholds of unfriendly neighbours. Here she brought up her children, of whom the second son, François, was the father of Cardinal de Richelieu. The story goes that a tragic event made François Lord of Richelieu. There was a feud centuries old between the Du Plessis in their moated castle and the family of Mausson perched upon the hill. The quarrel had been in abeyance during the peaceable absentee life of Louis du Plessis, but when his proud widow, with her haughty, passionate boys, took up their abode at Richelieu, it broke out again furiously. Louis, the eldest son, was just growing into manhood, an officer in the Duc de Montpensier's guards, when he fell out with the Sieur de Mausson over that ancient bone of contention, a seat in church. Both families attended the village church of Bray, on the forest slope close by. In those days and long afterward, the chief gentleman in the parish had rights over the church, quite as jealously guarded as any other of his feudal privileges. He sat with his family high up in the choir. He ordered the hour of Mass, and the cure did not venture to begin before he arrived. The congregation followed his lead throughout. When he was absent, his servants sat in his place and insolently demanded the honours due to him. His coat of arms was hung up for all to see. If he died, the bells chimed unceasingly for 40 days, and the church was hung with black velvet for a year and a day. It appears that the Sieur de Mausson and the young Seigneur de Richelieu both demanded honours which could not be paid to both. The young man, pushed on by his mother, made an angry resistance to the Mausson claims. His neighbour, by way of settling the question, lay in wait for Louis and murdered him. Madame de Richelieu thought of nothing but revenge. Her younger son, François, was page to King Charles IX. She sent for him, and he lived at Richelieu, mother and son, with one object, one intention, till the watched-for time came. Then one day, when Mausson was fording the river, François and his men rushed out from the shadow of the willows. They had set a cunning trap for the enemy, a cartwheel hidden under water, and while his restive horse was plunging, they fell upon him and killed him. So ended the feud between Mausson and Richelieu, still a lingering tradition in the valley of the Mable. There was not much justice in those days, but it appears that François was obliged to fly the country. He wandered as far as Poland, where Henry of Anjou was playing at being king, and shared in the adventures of that most worthless of the Valois, when he ran away with the Polish crown jewels and travelled round by Austria and Venice to succeed Charles IX on the throne of France. François de Richelieu became Henry's trusted servant. Certainly there was nothing of the mignon about him. Very tall, thin, solemn and dismal, his looks were suitable to his dreary but necessary office. First Provost of the King's house, then Grand Provost of France, charged with arresting malefactors and presiding over their punishment. He was known at court as Tristan l'Hermite, so that he must have struck his contemporaries as resembling, not in his office alone, the famous Provost of Louis XI. François de Richelieu was affianced in his early youth, before the Mausson affair drove him abroad, to Suzanne de la Porte, who belonged by birth to the higher bourgeoisie of his native province. Circumstances brought about this marriage, to which one cannot imagine that the proud Françoise de Rochechouart gave a very willing consent. The family of La Porte, highly respectable and clever, with all the Poitevin shrewdness, possessed estates in Poitou and elsewhere. François de la Porte, the cardinal's maternal grandfather, was a brilliant scholar at the University of Poitiers, only second in fame to that of Paris, and first in Europe for the study of Roman law in the original spirit, keen, solid, logical, practical. François de la Porte became a learned and distinguished advocate in the law courts of Paris, but did not lose interest in his own province and his neighbours there. He appears to have been specially concerned with the affairs of Louis de Richelieu, who, according to Tallemant, was not only very poor, but embrouilla furieusement sa maison, and left his family in real distress. Monsieur de la Porte made himself very useful to Dame Françoise de Richelieu, no doubt partly as to the management of her more distant property, difficult enough in those desperate times, and satisfied the vanity with which his contemporaries credit him by marrying his daughter to her son. The exact date of the marriage does not seem to be known. As Grand Provost, François de Richelieu had a house in Paris in the Rue de Boulois, and all probabilities point to the fact of his son Armand having been born there. He was certainly baptized in Paris, though not till 8 months after his birth, the delay being caused partly by his extreme delicacy, partly by the long and dangerous journey from Poitou, which had to be made by his grandmother, who was present at the church of Saint-Eustache as one of his sponsors. The others were 2 marshals of France, Armand de Gontaubiron and Jean d'Aumont, each of whom gave the child a name. Both these gallant soldiers were celebrated by Voltaire in the Henriade. D'Aumont qui sous 5 rois avoir porté les armes, Biron dont le seul nom répandoit les alarmes. Both were intimate friends of the Grand Provost, and joined him later in placing their swords at the command of Henry IV. The name of François de Richelieu is frequently to be met with in the documents of Henry III's reign. He received the highest honour royalty could bestow, the Order of the Holy Spirit. The king's personal safety depended largely on him, and allowing for the general corruption of the time, he seems to have performed his duties, often secret and mysterious, with honesty, loyalty, and courage. On that wild day in 1588, when the Duc de Guise had been welcomed by Paris with mad enthusiasm, when the streets were chained and barricaded against the king's troops, and Henry was escaping from his ungrateful city, it was the Grand Provost who checked the pursuers at the Porte de la Conférence. Old writers say that the gate took its name from that circumstance, and tell how François de Richelieu, Grand Prévôt de France, père du cardinal de même nom, arrêta les Parisiens qui vouloient suivre le roi pour tâcher de le surprendre. Luckily for his own fame, this wise officer was not an active agent in the murder of the Duc de Guise at Blois a few months later, but he was sent to the Hôtel de Ville to arrest those dignified citizens whom the king suspected of being concerned in the Guise conspiracy. And in the following summer he performed his last duty toward Henry III by arresting the miserable monk Jacques Clément, whom the Duchesse de Montpensier, sister of Guise, had persuaded to earn his salvation by murdering the king, enemy of the Catholic religion. In the confusion that followed Henry's death, the wise Tristan did not trust himself to the faction of the Guise. With other Catholic nobles, and in spite of family traditions, he turned to the one man in whose hands he saw safety for France and himself, the Protestant Henry of Navarre. That clever prince received him cordially and confirmed him in his appointments. So it came to pass that the nephew of the monk reddened his sword with Catholic blood at Arques and at Ivry, and followed his new king, still as Grand Provost of France, to the camp before Paris. There his career was cut short by a fever in the summer of 1590 at the age of 42. End of section 1. Section 2 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Early Years, Chapter 2, 1590 to 1595. Whether the widow of François de Richelieu was in famine-stricken Paris during the siege, one of those afflicted ladies to whom the good-natured and politic Henry sent provisions first, passports later, that they might escape from the city, or whether she had already, her husband being so strongly in opposition to the ruling powers there, removed herself and her 5 children into the country, it seems impossible to know. She was not without influential friends in Paris, the more useful perhaps because they were not in the fighting line. Her father lived in the Rue Hautefeuille, near the church of Saint-André des Arcs, in the heart of the Latin Quarter. The old turrets of his house still remain. He was divided from the Rue de Boulois on the north side of the river beyond the Louvre by 2 bridges, the island, and a labyrinth of dirty, narrow, dangerous streets. There may well have been a gulf fixed during those horrible months of the siege between the old advocate and his daughter. But Amador de la Porte, his younger son, and Denis Boutillier, his head clerk and future successor, were not likely to let Suzanne and her children suffer any unnecessary privation. Both were strong and brilliant men, worthy members of that bourgeoisie which was the pride and life of Paris. Amador, some years younger than his sister, was apparently too restless to settle down in his father's profession. But François de la Porte had been very useful as advocate to the Order of Malta. They rewarded him by receiving Amador as a knight of the order without a too close inquiry into his proofs of nobility. His foot once on the ladder, Amador rose to be commander, then Grand Prior of France, and by his nephew's favour held several important governments. These 2 men, Amador de la Porte and Denis Boutillier, were constant friends and guardians of the Richelieu children. Boutillier and his sons were devoted to the cardinal throughout his career, to their very great advantage. Claude, the eldest, made an enormous fortune as surintendant des finances under Louis XIII, and his son Léon, Comte de Chavigny, was a minister under both Richelieu and Mazarin. Sébastien and Victor rose high in the church. Denis became private secretary to Queen Marie de Médicis and was created Baron de Rancé. He was the father of Armand Jean de Rancé, the famous abbot of La Trappe. Through the cardinal's other La Trappe uncle, of whom personally not much is known, the old advocate's family stepped up into something like equality with the highest in the kingdom. His son Charles, a bold, eccentric creature, attached himself from the first to the fortunes of his cousin Armand de Richelieu, and by this means became a Marshal of France and Duc de la Meilleraye. He was one of the cardinal's most trusted aides-de-camp, and later on a conspicuous figure in Paris during the troubles of the Fronde. In the autumn of 1590, if not sooner, a family of women and children was established at the Château de Richelieu. There was Dame Françoise de Rochechouart, widow of the Seigneur Louis, and her daughter, also a widow, Françoise du Plessis, Madame de Marconnay. There were Suzanne de la Porte, widow of the Grand Provost, and her 5 children. Françoise, a girl of 12, who married first the Seigneur de Beauvau, secondly René de Vignerot, Seigneur du Pont du Courlet, and was the mother of the Cardinal's favourite niece, Madame de Combalet, afterwards created Duchesse d'Aiguillon. Henry, a well-known courtier of Louis XIII's young days. Alphonse, at this time intended for the bishopric of Luçon. Armand Jean, the political genius, now a delicate, feverish atom of 5 years old. Nicole, who married the Marquis de Maillé-Brézé, and whose daughter, Claire Clémence, became the wife of the great Condé. The head of this household, according to immemorial French custom, was the grandmother, Françoise de Rochechouart. Her rule, no doubt, was severe, and there are evidences that her daughter-in-law, a woman of gentler type, suffered under it. The hard old aristocrat, who had condescended in her marriage with Louis du Plessis, was scornful of the bourgeoise mother of her grandchildren. She was soured, too, by the losses and troubles of her life. Probably Suzanne brought from Paris the habits of a civilization that did not suit that rough old home, that ancient house of stone roofed with slates, strongly fortified with walls and moats, as useful now as in the time of the English wars, when they were new. In 1590 the civil wars were by no means at an end. The province, devastated for years by Catholics and Huguenots flying at each other's throats, now suffered equally in the struggle between Henry IV and the League. Poitiers took the latter side, and for 3 years, from 1591 to 1594, the king's army besieged it in vain. All the neighbouring country, including the valley of the Mable, was ruined and unsafe. A band of ruffian soldiers sacked the small town of Fay-la-Vineuse on the hills overlooking Richelieu. No wonder if the gentle Suzanne, loyal lady and tender mother, was kept sleepless by burning horizons as often as by her little Armand, shivering with fever in the unwholesome mists of that river valley. Her anxieties indeed were many, for though Dame Françoise might be mistress of the house, all the business connected with her children and her inheritance devolved on her, and the Richelieu affairs were in an embarrassed state. The Grand Provost had left heavy debts behind him. There was the management of various small estates and chateaux in Poitou, which by some means or other had become possessions of the family. One of these was Mausson, name of ill omen, which had been taken in exchange for an estate in Picardy, part of the dowry of Suzanne de la Porte. She was an excellent woman of business, with hereditary instincts of law and order. All her tact and capacity, directed by strong affection, were devoted to the interests of her children. The words she wrote to Armand years later, when he was Bishop of Luçon, seem to have been the keynote of her life. L'inquiétude que j'ai me tue, et je vois bien que je n'aurai jamais de joie que lorsque, vous sachant tout heureux, je serai en paradis. With such a mother, and with an indulgent aunt in Madame de Marconnay, in spite of a fierce grandmother, barred gates and alarms of war, the children's life at Richelieu need not have been unhappy. Indeed, it was not so if one may judge by the Cardinal's recollections of it and his constant devotion to the old place where most of his childhood was spent. After all, the family was on the winning side. France was growing tired of the League, attracted by the sunny, accommodating patriotism of Henry IV. If the harvests of Poitou were destroyed, woods cut down, villages burnt and pillaged, it was often, odd as this may sound, the work of friends. And in the intervals of these stormy visits of robber bands, country life went on cheerfully. The strong old manor nestled snugly on the islet in the river bed, something after the fashion of Chenonceau in Touraine or Bazouges in Anjou. On the border of these two provinces and of Poitou, the country round Richelieu had something of the character of all three. The rich fertility of Touraine, the vineyards and gardens, though not unknown here, soon gave way to the forests and marshes of the wilder provinces. But Richelieu had its park and its avenues, leading from the high road which ran south from Chinon and Champigny into Poitou. By this road came all the travellers, all the visitors: Amador de la Porte, the beloved uncle with news from Paris; Jacques du Plessis, the great uncle, the non-resident Bishop of Luçon, with his eye on a young successor; or less welcome to the heads of the family, the Duc de Montpensier, the feudal neighbour, with his pack of wolf-hounds and swaggering troop of guards and followers. One may fancy even then that the dark eyes of Armand watched the owner of Champigny, scarred from the wars, without much friendliness. There were signs that the family at Richelieu was on kindly terms with its neighbours of lower estate. The Cure of Bray, Monsieur Yver, who said mass often in the chapel of the chateau, was an intimate friend. There was no oppression of the peasants, who lived round about in their low mud-floored one-roomed cottages, and eked out their poor harvest by catching game in the forest or fishing in the river. All through the western provinces, indeed, then and for long afterwards, seigneur and peasant lived well together. The contrary was the exception. And the contrary came to pass in great measure through the action of the founder of absolute monarchy, the boy who ran about hand in hand with his mother at Richelieu. In the meanwhile, Dame Suzanne befriended and doctored the people, knew them all by name, visited them, gossiped with them. She and her children witnessed their marriages, were sponsors at the baptism of their babes. A few years later, in 1618, the old registers of Bray bear witness that the infant son of young Henri du Plessis was named at the font in the chapel at Richelieu by 2 poor orphans, assisted by 10 other poor persons. The gates of the chateau were open to any humble neighbours who suffered in the wars. The kitchen supplied them with food, sometimes not too plentiful even there, and holy days found the courtyard full of peasants playing their bagpipes, dancing their quaint provincial dances, singing the songs of Poitou. Thus masters and servants alike managed to forget the hardships and terrors of the time. Among scenes like these the Cardinal's early childhood was spent, and to his dying day, with all France at his feet, he loved that corner of Poitou. It must be added that the traditions of Richelieu itself, supported by many writers of the 17th century, declare that he was born there. When Mademoiselle de Montpensier, in 1637, paid her visit to Madame d'Aiguillon at the magnificent palace into which the Cardinal had transformed the little stronghold of his fathers, and found some of the rooms inconceivably small and mean compared with the stately exterior, it was explained to her that the Cardinal had ordered Le Mercier, his architect, to preserve unaltered that part of the old building where his parents had lived and where he was born. The witnesses on the same side are too many to quote. On the other hand, Richelieu himself declared on more than one occasion that he was born in Paris, a Parisian, a native of the city, which always had his heart, and his enemies dwelt strongly on the same fact, treating the Poitevin theory as an outcome of that immense pride and vanity which encouraged the Cardinal's worshippers to represent his family and their possessions as older and greater than they really were. Feudal magnates of centuries, instead of country gentlemen with their fortunes to seek. End of section 2. Section 3 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 1, Early Years, Chapter 3, 1595 to 1607. Before Armand de Richelieu was 11 years old, his uncle Amador, who was among the first to recognize the boy's brilliant gifts, carried him off to Paris and placed him at the university. It was the family intention that Armand should carve out his living in a career of arms. The eldest brother, Henry, the Seigneur of Richelieu, was to marry and to cut a figure at court. Being a charming and agreeable young fellow, he was likely to succeed in his line. Alphonse was a saint and a born ecclesiastic. His future needed no arrangement. The See of Luçon was waiting for him. After the death of the great-uncle, Jacques du Plessis, in 1592, the revenues of the diocese were taken over by a titular bishop, no other than Monsieur Yver, Curé of Bray and chaplain at Richelieu, a worthy warming pan who paid the largest portion to Madame de Richelieu and wasted as little as possible on the cathedral and the diocese. The canons rebelled and complained most unreasonably, we are told, but Henry IV had confirmed Henry III's grant of the bishopric to the Richelieu family, and the chapter could obtain no redress. They had to wait till Alphonse was of age to be consecrated. It was the right thing for every young Frenchman of every rank, whatever his future walk in life might be, to go through his course at one of the universities. A king's son might be found on the Paris benches, listening to the same lecture with the clever son of a tradesman, or even a peasant from a remote province. The poor students were quite as numerous as the rich. They filled the high houses and crowded the narrow streets of the famous Pays Latin. They lived as they could, and their character as a community did not alter much in the course of centuries. When Armand de Richelieu was first entered at the College of Navarre, where the great Henry had studied before him, the university was at a low ebb, both as to professors and students. The wars of the League, the fighting in the streets, the horrors of the siege had driven most decent people away from Paris, while armies of vagabonds and fugitives took possession of the city, even of that city within a city, which the university had been ever since the time when Philippe Auguste built its enclosing wall. That wall still existed long after the young days of Richelieu. Its broad ditches, its battlements and frequent towers, its 7 or 8 formidable gateways, 2 of which defended a bridge and a ferry across the Seine, while the Tour de Nesle at the western corner frowned across at the Louvre. All enclosed with medieval strength that Latin quarter, a half-moon in shape, which sloped up a mass of lanes, colleges, convents, churches, to the old royal abbey and church of Sainte Geneviève, where her shrine, the chief religious treasure of Paris, was kept, destroyed in the 18th century, and replaced by the Pantheon with Voltaire's bones and Soufflot's ugly dome. The university existed before the colleges. They were founded one by charitable men and women, mostly for the benefit of the poor scholars of different special towns or countries. Often their names told their story, but sometimes they were called by the name of the founder, such as the Collège du Cardinal le Moine. The College of Navarre was one of the best known and highest in reputation. It was founded in 1304 by Jeanne, wife of Philippe le Bel and Queen of Navarre in her own right, in memory of the victory of Mons-en-Puelle in Flanders. It was thus nearly 300 years old when Armand de Richelieu entered it, and had already that royal and military reputation which lasted through 3 or 4 centuries more. An old writer on Paris says that the sons of the greatest nobles in the kingdom boarded in this college, and in order that they might not be distracted by intercourse with outside students, a real danger, one would think, and of worse things than distraction, no other scholars were received. Navarre did not always remain so exclusive, but this was probably its character in Richelieu's time, though we do not positively know whether the young gentleman, with his private tutor and his footman, all of whom remained many years in his service, lodged in the college or at his grandfather's house in the Rue Hautefeuille. The College of Navarre had had famous men among its tutors and professors. Nicolas Oresme, one of its early headmasters, was tutor to King Charles V, who owed to him his surname of the Wise. He was a translator of Aristotle and is supposed to have made the first French version of the Bible. Somewhat later, the celebrated mystic Jean Gerson, believed by many to be the real author of the Imitatio Christi, was a teacher in the college and became chancellor of the university. A famous principal, also chancellor, was Cardinal de Archbishop of Cambrai, a theologian of tremendous strength, known at the Council of Constance as the Eagle of France and the Hammer of the Heretics. The traditions of Navarre were inspiring and severe. At the end of the 16th century, when young Richelieu was going through its courses of grammar and philosophy, the college was ruled by Jean Yon, a lover of Cicero, of discipline, and of church ceremonies. Long after the days of dry study and compulsory Latin were over, the cardinal kept a friendly recollection of his old master and declared that he would never see him without a feeling of respect and fear. Probably, therefore, Jean Yon was wisely careful to hide his admiration of the boy, who, according to one of his biographers, avala comme d'entrée toute la grammaire, knew by instinct how to baffle his examiners by puzzling counter-questions, and dazzled both teachers and comrades by the bold and sparkling flashes of his genius. But Master Yon was not always the stern pedagogue. The cardinal ever remembered with peculiar pleasure taking part as a singing boy in the great procession which marched from Sainte Geneviève on her hill right across Paris to visit the tomb of Saint Denis. The whole university joined in the procession, and on this occasion it was led by Jean Yon and a chanting choir from the College of Navarre. Once upon a time, they say, that procession was so long that when the head was entering the church of Saint Denis, far away in the northern outskirts of the city, the tail of great dignity had not yet come forth from the church of the Mathurins, where the general rendezvous had been fixed. This was in the time of Charles VI, when all Paris was praying and making processions that his lost senses might be restored to him. In those days, we are told, the University of Paris was the centre of learning for all the nations of Europe, and the mother of all their universities, including Oxford en Angleterre. Her European fame and the number of her students had dwindled a good deal before the day when Armand de Richelieu, the slim, keen, black-haired boy of 12, marched in her procession as an enfant de chœur. Down the hill they wound, threading the dark labyrinth of high college walls, then perhaps following the Rue Saint-Jacques, the old Roman road, down to the Petit Châtelet, guarding with its tunnelled gateway the entrance to the Petit Pont, or more likely keeping to their own Latin-speaking quarter as far west as the Pont Saint-Michel. The Pont Neuf was not yet finished, and there, crossing through crowds of men of law, red-robed councillors, officials, and hangers-on of the Parliament, quite as busy and as noisy as the ecclesiastical throng they had left behind them. The Pont au Change, haunt of money-changers and bird-catchers, carried them on to the farther shore. One of those steep and ancient bridges, chiefly built of wood and blocked with houses, shops, and stalls, which were difficult to cross at all times and were constantly in danger from flood or fire. Then the procession's way was almost blocked by the great round towers and frowning prison walls of the Grand Châtelet. Then through dark and narrow ways it passed out into the wider spaces, the gayer air of the Paris of the North Bank, of kings and their palaces, and leaving the Louvre to the left, the Hôtel de Ville, Bastille, and Temple far to the right, went on by the Rue Saint-Denis toward the gate of that name, and so out into the frequented road leading to the old towers that sheltered the shrine of the saint. All the way there was a constant carillon of bells from 100 steeples, the red and gold of vestments and banners glowed in the sunshine, trumpets brayed, and with loud chanting the procession paced forth. To a boy, fresh from his lessons, who was to live on into more colourless times, such a holiday glimpse of the Middle Ages may very well have been a pleasant recollection. At this time young Richelieu was looking forward to nothing but the life of a soldier, and of course a mercenary one, for his family was likely to endow him with little means of living. The world was his oyster, which he with sword must open. It was nothing new. He would walk in the footsteps of his father and his great-uncles, with the advantage of serving a king whom he heartily admired. Of this his memoirs give proof enough. When the usual university course was over, M. de la Porte proceeded to make a man and a soldier of his nephew. He placed him at the famous academy of M. de Pluvinel, a former companion in arms of the Grand Provost, who had made a career for himself as a trainer of young gentlemen. He taught him fencing, riding, dancing, music, mathematics, various manly games. He was an authority on fashion and style, wit and manners, the ways of foreign nations. In short, he turned boys fresh from college into men of the world, courtiers, soldiers, diplomatists. There was scarcely a leading man in France in the early 17th century who had not passed through the manège royal of M. de Pluvinel. A title was necessary in order to swagger successfully among the gay cadets of the academy. Armand became Marquis de Chilloux, taking the name from a small estate in Poitou brought into the family by his great-grandmother. His years of study at the academy seem to have been among the happiest of his life. Made mentally of steel and flame as he was, ancestral hardness and strength of will joined with a passionate ambition all his own, the fighting career of a successful soldier was likely to attract him irresistibly. When he was young, it seemed indeed the one chance of shining in the world, of commanding men. And he never lost his love for the profession he had to renounce, though it became clear that for a daring spirit such as he was, the red robe was as practical a garment as the buff coat. Sous le prêtre, on retrouve toujours en lui le soldat, says M. Anotot. There was one drawback to the military prospects of Armand de Richelieu. The delicate, aguish boy had not grown into a strong youth. His keen spirit was now, as ever, a sword too sharp for its frail sheath. Hard study and lack of fresh air during his college days had had their likely effect on his weak constitution and slight frame. For his sake, his mother did not mourn over the family circumstances that forbade him, after all, to be a soldier. Mon malade, as she called him, was not of those who could sleep on open field or fell, in mud or mire, as soundly as within stone walls with curtains round his bed. For the family it was a question of losing the revenues of the see of Luçon. Alphonse de Richelieu, its intended bishop, at the age of 19 or 20, turned away in disgust from the worldly wise arrangement and decided to become a Carthusian monk. It may not be unfair to describe him as dévot et bizarre, but one seems to see in this singular resolution an outcome of the reaction against the dead and conscienceless state into which the 16th century had brought the French Church, the reaction which was already living and moving in such men as François de Sales, Vincent de Paul, Pierre de Bérulle, though leading them, as to their religious life, into reforming action rather than lonely contemplation. Armand's choice was soon made. No doubt the change was to him inevitable. There could not be two young men more different than himself and Alphonse. Yet he too had a conscience of his own, of the truly Latin kind which demands any and every sacrifice for the sake of the family. He is said to have written to his uncle, who one may well believe was sincerely sorry for him: "The will of God be done. I accept all for the good of the Church and the glory of our name." The latter aspiration, at least, was fulfilled. At 17, in the year 1602, the Marquis de Chilloux laid down his sword and his title, left M. de Pluvinel's academy, and returned to the university. A year or two later there was no more eager student of philosophy and theology than the Abbé de Richelieu. There are merry stories of the time which suggest that he and his private tutor, M. Mulot, afterwards his chaplain, were concerned in wild pranks, such as robbing gardens and orchards, which would have been impossible under the strict discipline of old Master Yon. There is a pretty legend which tells that the Cardinal in his last days sent for an old college gardener whose peaches he had stolen. The good man's name was Rabelais, and he came from Chinon, and paid him a large sum of money as compensation for being both robbed and frightened. At that time an unlucky wretch who was summoned before the Eminentissime went in very reasonable fear of his life. The sober university in its clockwork course hardly knew what to make of Armand de Richelieu. He swallowed theology as he had swallowed grammar, and the ordinary progress of learning was far too slow for him. After studying independently with several learned masters, especially with Richard Smith, an Englishman of the University of Louvain, afterwards vicar apostolic in England, he was ambitious to hold a public disputation at the Sorbonne. The doctors of that reverend foundation refused the unusual request, but Richelieu, who ardently desired to become an adept in controversy, persuaded his old college of Navarre to be less timidly narrow and conservative. Here the lad of 19, worn to a shadow by studying hard 8 hours a day, set forth his thesis and defended it against all comers. The listeners were slightly uneasy, for his argument was based rather on philosophy than on strictly theological grounds, and was indeed flavoured by the influence of Jansenius, who came to Paris about this time. But the long struggle between Gallicans and Ultramontanes, bishops and Jesuits, was only at its beginning, and Jansenism proper was not born. The 16th century had known little more than the fiercer, simpler quarrel between Catholics and Protestants, the heretic and the faithful. As a fact, in his own original way, Richelieu held all the doctrines approved and taught by the Sorbonne. There was every reason why the future bishop should hurry on his theological studies. The chapter of Luçon had completely lost its patience, and this is not surprising, for both the cathedral and the episcopal palace were falling into ruins, while no money could be extracted from Monsieur Yver and Madame de Richelieu, until at last a decree of the Parliament forced them to provide for the necessary repairs. If the bishopric was to remain in the Richelieu family, Armand must be consecrated with as little delay as possible. He was not yet near the canonical age of a bishop. He had, however, been ordained deacon in 1606, and early in that year, while he was still hurrying through his last examinations, King Henry wrote to his ambassador at Rome recommending the Abbé Armand Jean du Plessis, royally nominated to the bishopric of Luçon, to the favour of His Holiness Paul V, and praying for an early consecration on the ground of the young man's mérite et suffisance, which were such as to make the legal delays morally quite unnecessary. Such dispensations were common enough, but this one was slow in coming. Paul V, the Borghese Pope, had not long been elected, and was already known for his determined will and strong sense of duty. He was not a man who would lightly break through any laws or customs of the Church, and certainly not to please King Henry IV, whose conversion he distrusted and whose way of life he condemned. The Abbé de Richelieu, hearing nothing from Rome, resolved to wait no longer. In the autumn of 1606 he left Paris and travelled hard to Rome, very impatient, and quite sure that if he could once gain the Pope's ear and plead his own cause, it would speedily be won. He was not mistaken, though Pope Paul V received him coldly on his first introduction by the ambassador. A self-confident, presumptuous boy, who expected to be ordained priest and consecrated bishop at 21, was not likely to meet with instant favour from an elderly, legal-minded martinet. Various tales are told by friends and enemies as to the means by which Richelieu quickly gained his ends at the papal court. Some say that he added a year to his age, or falsified the date of his baptism, and that the Pope, hearing too late of the trick, observed, "This young man will be a great knave." On the other hand, it is said that, struck with admiration of Richelieu's genius, the Pope made no difficulty, saying, "It is just that one whose wisdom is above his age should be ordained under his age." On the whole, the latter story seems the more probable, but neither has any real foundation. It is certain, at any rate, that the Abbé de Richelieu made the best use of the months he spent at Rome, and convinced Paul V, himself a clever man, that King Henry's praise was not undeserved. He preached before the Pope, and his ready learning and splendour of diction were considered miraculous. He carried on arguments with His Holiness on the morals of Henry and other subjects so firmly, yet so respectfully, that Paul was altogether charmed. He studied the spirit of Rome, that mysterious city which was at once the capital of the Catholic world and the centre of the civilized world. As the centre of an older world still of ancient history and pagan art, Rome had not the same attraction for him. All that was to come later, when the Cardinal attempted without great success to pose as one of the chief art patrons in Europe. At this time his whole mind was given to present advancement, and his intuition as to his own interest was faultless. He learned Italian and Spanish, he courted the cardinals and other dignitaries, and while dazzling his company with all the light French brilliancy of his young wit, he pleased them by the gentleness and modesty he knew well how to assume. Thus he saved himself from much envy and jealousy, which might have nipped his career at the outset. On April 17, 1607, Armand Jean du Plessis de Richelieu, aged 22 years and 7 months, was ordained priest and consecrated bishop by the Cardinal de Givry, who had always been his friend. The suffering diocese of Luçon was no longer without a head, and the Roman Easter bells rang in one of the greatest figures in French history. End of section 3. Section 4 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. The Bishop of Luçon. Chapter 1. 1607 to 1608. The Diocese of Luçon, in itself one of the least desirable in France, had to endure some months more of neglect before its new bishop came into residence. Richelieu's return to France in the early summer of 1607 was a return to Paris and the university, which now saw the unusual sight of a bishop among its students. There were still examinations to pass and distinctions to gain. The theological honours of the Sorbonne were not lightly bestowed, even on a dignitary of the Church. But Richelieu once more triumphantly satisfied his examiners, and in the autumn of 1607 he was admitted to the degree of Doctor of the Sorbonne. One may say that the old institution was his mother and his child. She trained the brain that transformed France and directed Europe. She was made illustrious by his munificent care, and his feverish life at last found rest in the shadow of her walls. In the winter of 1607 and 1608, Henry IV was at the height of his power and popularity, although certain dreamers, prophets of evil, necromancers, and such like creatures of the darkness suggested that his useful reign was near its end. For whatever the immoralities of his life may have been, and they had a fatal influence on society, his political ends and means were excellent. His favourite dream was of a general European peace with religious toleration, and one need only realize the state of France 100 years later, populations crushed by cruel taxation and dying of famine by thousands, to see what the difference might have been if Henry and Sully could have worked their will for 20 years more, keeping the nobles in check, insisting on justice, studying and carrying into practical effect the means of making the country prosperous by useful public works, by careful training in agriculture and other industries. Under Henry and his minister, who did not, however, share his master's popularity, farming was encouraged, rivers were made navigable, bridges were built, waste lands were reclaimed, new roads were made, new crops such as potato and beetroot were introduced, a labourer's tools were safe from seizure for debt. France was beginning to breathe after long horrors of civil war. Feudal oppression was passing away, and the country generally was on the eve of better things under the eye of a king who, absolute as he certainly meant to be, loved his people and wished them well. All was doomed to fall to pieces with the death of Henry, followed by the regency of a stupid woman and the new policy of Richelieu. Henry was himself the centre point of Paris, the beloved city, which he made his home, only leaving the Louvre for visits to Saint-Germain or Fontainebleau, or for hunting excursions in the country. Small, active, carefully dressed, ever on the move, the Parisians saw their king among them at all seasons, all hours, riding or driving in the streets, equally eager after business and amusement, gambling at the famous Fair of Saint-Germain, held during the early months of the year on the left bank of the Seine, or planning with Sully within the walls of the Arsenal those economies and financial rearrangements which gained him the reputation of being a miser. Henry was a curious character, half a hero made of gold and of clay. But his Parisians, as a rule, saw little but the gold. He was a familiar sight among them, the frank, good-natured man with his rosy cheeks, long nose, and whitening beard and hair. They loved him because he was affable, kind, easy-going, polite, and yet could be stern and royal enough when anyone displeased him. They loved his keen interest in the city, shown by plans for rebuilding and improving, some of which were already carried out when he died, while some lingered on into the days of Richelieu. His favourite works were the Grande Galerie of the Louvre and the Pont Neuf, the Hôtel de Ville, burnt by the Commune, and the Place Royale, now known as Place des Vosges. The court at the Louvre, under a king impatient of etiquette, except when Parliament or Protestants had to be awed or foreign ambassadors received, seems to have been lacking in dignity. It had not the splendour, the mystery, the romance and cultivation, however evil, of the Valois, nor had it the stiff magnificence of the absolute Louis XIV. The tone of the court, in fact, was bourgeois. And it is curious enough that the early 17th century in England, as well as in France, had this intimate flavour of something like vulgarity. James I cracked coarse jokes with his courtiers and slapped them on the back. Henry IV, though a far more intelligent man, encouraged the same kind of manners among his jovial companions at the Louvre. The king and queen quarrelled perpetually and in public. The young Bishop of Luçon, admitted at court not only by the means of his elder brother, a popular courtier, but through the king's personal liking for him, saw with his own eyes scenes to which the Cardinal de Richelieu alluded in his memoirs, dictated many years later. With all his enmity towards Marie de Médicis, he had to acknowledge that the king's love affairs, result of the besetting weakness of a great prince, might justly have irritated a woman less naturally jealous, proud, and unforgiving. As one intrigue succeeded another during the whole of Henry's later life, and as the Queen could never be brought to take these things meekly, it follows that peace seldom reigned at the Louvre. Henry, on his side, turned the tables on his wife by injurious suspicions, almost certainly without foundation, and the Duc de Sully himself told Richelieu that he had never known a week pass without a quarrel. On one occasion, in passionate anger, Marie raised her hand to box Henry's ears. Monsieur de Sully stopped her so roughly that her arm was bruised, crying out with an oath, "Are you mad, madame? He could have your head off in half an hour. Have you lost your senses, not to remember what the king can do?" The king went out, and after much coming and going, he, Sully, appeased them both. Afterwards the Queen complained that the Duc de Sully had struck her. Sometimes these quarrels had a comic side. The Queen would refuse to dine as usual with the king, and would order a small table to be brought into her cabinet. On these occasions the good-tempered Henry, who never could be angry long, and who preferred living at peace with a wife he did not really dislike, would send her choice morsels from his table, even from his plate. If Marie's temper had not reached the level of accepting a peace offering, she would coldly return the dainties. Court gossip declared that she was afraid of poison. In his book on Marie de Médicis, M. Batiffol gives a curious description, drawn from old records, of the royal dinner at the Louvre when the king and queen dined together. No one sat at the table with them, but a privileged public, including the whole court, crowded the room. The Swiss guards stood round the table, bearded, fierce, German-speaking warriors, old servants of the crown, leaning on their halberds, dressed in velvet, white, blue, and red. 6 gentlemen served their majesties, taking the dishes from the officers of the kitchen, who brought them into the room. The menu, a very considerable one, was drawn up by the Queen's maître d'hôtel and countersigned by herself. Sometimes, generally on Sundays only, the King's musicians gave a concert during dinner. As a rule, there was a good deal of conversation. The King and Queen talked to the courtiers who stood in ranks behind the Swiss guard, not of affairs, but of any light and interesting subject that might occur. On such an occasion the King may well have shown special favour to a young man in episcopal purple, of middle height, very thin, with black hair, a delicate pointed face, keen dark eyes under a broad brow full of intelligence, quick to catch and respond to every slightest glance from royalty. Young Richelieu, "my bishop," Henry called him, may have had stories to tell of his Roman experiences, stories pleasing to the king, who had taken the trouble to push his fortunes. And the wit, the memory, the reasoning power which amazed the Sorbonne may also have been noticeable at the Louvre. Sometimes the talk led on to thin ice, and Richelieu knew it. For instance, when the king reminded him of certain things he had written about the Maréchal de Biron, his godfather's son, beheaded for conspiracy in 1602. It was a lesson as to giving a handle to jealous enemies, which Richelieu did not soon forget. Dinner over, the Queen returned to her dogs and monkeys and parrots, her gaming, card tricks and music, or walked in the garden, or drove in the city, perhaps visiting her divorced predecessor, Queen Margaret de Valois, large, self-indulgent, with a flaxen wig, who led an extravagantly immoral but literary and charitable life in Paris, the adopted sister and aunt of the royal family. Perhaps driving out to Saint-Germain to see the children who lived there, a large household, legitimate and otherwise, under the care of the Baronne, afterwards Marquise de Montglat. The king, too, though never forgetful of public business, had his amusements of many kinds: gambling, hunting, building, making love. Sometimes he and the Queen dined together in Paris, frequently with Monsieur Zamet, banker and money-lender, and Henry's very faithful servant, at his palatial hotel in the Marais. Sometimes they delighted the Parisians by sharing their amusements in the streets and on the bridges: jousts, sham fights and masquerade, running at the ring. Then were to be seen the young nobles of France, infected with Henry's own dash and daring recklessness, flinging themselves so desperately into these mock battles that real wounds were given and lives were lost. The famous Baron de Bassompierre, chief of the 17 Seigneurs, leaders of fashion, to whose exclusive ranks Henri de Richelieu also belonged, was nearly killed in one of these encounters in the paved court of the Louvre. Ardouin de Périfix, tutor to Louis XIV and afterwards Archbishop of Paris, wrote for his pupils' instruction a history of his royal grandfather Henry the Great. Drawing on his own memory, or something very near it, he sketched the state of society at the beginning of the century. While the king and his ministers were working hard in lifting their country out of the slough of war and abject misery, most of the nobles were finding mischief for their idle hands to do. The memoirs of Bassompierre and others prove that Périfix told less than the truth. He was too courtier-like, too careful of offending young royal ears, to give much idea of the brutality of manners which existed in the society of Henry IV and Marie de Médicis, but he describes vividly the temper of the men among whom Armand de Richelieu, clever, poor, observant, shielded by his elder brother's popularity, was growing into manhood. The French noblesse, says Périfix, being at peace, could not be doing nothing. Some spent their time in hunting, some in the company of ladies, some studied belles-lettres and mathematics, others travelled in foreign lands, others kept up the exercise of war under Prince Maurice in Holland. But many, with itching hands, eager to show off their courage without leaving home, became punctilious, and at the least word or at crossing glances had their swords in their hands. Thus a mania for duels seized on the minds of gentlemen, and these encounters were so frequent that the nobles shed nearly as much blood between themselves as their enemies had made them lose in battle. Royal edicts, one after another, had little effect in cooling these hot spirits, especially as Henry usually forgave a crime which his laws threatened with forfeiture of life and goods. In the following reign such laws were less of a mockery, as the nobles found to their cost. Louis XIII was made of harder stuff, and Richelieu had learned by personal experience, his brother's death in a duel with the Marquis de Themines, the need of a strong hand. There was not much personal distinction at this time among the grandees of France. Henri de Bourbon, Prince de Condé, nearest in blood to the throne, was a shy, gloomy youth, mean in looks and character, and though really clever and ambitious, eccentric to the verge of madness. Monsieur le Prince, says Brunet, père du Grand Condé, s'imaginoit être quelquefois oiseau, et d'autres fois sanglier, et se cachoit sous les lits et sous les tables, comme s'il avait été dans les forêts. It was not till 1609, after Richelieu had retired to his diocese, that King Henry, for his own ends, married this young man to the marvellously beautiful Mademoiselle de Montmorency. Then, to the king's rage and disgust, Condé proved that he had some individuality and ran away with his wife to Flanders. But for the dagger of Ravaillac, a European war might have followed on this elopement. François de Bourbon, Prince de Conti, the king's first cousin, uncle of Condé, brother of Henry's old companion in arms, and once himself a fighter, was elderly, deaf, and incapable. He appeared little at court, but lived in Paris on the revenues of the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. His wife, Louise Marguerite de Lorraine, a brilliant mischief-maker, with her mother, the lively old Duchesse de Guise, widow of Henry le Balafré, was among the few really intimate friends of Queen Marie de Médicis. Henry IV, who had once thought of marrying her, ended by disliking her, resenting her influence over his wife. But she kept her place at court, and after the Prince de Conti's death she is said to have secretly married Bassompierre, first of courtiers and her lover of many years. Charles de Bourbon, Comte de Soissons, usually known as Monsieur le Comte, was the Prince de Conti's half-brother. His mother, Françoise d'Orléans Longueville, having been the second wife of Louis I, Prince de Condé. Though outwardly loyal to Henry IV, he was perhaps the most dangerous enemy the king had in his own immediate circle. Ambitious, proud, and violent, he never forgave Henry for breaking an early promise of marrying him to his sister, Catherine of Navarre. Jealous of his own position, he resented every mark of favour shown by the king, especially the honours showered on the young Duc de Vendôme, Henry's eldest legitimised son. If a fit of the sulks had not kept Monsieur le Comte out of Paris at the time of Henry's death, he would have disputed the regency with the Queen. Not being on the spot, he was neither clever, strong, nor popular enough to disturb the appointed order of things. Henri de Bourbon, Duc de Montpensier, familiar to the Richelieu family as Lord of Champigny, was of no account at all, in court or camp, during his later years. But he had been a heroic soldier, son of that Montpensier, the leader and patron of the monk, Richelieu, and his brother who swept Poitou with fire and sword in the religious wars, and of his furious Duchess, the soul of the League, the sister of Henry le Balafré, who brought about the murder of Henry III. He, with so many other Catholic princes and nobles, fought his uncles and the League under the banner of Henry of Navarre. A terrible wound in the face received at Dreux, where he commanded a regiment of cavalry, brought Henry de Montpensier's public career to an end at 27. His life after this was one of more or less suffering. He fell out of favour for some time with the king, being suspected of sympathy with the Biron conspiracy. He married in middle life his cousin Henriette Catherine de Joyeuse, another of the Queen's intimate friends, and they had one daughter, born in 1605, the heiress of all the immense Montpensier possessions. By her marriage with Gaston of France, the mother of the famous Anne-Marie d'Orléans, Duchesse de Montpensier, commonly known as La Grande Mademoiselle. Monsieur de Montpensier appears to have lived a great deal at Champigny, a favourite among his many chateaux. 30 years after his death, on his way to visit the new splendours of Richelieu, his granddaughter found that he was still beloved there, although the mighty cardinal, levelling his house with the ground, would gladly have destroyed his memory. The Duke died at his hotel in Paris on the last day of February 1608, wasted by a long decline, and devotedly nursed to the end by his eccentric Capuchin father-in-law, Père Ange, in the world Duc de Joyeuse. Bon prince, l'Estoile says of Montpensier, and as such regretted and mourned by the king, the nobility, and all the people. The usual amusements of the carnival were stopped. Even the little Dauphin was not allowed to dance his ballet before the king. 3 weeks later, a funeral service was held at Notre Dame, with an oration by the popular preacher Monsieur Fenouillet, Bishop of Montpellier. The ceremony, which was simple, derived dignity from the presence of 120 poor men in long robes carrying torches. Another and grander service was held in April. Between these two occasions, the last male descendant of Robert, son of Saint Louis, was conveyed with an escort of 300 horse to Champigny, and was buried in the chapel which still exists there. The Duc de Montpensier's widow married Charles, Duc de Guise, who with his brothers represented the princely house of Lorraine at the French court. By birth and position, of course, he was one of the first men in France. Personally, he was of little account, and hardly a worthy descendant of the great dukes of the 16th century. He had not even their looks, being short and snub-nosed. He was witty, agreeable, and generous, very frivolous, and a great flirt. Richelieu, in the first volume of his Memoirs, gives Henry IV.'s own estimate of this head of the Guise family: plus de montre que de fait. Rather brilliant in company, and judged capable of great things by those who did not know him, but so slothful and lazy that he cared for nothing but pleasure, et qu'en effet son esprit n'était pas plus grand que son nez. Among the more conspicuous nobles, the Duc de Bouillon, the malcontent leader of the Protestants, was a constant thorn in the king's side. The Duc d'Epernon, an ambitious, adventurous courtier of Gascon origin, had been a favourite of Henry III, and was not much loved by Henry IV, who did not trust him. His son Bernard married Gabrielle Angélique de Bourbon, the king's daughter by the Marquise de Verneuil. This alliance was roughly declined by the old Duc de Montmorency, Constable of France, to whom Henry proposed it for his splendid young son, that Henry de Montmorency, last of the direct line, whose high head was among those to be mown down at a future day by the implacable cardinal. Among left-hand royalties, the oldest was Charles de Valois, Comte d'Auvergne, afterwards Duc d'Angoulême, a man of a certain courage and humorous charm, but foolish, dishonest, and unlucky. He was the son of Charles IX and Marie Touchet, who married the Comte d'Entraigues after the king's death, and became the mother of Henriette d'Entraigues, Marquise de Verneuil, Henry IV's passion and the special abhorrence of Marie de Médicis. In a fit of jealous fury, and in the supposed interest of her children, Madame de Verneuil intrigued with Spain against Henry. It was only the king's enduring infatuation which saved her half-brother, the Comte d'Auvergne, from losing his head. As it was, he spent 10 of his best years, from 1606 to 1616, shut up in the Bastille. Henry's own son by Gabrielle d'Estrées, Duchesse de Beaufort, the legitimized prince, who was first known as César Monsieur, then created Duc de Vendôme, was the spoilt favourite among his children. No more odious young man was to be found in France. Spiteful, of vicious tendencies, c'est un mauvais drôle, violent, moqueur, brutal. There was every probability that César, whom the king openly preferred to his own little lawful son, the future Louis XIII, would one day be the most powerful of all the princes. Henry had already arranged a marriage for him with a rich heiress of the royal blood, Françoise de Lorraine, only daughter of the Duc de Mercoeur. Such were the bearers of some of the grandest old names in France during the last years of Henry IV's reign. Hardly one of these men had any influence on affairs, either of the court or the nation. Concini and his wife, the Queen's Italian favourites, were powerful at the Louvre, and lived splendidly, though they worked chiefly behind the scenes as long as Henry lived. The Duc de Sully, with his royal friend and master, governed the kingdom. His wise white beard, his strict and careful management of the finances, demanded and obtained respect. This clever and obstinate Huguenot was certainly the best feared man in France. He was also cordially hated for his grim, uncompromising manners, his impatient scorn of all courtly weaknesses and extravagances. But he was the one great statesman in France, beside whom the other ministers were of no account, and he would have laughed aloud in the year 1608 if any one had prophesied coming disgrace in his ears. An honourable disgrace, it is true, but never to be retrieved, while equally incredible, the young bishop of an obscure diocese was to wield a power beyond his own most ambitious dreams. Paris was an unpleasant place of abode in the winter of 1607 and 8, when Armand de Richelieu was engaged in making his way at court. According to L'Estoile, the weather was extremely indisposed, nebulous, damp, and unhealthy. Great and small alike suffered from force catarrhe avec force petite vérole, rougeole et pourpre, from which many died, among others the Duc de Bouillon's daughter. People died suddenly of suffocation on the chest, the season being tellement déréglé that it rained perpetually day and night. The terrible gloom was made responsible for horrid crimes of all sorts. The new year brought so severe a frost that men, women, cattle, and birds died of cold in the fields about the city, or were partially frozen and maimed for life. Evidently the Bishop of Luçon was among the sufferers from this abnormal season. He was obliged to excuse himself on account of illness from obeying the king's command to preach before the court at Easter. After this disappointment, he was ill in bed for about 4 months, as we know from his letters to M. d'Alincourt, son of the Duc de Villeroy, Henry's Minister of Foreign Affairs, who had actively befriended him as ambassador in Rome. Richelieu was not ungrateful, and there is something more than worldly politeness in these graceful, sincere letters written from his sick room to welcome Monsieur and Madame d'Alincourt back to Paris, and to lament that this fâcheuse maladie hinders him from hastening to kiss their hands. In the late autumn of the same year, the claims and grumblings of Richelieu's far-off diocese at last made themselves effectively heard. There may have been other reasons for his rather hasty departure in dark December days. The doctors may have advised country air as a help towards shaking off an almost chronic state of fever. Or possibly, after so long an absence from court, his place in the royal favour may have seemed less secure, and he was not rich enough to buy influential friends. Or Henry, who liked men to do their duty, may have given a hint too plain to be neglected. In any case, having borrowed 4 horses and a coachman, the Bishop of Luçon left Paris behind him and started on his long, unpleasant journey to the dreary marshes of Lower Poitou. End of section 4. Section 5 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, The Bishop of Luçon, Chapter 2, 1608 to 1610. While his coach rumbled and jolted through miry ways toward the southwest, Armand de Richelieu had time to consider what he had done and hoped to do. The objects of his ambition were always the same: political power and the command of men. His career might seem to have met with a sharp check in these long months of illness, followed by banishment to remote wilds so far from the sources of light and of favour, Paris and the king. But if he felt this, he was not the man to be seriously disheartened. A diocese, after all, is not a bad school for governing one's fellow creatures. Some of Richelieu's biographers think that he deliberately took up the work of a resident bishop with the idea of gaining experience for the larger career on which his heart was set. Some, that in his state of chronic poverty he found the provinces a more honourable abode than the capital. In any case, he threw himself with eager energy into work which was difficult enough, the province of Poitou, and especially Lower Poitou, being desolated and devoured by war and by taxes, torn to pieces by schism, unhealthy, dismal, neglected, its old traditions, both of church and state, fallen into ruin and forgetfulness. And Luçon itself, with its fine old cathedral, lifted proudly and sadly above the mouldy roofs of the bourg. Neither town nor village seemed to lie at the other end of the world, near upon the sea, beyond leagues of wide, wet marsh scattered with miserable little farms and cottages, and crossed by half-drained roads and stagnant canals, the few wretched peasants shivering with fever. The occasional visits of Jacques du Plessis de Richelieu, who had now been dead 16 years, were Luçon's latest experience of episcopal care. Certainly the diocese owed nothing to the Richelieu family, which had swallowed its revenues and let its cathedral tumble down, but with a touching faith in the future, not unjustified, it offered a hearty welcome to a young Armand de Richelieu. He entered his territory at Fontenay-le-Comte, a cheerful little town which prided itself, like the rest of Poitou, on having produced many great men. The bishop was received here not only by the inhabitants, but by a deputation from the chapter of Luçon, and they harangued each other with various flattering remarks. But through the formalities of the time there pierces that clear, decided meaning which is never absent from any utterance of Richelieu's, even as a young man of 23. His speeches were never written for him. There were anger and injury in the minds of the Luçon chapter, and he knew it. "I am not happy enough," he said, "to have all your hearts." But now that he and they were to live together, things would be very different. They would learn to know him and to wish him well. For his part, he was ready to forget the past, highly esteeming the law which the ancients called amnistie d'oubliance. Possibly there was a wry face here and there among the old canons at this touch of generosity, and it was not very long, in fact, before they began to quarrel with their new bishop. But he had brought with him from Paris the fame of a preacher and a theologian, and the dull little town was en fête on that saint's day in December, when Richelieu first said Mass and preached in his own cathedral. All indeed seemed peace and harmony. Even the Protestants, who were rather numerous in the diocese and in all that part of France, had a friendly word from the new bishop on his arrival. One of the speeches, which has been preserved, was addressed to the crowd in the street. After telling them how much he valued their joyful faces and cries of welcome, he added, "I know there are among those in this company who are divided from us as to belief, in spite of which I hope we may be united in affection, and I will do all that is possible to bring this to pass." Here one seems to see the germ of that idea of religious toleration which influenced Richelieu's policy in later years. If he could persuade the Huguenots to be Frenchmen first and Protestants afterwards, he was always willing to give them liberty of worship. If he crushed them, it was always because they were a fighting faction, which endangered, in his view, the unity of France and the power of the monarchy. From his dilapidated palace, the heavy old buildings of which leaned up against the cathedral walls, battered by wars and by weather, Richelieu wrote, in the spring of 1609, to a certain Madame de Bourges, who lived in Paris in the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux, near the newly fashionable Place Royale. This lady seems to have been a friend of his mother's family, and to have been married to one of a succession of distinguished physicians who practised in Paris during the 16th and 17th centuries. She was certainly an obliging person. Possibly her husband or son had attended the young bishop in his 4 months' illness. He begins his letter by thanking Madame de Bourges for 1,000,000 kindnesses, and especially for some ecclesiastical vestments she had sent him. He found himself badly off for many necessary ornaments, former bishops of Luçon having left little behind them, and no wonder. They had not made it their residence for 60 years, we are told, and fighting Huguenots had stormed and devastated the place. "I am now in my barony," he writes, "beloved of everybody, so they tell me, and I can only repeat it. But you know, all beginnings are good. I shall have no lack of occupations here, I assure you, for everything is in such ruins that repairing will be hard work. I am extremely ill lodged, for I have no fire anywhere because of the smoke, no remedy but patience. I assure you that I have the most horrid bishopric in France, the most muddy and the most disagreeable. There is no place to walk, no garden, no alley, no anything, so that I am imprisoned in my house." He is immensely interested in his furniture and his household, showing in these young days all the taste for careful detail, all the love of magnificence and show which was to characterize the great minister. the man with millions to spend, where a poor little Bishop of Luçon had only hundreds. He tells Madame de Bourges, of whose kind and active interest he seems very sure, that he has bought the velvet bed belonging to his aunt, Madame de Marconnay. He has also come into possession of a stately bed with hangings of silk and gold, which belonged to his great uncle, defunct Monsieur de Luçon. This style is out of fashion, apparently, for he asks advice and help as to arranging the episcopal bed with Bergamesque tapestry. A little later he concludes that even a beggar like himself must entertain his neighbours with a noble air, so that the country may esteem him un grand monsieur. He will therefore be obliged to Madame de Bourges if she will let him know the cost of 24 silver plates, de belle grandeur. He hopes to get them for 500 crowns, but seems pretty sure that his kind friend will make up any deficiency. I know that for the sake of 100 crowns you would not let me have anything mean. In return for all these services, the bishop was expected to interest himself in finding a husband for Madame de Bourges' daughter, Magdeleine. The task was not easy. He assures his correspondent that there is not a gentleman in the country possessing either money or goods. Nous sommes tous gueux in ce pays, et moi le premier, he says with a light-hearted air. From the first he was very fortunate in his servants, several of whom came to him at this time and stayed with him all his life. One of these was his maître d'hôtel, a young man named La Brosse, who had been in the service of the late Duc de Montpensier. La Brosse ordered everything in the household, knew how the bishop's guests should be entertained, and troubled him with nothing but accounts. This was well, for the work of the diocese once undertaken was enough to occupy both thought and time. The destitution of the flock was twofold, bodily and spiritual. Richelieu's first care was to get his poor people relieved of some of the heavy burden of taxes which weighed them down. Under the system of those days, France was divided into pays d'État and pays d'élection. The pays d'État, chiefly provinces, which had been originally independent of the crown of France, were taxed by their own representative estates sitting at the principal town. The pays d'élection were assessed by crown officials, who farmed out the taxes to local companies, and among the provinces thus farmed was that of Poitou. The system meant local greed, dishonesty, and oppression. The small townspeople of such a place as Luçon and the country folk of its poverty-stricken neighbourhood had no redress from the tax-gatherers of Poitiers. The worst burden of all was the direct tax known as la taille. A man paid this on all his possessions in money and kind, and it always amounted to a quarter of his property, sometimes a great deal more. The clergy and nobles were exempt from la taille, which crushed the poor peasants and the smaller people to the earth. In later years, Louis XIII's minister was ready enough to tax these suffering millions for the sake of absolutism and glory, but the young Bishop of Luçon, not yet hardened by power, touched by the piteous sight of thin hands worn by toil, the bread snatched from them by those who made an unfair living out of the taxes, wrote to headquarters at Poitiers more than one letter of strong remonstrance, letters in which a warm indignation pierces through the studied courtesy of the words. He writes of the misery of the place, the poverty of the people, the excessive tax of the taille which they have paid till now. He begs that the load they have to bear may be lightened. He reminds the officials that their own town pays much less than it ought, and hints very plainly that unless things are voluntarily set right, he will call the higher powers of justice to his aid. As one would naturally expect, the traitants of Poitiers, worthy forerunners of the farmers general of a later century, took very little notice of the appeal or the veiled threat of Monsieur de Luçon, a young fellow, a new broom, who might as well mind his own ecclesiastical business and let the king's taxes alone. But he was as good as his word. 2 months later he wrote to the minister of France, the all-powerful Sully, to lay the grievances of his flock before him, the appeal being seconded by his courtier brother, Henri de Richelieu. Thus the Poitevin tax-gatherers had a taste of Richelieu's quality. The spiritual needs of the diocese were quite as crying and as serious. Religious matters all over France were in a terrible state, and nowhere worse than in Bas-Poitou. Error and vice were rampant, says a writer of the time. Where the Church was concerned, Christianity seemed extinct, and Huguenot zeal had died down into political discontent. Church property was misused, wasted on pensions to princes and courtiers. The bishops were worldly and non-resident. The monasteries were scandalously corrupt, and their revenues often in lay hands. The parish clergy were ignorant and poor, and the long civil wars had made havoc with the churches. Many had been desecrated, put to profane uses, if not destroyed altogether. It was only 40 or 50 years since the monk Richelieu and men like him had stormed over Poitou, and the memory of his exploits was still green. The consequence of all this was a state of morals and civilization which has been described by Michelet, not without exaggeration possibly, in his terrible chapters on witchcraft in the 16th and 17th centuries. Dark and cruel superstitions haunting the God-forsaken villages, horrible mumbo-jumbo rites, relics of heathenism performed on lonely heaths or in the shadows of the forests, families in which black magic and sorcery were handed down from father to son, from mother to daughter, such were the discoveries lying in wait for any active bishop who visited his diocese in the year 1609. Armand de Richelieu was such a bishop, and the horror of these early experiences may partly explain the minister's terrible severity many years later toward Urbain Grandier, the unworthy priest who was accused of bewitching the Ursuline nuns of Loudun. During his residence from 1609, with intervals to 1614, Richelieu threw all his young strength into the labour of civilizing and Christianizing Bas-Poitou. Travelling into every corner of the province, he preached, confirmed, scolded, advised, converted. Great and small had to listen to his admonitions. His passion for order and discipline brought new and amazing experiences to a parish clergy which had lived, as it listed, idle, drunken, immoral, in the happy delusion that no one would ever interfere. Richelieu interfered to some purpose. One of his chief objects was to get the appointment of the curé into his own hands. Many livings, if they could be called so, were in the gift of private persons, subject to an ecclesiastical consent which was never refused. Others belonged to abbeys, and this often meant in the end the patronage of some prince or noble to whom the monastic revenues were paid. For instance, 100 benefices in the diocese of Luçon alone, and many more elsewhere, belonged to the great Benedictine abbey of Saint-Michel-en-l'Ermitage, of which the Comte de Soissons, the king's cousin, was the titular abbot. There is little to be said in that prince's favour. He was a man of mœurs infâmes, but Richelieu, in later years, his son's bitter and powerful enemy, had occasion to write Monsieur le Comte a quite grovelling letter of thanks in 1609. He had made the bishop his vicar with regard to all the clergy in the diocese of Luçon who depended on the abbey of Saint-Michel. Richelieu dealt with private patrons in a more plain-spoken way. One called André, having been preferred to a benefice by a great lady, Madame de Sainte-Croix, the bishop flatly declined to allow so incapable a man to lead a flock dear to Jesus Christ. Yet with all his firmness he was kind. If the patroness would set a good example to the diocese by placing her living among those to which, after careful examination, the bishop undertook to appoint the best men, he was willing that André should try his powers with the rest. So strong, so wise and religious are the arguments of the letter that its result is not surprising. Madame de Sainte-Croix sent her presentation to the bishop en blanc. Nobody knows what became of the unlucky André. Richelieu was not satisfied with appointing his curé. He was determined to educate them. Here he was moved by the new spirit of the time, working so actively in the Jesuits, led by the king's confessor Père Coton, and no less in Pierre de Bérulle, the evangelist who had just introduced into France the Congregation of the Oratory. His second house in France for the express purpose of training men for the ministry was established at Luçon during these years of Richelieu's residence. Bérulle, a man of old family and of most lovable character, was at this time an intimate friend and associate of the Bishop of Luçon. There came a day of estrangement and political enmity. Richelieu's provincial life was by no means solitary. The young and sturdy Bishop of Poitiers, Monsieur de la Roche-Posay, son of a bold fighter of the League and worthy of his name, was a neighbour and friend of Poitevin origin, and attached to both cathedrals there were men of distinction, of theological science, burning with zeal not only for the advance of religion and the conversion of heretics, but for the honour and glory of the bishops they loyally served. One of the grand vicars of Monsieur de Poitiers was no less a personage than Duvergier de Oran, afterwards known as the Jansenist Abbé de Saint-Cyran, the famous director of Port-Royal. One of the canons, afterwards Dean of Luçon, was Sébastien Boutillier, Abbé de la Cochère, to whose devotion and cleverness now and in later years Richelieu owed much. These young men, with others like-minded, fought hard for the Catholic religion in their province of Poitou, preaching, teaching, holding disputations with Protestant ministers, a work in which the Bishop of Luçon, with his learning fresh from the Sorbonne, distinguished himself highly. They also had their diversions in common, which consisted in hard study, keen argument, and preparation for further spiritual conquests. As for real spirituality of mind, there is no doubt that Saint-Cyran, mystic, Augustinian, uncompromising, outstripped his companions as far on that path as Richelieu did on another, the path of political genius. Luçon, in its fever-haunted marshes, did not keep the bishop long. He lived much at Coussay, a priory and small chateau belonging to his family in a more hilly and healthy part of his diocese, not so far from Poitiers. He seems to have been happy here, away from his quarrelsome chapter and near his friends. The traditions of Coussay, we are told, still preserve his memory, not as the great cardinal, but as prieur et châtelain of that little village and domain. He was also a good deal at Les Roches, another priory he possessed between Chinon and Saumur, close to Fontevraud, in the northwest corner of his diocese. Here he was very near his old home Richelieu, where his mother, aunt, and younger sister were still living, the fierce old Rochouart grandmother having been some years dead. At Les Roches, it seems, began the famous and lifelong friendship between Armand de Richelieu and François Leclerc, Marquis du Tremblay, now a man of 32, thin, red-haired, deeply marked with the smallpox, who had already made his name as Père Joseph, a Capuchin monk of extraordinary talent and energy. The future Éminence Grise was Angevin by birth, had been a soldier, but at 22 had thrown himself passionately into religion. Before Richelieu came to Luçon, Père Joseph was carrying on a valiant conflict of eloquence, persuasion, and violence combined with the Protestants throughout these western quarters, many of whom were considerable by descent and actual power. Père Joseph was attracted by difficulty. Whatever the truth about his afterlife may be, history tells contrary tales. There is no doubt that at this time he was an ardent reformer in his own sense of the word and a man of deep personal religion. It was owing to him and his friend the Abbess of Fontevraud, Eleanor de Bourbon, aunt of Henry IV, that a Capuchin convent was established at Saumur in the teeth of the Protestant governor, du Plessis-Mornay. From this convent and others, notably Fontenay, in the diocese of Luçon, Lent preachers were sent out into all parts. Richelieu welcomed them with extreme joy. But it was not till a year or two later, after King Henry's death, when his views and hopes were fast extending beyond diocesan limits, that he and Père Joseph found themselves working together in the difficult and complicated affairs of the Abbey of Fontevraud. End of section 5. Section 6 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. The Bishop of Luçon. Chapter 3. 1610 to 1611. If some of those who were privileged to watch with short-sighted eyes Richelieu's apostolic work in the Diocese of Luçon could have read his thoughts and sometimes looked over his shoulder, they might have been somewhat startled. Probably his contemporaries knew nothing of certain rapidly scrawled sheets in the Cardinal's familiar writing, which were discovered by Monsieur Armand Baschet among the old manuscripts of the Bibliothèque Nationale about 30 years ago. The sheets were headed Instructions et maximes que je me suis donné pour me conduire à la cour. At first the date was a little disputed, but internal evidence seems to show that Richelieu wrote these pages of notes in the winter of 1609 or early in 1610, when at the background of his thoughts, apparently all busy with evangelizing Bas Poitou, the desire for public life and power was waxing stronger every day. It was not likely, indeed, that such a young racehorse, keen, nervous, swift, and delicate in body and brain, would long be contented to plough the heavy wastes of the muddiest diocese in France. In his hours of solitude he dreamed of king and court, and planned every detail of behaviour that might please the great Henry. From an eastern window one may fancy he gazed over the wide plains toward Paris, his Jerusalem, the real centre of his worship, the goal of that flaming ambition which with him largely usurped the place of all other passions. Then he wrote down his dreams, so clear, so businesslike, so full of prudence and self-control, that they could hardly fail to come true. It would have been amazing if the genius that so vividly pointed him the way had not led him to the height of his desires. It seems worthwhile to give a few extracts from this curious mémoire for the sake of the light it throws on Richelieu's mind. He changed very little until absolute power made careful personal observation and dissimulation unnecessary. Through all his pages there is only one mention of God or of religion. With this, his first paragraph abruptly begins. There is so much license, and there are so many kinds of diversions, that if one does not give to God the first thoughts and the first hours of the day, it is hard amid company and business to serve him at all. I will therefore choose a lodging which is not far either from God or from the king. He thinks it is hardly advisable to make a point of waiting on the king every day. That is all very well for courtiers with nothing else to do. But in the first days after my arrival at court, I shall present myself every day until he has been pleased to speak or listen to me, after which it will be enough to appear in Paris once a week, and at Fontainebleau every third day. If one presents oneself merely to see the king, one must stand within sight when he is at table. If to speak to him, one must draw near to his chair, take care to stay discourse when the king drinks. The words most agreeable to the king are those which exalt his royal virtues. He likes keen points and sudden repartees. He prefers those who speak boldly, but with respect. It is well to fall back constantly on the cadence that by ill luck one has been able to do him service only in small matters, and that there is nothing too great or impossible to be done with good will for so good a master and so great a king. It is important to notice which way the wind blows, and not to take him in a humour when he cares to speak to no one and kicks against everybody. As to other great men, one must visit them, remembering that sacrifices are paid both to the harmful and the favourable gods. The best time is in the morning, in order to accompany them when they go out, and I think this is the most honourable. Some choose the time when they return for dinner and run the risk of being sent off without a word. He speaks scornfully of the strange servitude endured by those who follow tables day by day, wasting hours in search of a dinner. At table, if one must talk, one should take care that the discourse is of indifferent matters: history, descriptions of countries, towns, powerful families, laws and customs, questions of state, commerce, astrology, fortification, music, and other science, without pedantry, and without showing too curiously what one knows. And because in these conversations one learns more than by reading the best books, they should be carefully noted down in a book, of which every page should be marked with some significant word or name. M. Bachet and other students of Richelieu's manuscripts have noticed how curiously these words foreshadow the habit of his whole life: to write everything down, maxims, reflections, facts, for correct remembrance and future use. He dwells much on the need of discretion in dealing with the great, their sayings and doings, and on the serious peril that lies in pleading for one's friends, so often malcontent and unreasonable. But he will not, he says, follow in the path of those who promise and do not perform. As to more personal caution, turn away the ear from those who would tell of other people's business and never repeat what they say, still less what they do. This was hardly the favorite maxim in after life of the man who employed more spies than anyone else in history. Letters to friends he finds perilous, having had experience of the same. In letters written to friends, one must take care that there is nothing to injure him who writes or him who receives, for these are occasions much spied upon and desired by enemies, and which bring about repentance and confusion. As to that, I remember what I wrote on the execution of the Maréchal de Biron, whereof the king spoke to me, and after his Majesty Monsieur de Villeroy. In letters of compliment, which may be shown, I shall write no new thing, except as to common things which may be published without peril. I shall keep a copy of important letters. Writing to the same person several letters in one packet, I shall mark by number those first to be read. I shall reply to all those who write to me, and shall forget nothing which should be considered either in their quality or their discourse. No one, not even a knight of the order, should be dispensed from answering a letter from one greatly his inferior. One should read letters more than once before answering them. Letters of importance, carefully kept, serve more purposes than one thinks when one receives them. The fire should keep those which the casket cannot keep with safety. I shall carefully cultivate the acquaintance and friendship of one or two commissioners of the post, in order that letters may be more faithfully delivered and forwarded with care and diligence. So much for correspondence. The later notes deal with a courtier's most difficult study, dissimulation, and here as elsewhere it strikes one how large a part of Richelieu's commanding genius lay in an infinite capacity for taking pains. His advice to himself is mostly silence. Not to publish abroad what has been said in confidence, not to divulge any affair that may cause scandal, not to discover one's own plans, which being discovered may fail, not to show that we are aware of the faults and the bad actions of others, because men with these faults hate those who know them, not to show that we perceive the ill will men bear to ourselves or to those whom we love, not to show that we know any harm men have done us, or that we feel ourselves offended, not to run any risk of brawls and quarrels. To all these ends silence is necessary and not reprehensible, and though it may be very hard to live with one's friends in this manner and to be silent as to their affairs, nevertheless reason teaches us to fix our eyes on what signifies most, and to do no harm or prejudice to ourselves. Here a thought of sinning against truth and sincerity seems to have troubled the bishop a little, for he ends by trying to explain how a man may with difficulty steer between two risks, the reproach of lying and the peril of truth. His counsel is, make a timely and cautious retreat without downright falsehood, saying nothing that ought not to be said. Finally, be very reserved in words and in writing, and neither say nor write what is not absolutely necessary. Altogether, a severe set of rules to be followed by a fiery, proud, and impatient nature. Imagination, of course, should not be allowed to play with history, but considering that the exact date of Richelieu's Instructions et Maximes is not and never can be known, one may venture to fancy that he laid down his pen on a certain day in May of 1610, just as the post from Paris had clattered into his courtyard, bringing crushing news for France and for himself. Henry, en si bon maître et si grand roi, had been stabbed to death by the fanatic hand of Ravaillac, leaving his country in the hands of a weak woman just crowned, a melancholy little boy, and a group of princes and great nobles greedy of money and power. We have the very letter in which this news came to Richelieu. His faithful Sébastien Bouthillier was in Paris at the time and wrote to him immediately after the tragic event. He had intended, he said, to send him an account of the Queen's coronation, but had been interrupted by the most strange and fatal accident. On Friday the 14th, His Majesty had gone to the Rue Saint-Denis to see the preparations for the Queen's entry, and returning was in the street called de la Ferronnerie, when a wicked man, or rather the most execrable monster on earth, climbed on the hinder part of the coach inside which His Majesty was, and unrestrained by the respect and fear due to the Lord's anointed and the greatest prince in the world, attacking him from behind, whose face brought terror to his enemies and assurance to all his subjects, gave him 2 blows with a knife, of which the first was not mortal, though both went through the body. When the report ran through Paris that the king was dead, you cannot imagine, sir, the grief of all the people, the amazement of the nobles. Everyone sad and cast down, and yet in the midst of this general sadness it was courageously resolved to establish the Queen as regent, so that 3 hours after the catastrophe, the king having expired, the Court of Parliament assembled at the Augustins, Monsieur le Prince de Conti, Messieurs de Guise, d'Epernon, de Montbazon, and many others being present, and verified the letters patent of the regency which the late king had caused to be made out. The Abbé goes on to describe the sorrowful and loyal reception of the young Louis XIII on Saturday at the Palais de Justice, and then adds what he knows will interest his bishop more than any other Parisian news he can send him at the moment. I must tell you that Monsieur le Cardinal de Perron shows on all occasions the esteem in which he holds you, for I hear that when there was talk a few months ago in his presence of the young prelates of France, and when someone spoke of you in terms of praise, according to the reputation you have gained, Monsieur le Cardinal said that you should not be counted among the young prelates, that the oldest ought to give way to you, and for his own part he was ready to be an example to the rest. Monsieur de Richelieu, to whom this was said, repeated it to me in so many words. This penetrating Cardinal du Perron, Archbishop of Sens, was one of the loftiest ecclesiastical figures. Theologian and politician, he had been Richelieu's chief patron in Paris, and his words, as Sébastien Bouthillier very well knew, were not a mere piece of flattery addressed to Richelieu's brother. Though the terror and excitement in Paris were much greater than Bouthillier reported, France as a whole seems to have kept its head at this tragical time, the provinces remaining quiet. This must have been due to the fact that the news, as it travelled down with rolling wheels, galloping hoofs, running feet, into the depths of the country, caused more grief than surprise. It had long been prophesied that Henry would die a violent death, and such prophecies, no doubt, sometimes bring their own fulfilment. For the last 4 or 5 years every natural marvel or disaster had been counted as an evil omen for the king. Heaven and earth, says Père Fix, had given only too many prognostications of what happened to him. A very great eclipse of the sun, which came to pass in the year 1608, a terrible comet which appeared in the preceding year, quakings of the earth, monstrous births in divers parts of France, a rain of blood which fell in several places, a great plague which afflicted Paris in the year 1606, apparitions of phantoms, and many other prodigies held men in dread of some horrible event. The king's death was actually reported in Italy, Spain, and even Flanders some time before it took place. Written predictions were found in churches, and bells tolled of themselves. Women, especially nuns, had frightful dreams and visions of murder. It was even known that Ravaillac, the melancholy madman of the Angoumois, was consulting his conscience as to whether a king who contemplated war with Catholic Spain ought to live or die. This tale reached the queen through an unlucky woman, the Dame d'Escoman, whose reward for having meddled in the matter was imprisonment for life. That Marie de Medicis, supported by her Concini favourites, secretly wished and plotted for Henry's death is probably one of the most cruel slanders ever invented by the enemies of a queen. The prophecies and portents were not unknown to the king, and although he was certainly neither timid nor credulous, they depressed his gay spirit. During those last months he appeared, says Perefixe, as if he were condemned to death. A heavy presentiment weighed upon him. He dreaded the queen's coronation, ce maudit sacre, and told Sully that he thought he would die in a coach. Indeed, he, so daring in war, had long been curiously nervous when driving in the Paris streets, and on the fatal day, though he wished to visit the Arsenal, where his friend and minister lay ill, he doubted and hesitated before leaving the Louvre. "Shall I go? Shall I not go?" he said several times to the queen. Alarmed at his strange dejection, Marie begged him to stay, but he kissed her affectionately, bade her adieu, and went straight to his death in the Rue de la Ferronnerie. Thus the Bishop of Luçon was deprived of the royal patron from whom he had hoped so much, but he seems to have wasted very little time in mourning his own and the country's loss. His first thought was to bring himself before the queen, to gain a footing in the new court, different in many ways from the old, and this did not appear to be a difficult task for a young and quick-witted man. The day of old men, old soldiers, old courtiers, and friends of Le Béarnais was over. The Bishop of Luçon had already friends and supporters in the regent's intimate circle. His brother and brother-in-law, Henri de Richelieu and René de Vignerot, Seigneur du Pont du Courlet, were among her most favoured courtiers. The Marquise de Guercheville, her lady of honour, accustomed to courts during the days of Catherine de Médicis, was a connection on the Duplessis side, and two at least of the young maids of honour bore familiar family names, Pont du Courlet, Meilleraye. At this time, too, the Père du Bérulle, Richelieu's personal friend, had great influence with the queen, and the same might be said of the Père Coton, the late king's confessor. The Jesuits did not yet regard Richelieu as an enemy. It was not till after long delays, however, that the Bishop of Luçon reached the Queen Regent's distinguished favour and the front of affairs. His first step was a hurried and an unlucky one. On the 22nd of May he wrote out a curious document, a kind of oath of allegiance and declaration of loyalty to the young king and his mother, from himself as bishop, and Baron, his dean, canons, and clergy. He sent this paper to his brother in Paris, begging him to deliver it into the queen's own hands. Henri de Richelieu's worldly wisdom at once refused this favour. Such zeal was quite out of place. He said, "Cela ne se fait pas." Nobody else in the kingdom had done anything of the sort, and he, an experienced courtier, would not allow his forward brother to push himself by such means. Bouthillier was employed to send this discouraging reply to the bishop, whose restless eagerness it hardly served to check. It convinced him indeed that nothing was to be done from a distance, and that the best of relations and friends would not help a man who was not on the spot to help himself. Early in June we find him writing to Madame de Bourges about a permanent lodging in Paris. As he intends to spend some time there every year, he wants advice as to situation and cost, also as to furniture, tapestry, plate, wine, etc. Poor as ever in purse, he is no less determined to make a good show in the capital. C'est grande pitié que de pauvre noblesse, mais il n'y a remède contre fortune bon cœur. He went to Paris and remained there for some months, but it was an unhappy and a disappointing visit. During these early days of her regency, Marie de Médicis had neither power nor leisure to make new friends. Concini, Maréchal d'Ancre, and his wife Leonora reigned at the Louvre, though hardly yet outside it. The peace of the kingdom, according to Richelieu's own memoir, depended on the princes, Condé, Soissons, d'Epernon, Guise, and their like. In these first months they kept it unbroken, and all, Parliament, nobles, statesmen, churchmen, municipalities, governors of provinces, were ready to serve the king under the guidance of the Queen. The Huguenots were pacified for the moment by the renewal of the Edict of Nantes. But the Grands de la Cour did not give their allegiance for nothing. Henri's old ministers, holding on to power with many searchings of heart, were forced to consent to the enormous bribes demanded by everybody. These gratifications extraordinaires were scattered with open hand among greedy nobles and courtiers, and added to the Queen's own personal extravagance, were likely soon to empty Henry's precious coffers, so painfully filled. As to the Duc de Sully, whose rough temper, bad manners, and comparative honesty had long made him unpopular at court, a conspiracy among the nobles forced on his retirement in the winter of 1610. All these warring interests and anxieties, with visits from special foreign embassies, with the young king's coronation at Reims, with the question of war or peace beyond the frontiers, made a social whirlpool of Paris and the court. The young provincial bishop, without money or claims, whose few personal friends were naturally more interested in their own affairs than in his, found himself left behind in the race for power and fortune. His old enemy, fever, seized on him again and laid him low. Paris proved more unhealthy than even the marshes of Luçon. Terribly depressed by illness, he was irritated and annoyed by letters from his cathedral chapter complaining of disorders in the diocese, and he wrote sharply in answer following his letters early in the year 1611. There was no advantage to be gained by staying in Paris, neglected and obscure. Through all the first half of this year, Richelieu was in a slough of despond, both mental and physical, brooding over difficulties and disappointments, and constantly ill with fever. It seems that in these dark days Père Joseph was his good angel. The clever Capuchin had a troublesome affair on hand, the management of a woman who, though illustre, religieuse, et grande servante de Dieu, was resolved to follow her own way, and not that which Director, Pope, and King had marked out for her. Père Joseph was a crusader by nature, and a reformer to the backbone, with a fiery obstinacy and positive autocratic will. He had already reformed several convents in Poitou, in which the civil war, the invasion of an outside world, had strangely travestied the religious life. Some of these convents belonged to the great Benedictine order of Fontevraud, and even in the mother house itself, under the gentle and charitable guidance of Madame Eleanor de Bourbon, the strictness of the old rule was half forgotten. Madame Antoinette d'Orléans, of the Longueville family, the young widow of the Marquis de Belle-Île, had become a nun at Toulouse, at a convent of the Feuillantines, and asked nothing better than to spend her remaining days there. But she was known to Père Joseph as a woman like-minded with himself, an enthusiast and a saint, and when in 1604 a bull of Pope Paul V appointed her coadjutrix of her aunt, the Abbess of Fontevraud, the young reformer welcomed her as an ally in his work. And as far as outside convents were concerned, she did not disappoint him. But though she loyally helped and supported the old abbess in the government of the order, her heart was never at Fontevraud. Her religious ideals were totally different from those of the 200 or more sisters who marched with such stately dignity through the venerable cloisters, and took their high places in the choir where Plantagenet slept. their rich possessions, their amusements, innocent enough, for Fontevraud, owing to the character of its long and regal line of abbesses, was never seriously touched by scandal, their little parties and cabals and gossip, good women, simple in faith and practice, but not lofty-minded or mystical, all this fell far below the standard of Madame d'Orléans, and her one desire was to escape from her dignity, to return to her dear solitude. And as she had never formally accepted the office of coadjutrix, with the prospect of succession, this did not seem impossible. The difficulty was that Père Joseph would not let her go. In her authority and influence he saw the only means by which the reform of the great abbey might be carried through. There were divisions in the community, some of the nuns being ready to welcome a change, others strongly opposed to it. Père Joseph and Madame de Bourbon both saw that no unanimity was to be hoped for as long as the future was known to be uncertain. Père Joseph took the matter into his own hands and settled it by a coup d'état, secret and sudden. After a private consultation with the king and council, he wrote to the Pope, and Paul V, convinced by his arguments, commanded Madame d'Orléans, under pain of excommunication, to accept her office immediately with all the duties it involved, and to assume the government of the order, with the certainty of succeeding her aunt as abbess of Fontevraud. The command fell on Madame d'Orléans like a thunderbolt, but she could only obey. The consequence was what Père Joseph had desired and foreseen. The new ruler, once forced to rule, advanced à pas de géant in the appointed way. In one short week Fontevraud was reformed, every one of the nuns accepting the inevitable, all giving up their worldly indulgences and returning to the old strict regulation of work and prayer. This happy state of things went on for 2 years, and Père Joseph, seeing his reformation well at work, was occupied with his other duties as a director of souls, especially of that of the Duchesse de Montpensier, living retired at Champigny, and mourning both her husband and her father, the Capuchin Duc de Joyeuse, who did not long survive his son-in-law, when Madame d'Orléans played him the same trick he had played her. She wrote secretly to the Pope, imploring him to have compassion on her trouble of mind, explaining how seriously her tumultuous occupations interfered with her personal sanctification, and praying him to withdraw his command that she should succeed Madame de Bourbon, and to allow her on her aunt's death to return to her beloved Feuillantine of Toulouse. She begged His Holiness to inquire into the matter through commissaries of his own, without consulting Père Joseph. The Pope did as she wished, and she received full liberty to go where she pleased. Then she sent for Père Joseph and told him all, on condition that nothing should be said to Madame de Bourbon. The old abbess was to die in peace, imagining that her coadjutrix would succeed her. Père Joseph needed all his prudence and self-control, says his biographer, to hide his vexation at being thus joué par une princesse. But the thing was done, and he made the best of it, secretly hoping that, women being naturally inconstant, the joy of supreme authority might yet induce Madame d'Orléans to change her mind. On March 26, 1611, at the age of 78, Madame Eleanor de Bourbon died. To all appearance her coadjutrix was ready to accept the succession. She even seemed to listen with favour to the persuasions of Père Joseph, who pointed out in glowing terms her duty to the order. It was near the end of Lent, and Madame d'Orléans held her peace until after the festival of Easter. On Low Sunday, having assembled the community, she announced to them that she was about to write to the king and the queen regent, praying them to nominate an abbess in her stead. This was a heavy blow to Père Joseph, and the affair was complicated by his knowledge of the fact that Madame d'Orléans did not now wish to return to Toulouse, but dreamed of founding a new convent in the province of Poitou, where the religious life, as she understood it, would be lived in all devotion and austerity. Père Joseph, who with all his cleverness and strength had an attractive modesty, felt himself unequal to dealing alone with this reverend lady and with the discord and confusion she had caused at Fontevraud. This at least was the reason he gave for his appeal to the Bishop of Luçon, whose superior and transcendent genius had enchanted him, and who happened to be residing very near Fontevraud at his priory of Les Roches. The Abbey of Fontevraud was quite independent of episcopal authority, and it was only as representing the Pope or the King that any bishop had the right to enter it. Père Joseph appealed to Richelieu as a friend, and judging from his lifelong devotion, it may be imagined that he joyfully seized this opportunity of rousing the bishop from the state of fever-stricken depression in which he had returned from Paris. Here, if ever, was a case of a man's sharpening the countenance of his friend. The dying flame was blown into life. Hope took suddenly the place of something very like despair. The Capuchin discussed his difficulties with the bishop, and they agreed that the whole question must be laid before the Queen Regent. Therefore they travelled together to Fontainebleau, where the court was staying, amid all the enchantments of its exquisite spring. Marie de Médicis at this time was far from happy. A year had passed since Henry's death, and to a woman both lazy and power-loving, the quarrels, ambitions, jealousies of the princes and courtiers, each day harder to satisfy, were a constant torment, matters not being improved by the insolent pride of Concini, who posed as the equal of them all. The envoys from Poitou asked nothing for themselves. No one dreamed that these two men, one ugly, grave, humble in appearance, the other delicate, worn, exhausted, would one day rule France and influence Europe, were graciously received by the Queen, and it appears that Père Joseph, in a few moments of private conversation after the Fontevraud business had been explained, spoke to her of his companion in terms of enthusiastic praise as a man of sublime genius and extraordinary merit, capable of the highest employments. The words remained in the Queen's mind and bore fruit, though not immediately. The bishop and the friar returned to Fontevraud, bearing the royal permission for the community to choose an abbess among themselves, but in the presence and with the consent of the Bishop of Luçon and Père Joseph. The solemn election took place in the summer, when the Grand Prioress, Madame Louise de Lavedan de Bourbon, was naturally chosen. Madame Antoinette d'Orléans retired to L'Encloître, a half-ruined convent of the order near Poitiers, and was there joined by many nuns from all parts of France, and even from Fontevraud itself, who desired to lead a stricter life under her guidance. It was not long before she founded, with the help and approval of Père Joseph and the bishops of Luçon and Poitiers, a congregation known as Les Filles du Calvaire, independent of Fontevraud, the object of which was the practice of the rule of Saint Benedict in all its austere purity. Pushed constantly to the front by Père Joseph, and with no unwillingness on his own part, the Bishop of Luçon added much to his reputation by his conduct of these affairs. State affairs they might almost be called, considering the rank of those concerned and the wealth and political importance of the great order of Fontevraud. End of section 6. Section 7 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. The Bishop of Luçon. Chapter 4. 1611 to 1615. Richelieu worked hard in his diocese for the next 3 years, struggling all the while with ill health and impatience. He went to Paris once during this time, and offered his services to the powerful Concini, who received him graciously, but nothing more came of it, and the Queen was for the present inaccessible. Another disappointment was his failure to be elected as representative of his ecclesiastical province, Bordeaux, at a convocation of the clergy, which was held in Paris in the early days of the Regency. On this occasion, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, Cardinal de Richelieu, nicknamed Sordido, showed himself an enemy to the aspiring young man. But no envious metropolitan could keep Richelieu long in the background. He was becoming a very popular figure in the West Country, of which Poitou and its learned capital were the centre. His private life appears to have been blameless. He kept up an affectionate intercourse with his own family. For his mother he was still mon malade, from childhood, a sickly, brilliant creature, a subject of uneasiness and pride. His sister, Madame du Pont de Courlay, turned to him for sympathy in a money loss or the death of a little child. He never lost sight of his brother Alphonse the Carthusian, whose refusal had made him a bishop, and whom in later years of power he dragged from his cloister to be archbishop and cardinal. He was a favourite with most of his neighbours, clerical and lay. His correspondence bears witness to the wideness of his acquaintance and interests, both public and private. People appealed to him as a friend, an arbitrator, and he never disappointed them. He was courteous, kind, even tender in his language, episcopal and benign. He was on the politest terms with such of the great men as occasionally crossed his path: the Duc de Sully, governor of Poitou, now no longer a courtier and an absentee; the Duc de Villeroy, still in office, father of his friend Monsieur d'Alincourt, and others of high rank and importance. His letters to such men as these, as well as to his more intimate friends, might have foreshadowed his coming greatness for those who had eyes to see. To the general company, however, the writer, whose well-turned assurances and compliments had such a background of passionate ambition for his own and for his country's glory, was nothing but a clever phrase-maker, a young man of 27, who could talk and argue, convert a few Protestants, deal discreetly with the wrangles of religious women, and, outside a limited circle, the name of Richelieu was probably unknown, except as that of a pensioned courtier of the Regency. While the Bishop of Luçon waited for his opportunity, political and religious unrest was deepening in France. Henry IV's policy of opposition to the House of Austria and alliance with Savoy, Holland, and the German Protestants had been set aside very early in the new reign, and 2 royal marriages were arranged to bind France closer to the Holy See and Catholic Europe. Louis XIII was to be married to the Infanta Anne of Spain, known to history as Anne of Austria, and his eldest sister Elizabeth to the Infant of Spain, afterwards Philip IV. These marriages seem to have pleased nobody in France except the regent, her immediate court circle, and her ministers, whose only hope of keeping their place lay in her favour. The Foreign Secretary, Villeroy, the Chancellor, Brulart de Sillery, the Connétable de Montmorency, were among the Queen's advisers in this affair. Most of the nobles, and especially the princes, were more or less in opposition. The strengthening of the crown by so close an alliance with Spain did not suit their interests. Henry IV himself, when the project was first laid before him by the Spanish ambassador in 1610, had not listened encouragingly. The Huguenot party was both displeased and alarmed. Assemblies were held at Nîmes, at Saumur, at La Rochelle, but the leaders, such as the Dukes de Bouillon and de Rohan, Sully's son-in-law, were not ready to proceed to civil war. Condé, at first throwing in his lot with them, soon went farther. He gathered troops in the west and threatened Poitiers, after publishing with the other princes a fierce manifesto against the regent and her advisers. The young Bishop of Poitiers, Richelieu's friend, took matters with a high hand, closed the gates in the Queen's name, and prepared to defend the town against Condé, with the high approval of the future Abbé de Saint-Cyran, a worthy member like himself of the Church militant. The princes' bands overran Poitou, annoying the peaceable inhabitants, Madame de Richelieu among them, exacting large sums and quartering themselves in the villages. In a fiery letter to Monsieur de Neufbourg, an officer of Conde's ally, the Duc de Mayenne, the Bishop of Luçon expresses his amazement that his mother has been thought worthy of so little courtesy. "Be good enough," he says, "to exempt the parish of Saulnes, which belongs to Madame de Richelieu, from the lodging of troops and the contributions they demand." I would have written direct to him, Monsieur de Mayenne, had not his treatment of my mother made me aware that he either believes me to be no longer of this world, or that he deems me now and for ever incapable of doing him any service. Therefore I address myself to you. Like his episcopal brother of Poitiers, Richelieu took his stand openly on the side of royalty and against the horde of greedy nobles who caught at any pretext to add to their own possessions and power. It was not only the political necessities of his later life that made him their enemy. The flame of civil war soon died down, and in May 1614 the Queen signed the Treaty of Saint-Menehould, which pacified the princes, after some delay, by granting most of their desires. Condé, Nevers, Vendôme, Mayenne, Longueville, and Bouillon and others received enormous pensions, as well as fortresses and governments. Last, not least, the States General were summoned, as the manifesto had demanded, to discuss the grievances of the three estates of the realm. The Huguenot party had already obtained some satisfaction. For the time, the Regent and her ministers had bought victory. The arrangements for the Spanish marriages went steadily on. The Bishop of Luçon was directed by Sully, governor of Poitou, to supervise with gentleness the election in his diocese of deputies for the States General. He did his duty, no doubt in the matter, but the election that interested him was that of the diocese of Poitiers. There his friends were working for him. La Roche-Posay, the warlike bishop, his lieutenant Saint-Cyran, and Richelieu's faithful Boutillier smoothed the way for his uncontested election as one of the two deputies of the clergy of Poitiers. The old city, so lately in a state of siege, rang joy bells on August 10th, the appointed day. All over Poitou, all over France, the bells were ringing, for every estate in the kingdom hoped much from the States General. It may at once be said that rich and poor, great and small, were disappointed. What the bells rang in was not liberty, release from taxes, confirmation of rights, but the reign of Richelieu. And in consequence of that reign, the voice of France in her States General was not heard again for 175 years. Not until, in 1789, the whirligig of time brought in his revenges. The States General of 1614 was formally opened in Paris on Monday, October 27th. On Sunday took place the customary procession from the great convent of the Augustins on the left bank, along the quay, winding through narrow streets crowded with spectators and hung with tapestry, to the bridge over the Seine which led most directly to the Cathedral of Notre Dame, where a solemn high mass was to be celebrated. It was a procession gay with colour and variety, although most of the clergy and all the Third Estate were in sober black. But the way was kept throughout by the royal guards, Swiss and French, in their varied liveries. Archers marched alongside bearing immense tapers, faint flames quivering in the chilly air of the early autumn morning. Many of the deputies shivered and complained of the cold. It was a representative procession. The religious orders, parish clergy and trade corporations of Paris, the canons of Notre Dame, the doctors of the university, these led the way. Then came the 192 deputies of the Tiers-Etat, walking 4 by 4 with their distinguished president, Robert Miron, provost of the merchants. Then 132 nobles in court dress with swords. Then the clerical deputies, 140, followed by the bishops and archbishops in purple and the cardinals in red. then the Archbishop of Paris, bearing the sacred host under a gorgeous canopy, then the boy king, walking in white, his mother in deep black, her young children, her attendant ladies and gentlemen, Queen Marguerite de Valois, the aunt of the royal family, and various other great ladies, princes, and nobles attached to the court. After these followed the whole Parliament and the municipality of Paris, with many officials and guards. Like a wave of noise, colour, and light, with its tramping feet and flickering candles, under the heavy clangour of the great bells, the procession rolls into Notre Dame, and the Cardinal Archbishop of Bordeaux, Richelieu's hated metropolitan, thunders out his sermon to the Estates of France: "Fear God, honour the King." The three estates held their sittings in three of the vast rooms of the convent of the Augustins, but the opening ceremony took place in the hall of the old Hôtel de Bourbon, east of the Louvre. There the little king, a dark solemn boy whose majority on entering his 14th year had lately been celebrated, sat enthroned on violet velvet powdered with golden lilies. On his right were the two queens, Marie and Marguerite, and the young Princess Elizabeth, the future Queen of Spain. His brother Gaston, a lively, pretty child of 5, his little sisters Christine and Henriette Marie sat on his left, a gorgeous ring of princes, courtiers, and great ladies surrounding them. In theory, the body of the hall was kept for deputies. In fact, it was inconveniently crowded by Parisians, chiefly hangers-on of the court. Tout était plein de dames et demoiselles, de gentilshommes et autres peuples, says Florimond Rapine, the chronicler. The deputies were indignant, and it was long before all could find places. Then the wild, ill-assorted assembly listened kindly to a few stammering words from Louis XIII, and impatiently to a long harangue from Chancellor Sillery, which committed the government to nothing. The ceremonies of opening and closing were very much the same. 3 months of arguing and quarrelling, during which Paris was frequently in an uproar, the Prince de Condé claiming homage that nobody would pay, the Duc d'Epernon insulting the Parliament, gentlemen fighting in the streets, the estates themselves divided into violent parties for and against the Pope and Spain, the Third Estate demanding the abolition of pensions and privileges, the nobles and clergy angrily defending their rights, brought the assembly once more all together at the Hôtel de Bourbon in the presence of the court. Manners had not improved. 2,000 of the baser sort of courtiers, men and women, with numbers of people of all kinds, had crowded into the best places. Rapine saw cardinals, bishops, priors, abbots, the nobility, and all the Third Estate crowded and pushed without order, respect, or consideration among the pikemen and halberdiers. In the midst of this babel, the spokesmen of the three orders had to present to the king their cahier containing the result of their stormy deliberations. First, it was the turn of the clergy, and their orator, chosen like his fellows by the influence of the Queen Regent, was the Bishop of Luçon. He had already gained much credit during the debates of the last 3 months for eloquence and judgment. He was one of the group of young and brilliant bishops who supported Cardinal du Perron, always his friend, in his efforts to bring the Tiers-Etat into harmony with the views of the clergy. The burning question was an article resolved on by the Tiers, demanding that the king's complete independence of every power, spiritual or temporal, except God alone, should be made a fundamental law of the state. It was the old Gallican anti-Roman doctrine, which, as far as the middle classes of France were concerned, had been growing in strength for some years. It had fought the League, it opposed the Jesuits, it defied the authority of the Pope, it rose up in anger against the courtly politicians who now, with their Spanish alliances, were contradicting and nullifying the policy of Henry IV. There were Gallicans among the clergy, but the majority were ultramontane, equally loyal to the Pope and to the Queen Regent's government. Cardinal du Perron and his distinguished phalanx wasted hours of eloquence, and the Cardinal was both a great orator and an attractive man, in persuading the Tiers to withdraw their obnoxious article. Matters were made worse by the Parliament of Paris, Gallican and anti-Spanish to the core, which openly supported the Tiers, as also did Condé and his followers and the Huguenot party under Bouillon. 40 years later, Louis XIV's whip was to teach both nobles and Parliament the meaning of that divine right and absolute power which they were now eager to claim for their kings. On this occasion, the article was referred to Louis XIII, and by his authority was expunged from the cahier of the Tiers-Etat. It was in a spirit of triumphant loyalty, therefore, both to his order and to the king, or rather to the queen and her councillors, that Armand de Richelieu made the oration which gained him his first real fame. He stood before the whole of France, all France that signified, for even the humble millions were represented, though mostly by men of law, slight and delicate, with a pleasant voice, an easy, graceful manner, eyes bright and clear yet thoughtful, a mouth both strong and smiling under the thin moustache, brushed slightly upwards, which always gave him the look of a soldier. His discourse lasted an hour, and gave great satisfaction to all his hearers, who were struck by the discretion with which he touched on many difficult subjects without offending anybody. It was indeed a delicate task to complain of the treatment bestowed on the Church and her clergy by the chief authorities in the kingdom, to praise the clergy, their learning, probity, and self-denial, and to claim for them a larger share in the management of state affairs, to point out the many abuses of lay patronage, to condemn the excesses of some Huguenots, while declaring that no weapons but example, instruction, and prayer should be used against those who, if blinded by error, yet lived peaceably under the royal authority, to remonstrate against unfair taxation, corruption, and bribery in high places, to demand the reduction of pensions and the abolition of duels, according to the laws of the great Henry, and in the same breath to praise the Queen Regent for the great things she had already done in preserving peace, repose, and public tranquillity, chief of which was that sacred bond of double marriage which was soon to unite the greatest kingdoms of the world. In short, while performing the full duty prescribed by his order, to make himself persona grata to Marie de Médicis was a task worthy of Armand de Richelieu. The Baron de Senecey, spokesman of the nobles, followed the Bishop of Luçon, but had little to say. On the other hand, Robert Miron, who spoke on his knees for the Tiers-Etat, had a great deal. He drew a frightful picture of the wounds and sorrows of the poor people of France, their constant labour and heavy burdens. He complained bitterly of the abuses in the Church, the privileges, oppressions, public and private violence of the nobles, the delays and the corruption of justice, the ravages of armed men. Without the labour of the poor people, he cried, where were the tithes of the Church, the vast possessions of the nobility, their wide lands, their great fiefs, the houses, the incomes, the heritages of the Third Estate? And further, who gives your Majesty the means of keeping up the royal dignity, of providing for the necessary expenses of the state, within and without the kingdom? Who gives the means of raising men for the wars, if not the labourer and the taxes he pays? And he added those remarkable words, "It is to be feared that despair may teach the poor people that the soldier is but a peasant bearing arms, and that when the vine-dresser takes up an arquebuse, he may become hammer instead of anvil." But Miron, like the other speakers, professed devoted loyalty to the king, only begging that the royal authority might interfere to protect the poor people. And Miron's harangue, like the others, had no real consequence whatever. Richelieu observes in his memoirs that the States General ended without advantage to anybody. The deputies were dismissed contumelious and discontented. and returned to the provinces freshly burdened by their expenses. The Bishop of Luçon went back to his diocese, but his speech was printed by the famous Cramoisi. The court consoled itself for a very tiresome winter by one of the most magnificent mid-Lent ballets that Paris had ever seen. End of section 7. Section 8 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2, The Bishop of Luçon, Chapter 5, 1615 to 1616. In the autumn of the year 1615, Richelieu was appointed chaplain to the new young Queen of France, Anne of Austria. He owed this appointment partly to the impression made by his good looks and talent on Marie de Médicis, partly to the friendly intrigues of the Bishop of Bayonne, afterwards Archbishop of Tours, and an adorer of the beautiful Duchesse de Chevreuse. Owing to the troubled state of France and the long delay of the royal entry into Paris, he did not enter upon his duties till the late spring of 1616. The easy triumph of the court party over the rebel elements in the nation had not lasted long. When the Parliament of Paris saw that the States General and all their talk had ended in nothing, no reform of abuses, no strengthening of the law, while Concini, the foreign favourite, now a Marshal of France and Lieutenant General of Picardy, was fast becoming the most powerful person in the kingdom, it raised its voice in angry remonstrance. And the men of law did not stand alone. Derrière le Parlement, says M. Henri Martin, il y avait les princes, et à côté des princes les Huguenots. In fact, a strong party was making a new and final struggle against the Spanish marriages. The voice of the English ambassador, Sir Thomas Edmonds, chimed in with those of Condé, Bouillon, and the Parliament, begging at least for delay. In the present state of Europe, James I found these marriages inopportune. His eldest daughter, Elizabeth, had lately married the Protestant Elector Palatine, nephew of the Duc de Bouillon, and brought up by him. England was thus strongly linked with the Protestant cause both in France and Germany. But neither foreign opinion, Parliament, princes, nor cowardly councils in her own household, for her favourite Leonora, Concini's wife, was against her in this matter, could turn Marie de Médicis from her intention. The king and the ministers under her orders haughtily denied that the Parliament had any right to interfere in affairs of state. She tried, but in vain, to win over Condé and his friends. When her failure was plain, Condé, retiring into the country, publishing a manifesto which demanded the delay of the marriages and the disgrace of Concini and the old ministers, and following up his words by raising an armed force, she replied by arresting his friend Nicolas Leger, a president of the Parliament and leader of the opposition there. The guards seized him at 5 o'clock in the morning on August the 17th and hurried him into a coach. On the same morning the whole court, conducted by the Dukes de Guise and d'Epernon, with a strong body of troops, set out on the long journey to the south. President Leger, sorely against his will, followed the king as far as Amboise, where he was left behind as a prisoner. Concini, formerly Marquis, now also Maréchal d'Ancre, remained to oppose the princes in Picardy, of which the young Duc de Longueville was governor. The Maréchal de Bois-Dauphin, Montmorency-Laval, Marquis de Sable, was left with a royal army of 12,000 men to protect and overawe Paris, already commanded by the guns of the Château de Vincennes, and to keep a check on the Prince de Condé. The royal progress to the south was slow and dangerous, with many delays and annoyances. Travelling was not easy, even in summer weather. The long train of coaches, baggage wagons, and pack mules, horsemen, running footmen, with a large military escort, took 3 days to travel the good road between Paris and Orleans, and then, for some unknown reason, perhaps the uncertainty of Conde's movements, they did not arrive at Tours for 10 days more. Here the court was met by 3 deputies from the Huguenot Assembly at Grenoble, who had just missed His Majesty at Paris, and who, with more insolence than formerly, says Richelieu, pressed again upon him the demands of the Tiers-Etat, and requested him to proceed no further on his journey, in which they were interested, not only as being of la religion prétendue réformée, but as good Frenchmen. In consequence of this and other disloyal proceedings, the king publicly declared the Prince de Condé and all his adherents guilty of high treason, unless they laid down their arms within a month, and sent his declaration to be registered by the Parliament of Paris. The court arrived at Poitiers on September 4th, and was detained there, to the Queen Mother's great vexation, till the 27th. The little Madame of 13, on her way to be married to the Prince of Spain, had an attack of smallpox, and Marie herself suffered from an inflamed arm. As Condé was already fighting his way across country with the object of blocking the road to Spain, while the Duc de Rohan, with a small Huguenot army, was preparing to second him by occupying Guienne and the Bordelais, it appeared at one moment as if the royal marriages might be effectually stopped. 2 persons profited by the delay. One was the Maréchal d'Ancre, that mysterious Leonora, accused probably falsely of witchcraft and so many other crimes, seized this opportunity to creep back into the favour of her royal mistress and foster sister, whom she, in concert with the minister Villeroy and others, had seriously annoyed by advising her against pressing on the marriages. By devoted nursing of the royal invalids, and by the help of her Jewish doctor Montalto, Leonora soon regained Marie's selfish affection, to lose it once more and finally before the end of her tragic life. The other person who profited by the royal visit to Poitiers was the Bishop of Luçon. On returning from Paris in the spring, feverish and irritable, he had plunged deep in theological studies at his favourite Coussay. It seems to have been a grievance that even his friends should disturb him at his books. But when the court arrived at Poitiers and was detained there, all loyal persons of any distinction in the province were bound to wait upon their Majesties. The Bishop of Luçon was among the foremost in paying his duty. Certain vague talk of the chaplaincy to Queen Anne now took solid shape, and he received the promise of his appointment, which was definitely made in November, when the court was at Bordeaux. During the interval, it is evident that Richelieu considered himself bound to the Queen Mother's service. He made it his business to send a report of the health of Madame, who was left behind at Poitiers for a few days, when the court hurried forward, and his letters to Marie de Médicis are full of grateful devotion. The little French princess was conveyed to the Spanish frontier, and the little Spanish princess was received in exchange. Under the escort of the Duc de Guise and 6,000 men, for the Huguenots under Rohan made the journey perilous, she was brought to Bordeaux, where the king and his mother awaited her. There the marriage was finally blessed. It had already, in the case of both princesses, been celebrated by proxy, and there the court lingered on till the middle of December, when it began its slow northward journey, not reaching Tours till January 25th, 1616. The country through which the court travelled was in a terrible state, trampled and devastated by armies, chose pitoyable et horrible, says Pontchartrain. In spite of the Maréchal de Bois-Dauphin, Condé had crossed the Loire at Neuvy, and was storming westward through Berry, Touraine and Poitou, pillons et saccagéons, says Richelieu, tous les lieux où il passoit. Again, Madame de Richelieu had her share in the sufferings of the poor province, which seemed to her even worse off than in the wars of the League. 40 years she had lived at Richelieu, and never had she seen such men or such ravages. If these armies believe in God, she said, it is as the devils do. The army of Bois Dauphin was also marching southwestward to protect the progress of the court. Friend or foe, royalist or rebel, it made no difference in the wholesale robbery and cruelty which desolated the villages, utterly destroying any lingering peaceful fruit of Henry's administration. Even Sully had now taken sides with Condé, and the Dukes de Soubise et de la Trémoille had raised a fresh army of Huguenots in Poitou. The wintry weather made everything worse. If the armies caused the wretched peasants to suffer, they suffered themselves. An icy rain was followed by hard frosts, snow, and a great furious wind. Thousands of men on both sides died of the wet and the bitter cold. In Paris, boats and bridges were wrecked by the masses of broken ice in the Seine. The Bishop of Luçon, writing strong remonstrances on his mother's and his own behalf to the commanders, was also painfully interested in the negotiations which began after the court had reached Verteuil. He would have been glad to be actively employed, but his time was not quite come, and he could only look on, trusting to his friends, especially Claude Barbin, an old acquaintance, the trusted financial secretary of Marie de Médicis, to push his name and fortunes. Both parties were tired of the struggle. The court did not wish for eternal war. The princes and their followers saw that. The Spanish marriages, once carried through, their wisest line of action was to make a good bargain for themselves while posing as disappointed patriots. The Treaty of Loudun satisfied them for the time. Several of the king's older ministers were sacrificed, notably Chancellor Sillery. The Maréchal d'Ancre had to give up his command in Picardy with the strong city of Amiens to the Duc de Longueville, but was consoled with the military government of Normandy. A general amnesty was published, President Leger was set at liberty, and the Comte d'Auvergne was freed from his long confinement in the Bastille. The rights already granted to the Huguenots were confirmed. Condé's war expenses were paid, amounting to 1,500,000 livres. Decidedly a good bargain, the best he had ever made. This time, it is true, says M. Henri Martin, Condé's soldiers had well earned their money. They had pillaged, burnt, ravaged France with great zeal from the banks of the Somme to those of the Garonne. The other princes were also magnificently paid. Their rebellion cost the country, according to Richelieu, more than 20 millions. And in the matter of places and governments, they had what they chose to demand. In addition, Condé claimed the right of signing the decrees of the Royal Council. The Duc de Villeroy, a clever old politician, advised the Queen to grant this also. It was better, he said, to bind Monsieur le Prince to the court than to let him fortify himself in the provinces. Do not fear, he said, to put a pen in a man's hand while you are holding his arm. So ended the demonstration against the Spanish marriages. Marie de Médicis gained her point, the princes found effectual consolation, and the poor people of France, as usual, paid the bill. The salt tax, which had been reduced, was raised to its former level, and new river tolls were established. The court lingered at Tours and at Blois until the whole business of the treaty was concluded, and made its triumphal entry into Paris on May 16th, 1616. An unlucky conjunction of numbers, according to astrologers. The young queen, a pretty, attractive girl in her indolent Spanish way, somewhat petulant, and no wonder considering the miseries of the journey, not to be escaped even by queens, and the cool neglect of her boy husband, sat in an open litter carried by mules for the better view of the citizens of Paris. The noise in the streets was so great, bells, drums, and trumpets, the clatter of arms, for the city bands were all on foot and firing off their muskets, that Her Majesty's mules pranced with terror, and she was obliged to take refuge in her coach. But the welcome of Paris was undoubtedly hearty, and if the Spanish marriage still caused discontent, it did not appear openly. Indeed, the Spanish embassy and their young princess had only to complain of the fact that the opposite party had gained most of its ends in the Treaty of Loudun, and that their enemy, the Prince de Condé, with certain Huguenot magnates, his allies, appeared for the moment to rule both court and council. The Bishop of Luçon had preceded the court to Paris. He had taken a house in the Rue des Mauvaises Paroles, in the quarter of the Markets, an old street which still existed in the early 19th century but has since been swept away. Here he was within easy reach of his court duties at the Louvre. Under the high roofs of the palace, in the old round towers and new pavilions and galleries, crowded in a labyrinth of rooms and staircases, walled courts and gardens, surrounded by a confused noise of building, especially toward the river, where the long gallery joining the Louvre to the Tuileries was not yet finished, blocked to the west on the site of the Place du Carrousel by narrow streets of great hotels and mean houses, churches, chapels, hospitals, lived the young king and queen with their households, and the queen mother herself, lodged in a low, dark, but richly furnished entresol, with as many of her ladies' attendants, favourites, servants, as could find room in the old rabbit warren of so many and such ghostly memories. At the moment, though her personal rule was not to last long, Marie de Médicis, the Florentine, the fat banker, as Madame de Verneuil disrespectfully called her, was the centre of power and the fountain of promotion. It was therefore especially to her that the courtiers, Richelieu among them, paid their devoted duty. Marie de Médicis was at this time a handsome, heavy-looking woman of 43, cold of temperament, grave and haughty in manner, yet without real dignity, obstinate yet weak, nervous, irritable, subject to fits of violent anger with floods of tears, never affectionate or caressing even to her own children, fond of amusement, of animals, dwarfs, freaks of nature, passionately eager for power and magnificence, a lover of beautiful things, a generous but ignorant patron of art, especially curious of precious metals and stones, jewellery, bric-a-brac of all kinds, interested in architecture, building, and gardening. She laid the first stone of her palace of Luxembourg in 1615, and in this very year, 1616, she planted the stately avenue of elms known as the Cours la Reine along the river bank beyond the gardens of the Tuileries. Splendid in her gifts, she was wildly extravagant as soon as it became possible with the money of the state. She was superstitious and religious, even dévote after her fashion, and the Church in France owed her much. If not refined by nature or training, she was always on the side of decency and moral reform. This is something to say for a woman who was forced for years to live in a court and a society so openly and coarsely immoral, and to treat La Reine Margot as a friend and sister. At the time when Richelieu became attached to the court, that eccentric princess was no longer living in her palace opposite the Louvre. She died in the spring of 1615, shortly after the closing of the States General. In his memoirs, the Cardinal devotes several pages to that greatest princess of her time, her talents and her charities. At the Louvre, next to the Queen Mother, the most profitable objects of a courtier's devotion were the Marechal and the Marechale d'Ancre. They were Marie's most intimate and inseparable friends. Unworthy of such a position, no doubt, but the wife of Henry IV was hardly happy enough willingly to dispense with those who had followed her from Florence. Leonora Galigai, her nurse's daughter, first the companion of her childhood, had been appointed head of her maids, of low birth but extremely clever, and only too capable of managing her mistress, though her own supposed account of her influence, that of a clever woman over a dull fool, seems to have been one of the many inventions of her enemies. A small, dark, ugly, keen-faced creature, Leonora had fallen in love with the handsome adventurer Concini, who had followed the Queen to France in search of fortune. They were married, and together they climbed the heights they desired. Concini swaggered among nobles and princes, the very type of a royal favourite. He was an insolent, magnificent bully, with whom the greatest in the land had to reckon. Yet, though envied and slandered, he was not entirely unpopular, even at court. Bassompierre observed that he was neither perfection nor a fool. He had the daring courage which came of belief in his own lucky star. He was good-natured and kind, except to his wife. With her, in spite of their mutual interests, he quarrelled incessantly, and they lived mostly apart. But the many scandalous jokes, songs, and stories which dealt with the supposed love affairs of Concini and the Queen are pronounced by modern historians to be without foundation. For some years the husband and wife concerned themselves little with politics. Money and position, especially money, of which Leonora was excessively greedy, were their favourite objects. They bought a palace in the Rue de Tournon, near the old Hôtel de Luxembourg, and furnished it splendidly. But Concini lived chiefly in a house near the river, at the south-east corner of the small garden of the Louvre, between it and the old Hôtel de Bourbon. By a bridge from the house to the garden he could communicate with his wife's apartments above those of the Queen. Leonora left her rooms seldom and unwillingly, except for necessary attendance on her mistress. She was a nervous invalid, and depended much on Jewish doctors, quack remedies, and, according to her enemies, the black art. We are also told, however, that she confessed regularly and caused the Bible to be read to her. Monsieur Battefol, in his picturesque study of the time, describes how she sat all day threading beads or playing the guitar — she was a fine musician — in the midst of rich hoards of every description, tapestry, embroidery, mirrors, cabinets, carpets, cushions, counterpanes of the most splendid materials, endless quantities of gold and silver plate, wardrobes and chests full of beautiful garments that she seldom wore. Beyond these treasures she cared for little but money. When she meddled with politics, it was for the sake of money or for her husband's advancement, and this last matter interested her keenly in the exciting changes of that winter which had carried her, sorely against her will, on a most trying journey. The return from that journey found the Maréchal d'Ancre, now Lieutenant General of Normandy, at the height of his power, though a quarrel with the people of the markets lost him some popularity. The reconstruction of the ministry, the fall of Sillery, the temporary superseding of Jeannin, president of the Council, and later of the Duc de Villeroy, left the way open for clever men such as Barbin and Mangot, both followers of Concini, both admirers too of the Bishop of Luçon, who very soon, by their means, was to become a minister of state. From the point of view of a courtier or a politician, the inmates of the Louvre least worth considering were the young king and queen. Both were born in 1601, and in that summer were not quite 15 years old. Two children with the minds and tastes of children, on whom etiquette weighed heavily, who were shy of each other and cared only for their own chosen companions and sports. The little queen seems to have been singularly childish. For a princess brought up in the stately court of Spain, surrounded at first by her Spanish ladies who adored and petted her, she made grave ambassadors anxious, though her coquettish beauty attracted the French. But there was a lack of majesty, a love of jokes and games, an impatience of anything serious, a quick and wilful temper, an amazingly short memory, combined with a frank regret for her old life. Bien souvent l'Espagne me manque, she wrote home in the early days. hardly suitable to a queen of France. Her new subjects did not complain. In truth, after the first rejoicings of her arrival, they saw little of her. Sometimes she appeared at court balls, ballets, and carousels, brilliant in her fresh youth, with her dazzling white skin, large eyes, chestnut hair, and the exquisite hands which were her crowning beauty. Sometimes she drove out in a coach to Saint-Germain and spent the day hunting and hawking with the king, who hardly cared for her company at any other time. Her chaplain, the Bishop of Luçon, attended on her at the Louvre as a most formal duty. Personally, Anne never liked him. Though not yet too terrible, he was always too serious for her. But the Spanish ambassador wrote of him to Philip III. "There are not two men in France so zealous for the service of God, of our crown, and of the public weal." Time was to show whether His Excellency was right on all or any of these points. Louis XIII had been an attractive little child, and was now a handsome, simple, straightforward boy, whose health and temper, unluckily, had been ruined by mismanagement. The diary of his physician, Hérouard, curious if unpleasant reading, shows us a child brought up on pills and potions quite as much as on food. Add constant and severe whippings for every small fault, and we have the training that Henry IV and Marie de Médicis, here in entire agreement, thought fitting for their eldest son. Long after Louis was King of France, the floggings continued, enraging interludes to court etiquette and ceremonies. "Give me less manners and less whipping," the poor boy cried one day, when his mother and her ladies rose and curtsied on His Majesty's entrance. No wonder that the face he turned to the outside world, including for him his mother and his wife, was sulky and misanthropic. He had affection to give, but it was all for the one or two special friends who understood him and who made it their business to help and indulge him in the sports he cared about, hunting and hawking 3 or 4 days a week in the forests and the open country near Paris, while in the intervals there were rabbits and small birds to be caught in the precincts of the Louvre and the Tuileries, and on wet days various indoor amusements, cooking, carpentering, turning, teaching his little dogs tricks, building card castles, and so on. He was passionately fond of music. Court functions bored him terribly, and though forced after his majority to attend the council that ruled in his name, and behaving there with sufficient dignity and intelligence, he took very little active interest in affairs of state. This carelessness, though more apparent than real, exactly suited his mother, her favourites, and her ministers. France was given to understand that the young king was too delicate, too incapable to act for himself in any public way. It was not unnatural that all who had political or social ends to gain should have thought it safe to ignore the king and queen as children of no account. But Louis XIII had one trusted friend, and the Bishop of Luçon, with many others, was bitterly to repent a too low estimation of the powers of the Sieur de Luynes. Charles d'Albert de Luynes was now a man of 38. He was the eldest son of a small landowner in Provence, and took his territorial name from a fief near Aix, which was his mother's dowry. His 2 younger brothers, Honoré and Léon, who shared his marvellous fortunes, one becoming Duc de Chaulnes, the other Duc de Pigny-Luxembourg, were known in their earliest days as Seigneurs de Cadenet and de Brant. Cadenet being a small island in the Rhône, Brant a farm and vineyard on a hill in Morna. The 3 brothers, all clever and amiable, caring for each other with an unselfish affection rare in those days, began life as pages to François de Daillon, Comte de Lude, a very great man in his own province of Anjou, and a witty and audacious courtier. He and his friend Monsieur de la Varenne advanced the 3 young Southerners to the service of King Henry IV, who gave them appointments in the Dauphin's household. Even then the 3 generally liked and esteemed, says Richelieu, had but 1 pony and 1 good coat amongst them. It was not only his skill in falconry and all other kinds of sport which endeared Luynes to his young master. From the first he made himself his friend. He was a really good-natured man, as well as a fine sportsman and an ambitious courtier, and he laid himself out to give freedom and happiness to the oppressed, stammering boy. Louis learned from a child to fly to Luynes in all his troubles. He was his constant companion through the day, his chief playmate, the organizer of his leisure time. At night, in his dreams, often restless and feverish, the boy would cry out for Luynes. This high favour did not pass unnoticed, of course, by the Queen Mother and Concini. They might have crushed Luynes in the early days, but they took the line of propitiating him, a very great and fatal mistake, according to Richelieu. Marie gave him the government of Amboise, resigned by the Prince de Condé in 1615. She thought thus to make Luynes her creature, and the Marechal d'Ancre, who had watched him anxiously for a short time, was deceived by his retiring manners into thinking him a man of no real account except among birds, but probably a useful friend having the ear of the king. Through this summer of 1616 the Bishop of Luçon was steadily advancing in favour. Marie de Médicis appointed him her private secretary with a handsome pension, and employed him on several political missions. One of these was of real importance and led to striking results. In spite of the Treaty of Loudun and all its advantages, the Prince de Condé and his friends were still in a sulky frame of mind. Instead of coming at once to Paris, the prince lingered in his new province of Berry, where the discontented showed signs of gathering round him once more. This temper of his caused much anxiety to Marie and her new ministers, and the Marechal d'Ancre. It seemed to them necessary that the prince should come to Paris. Any fresh disloyalty would be less formidable there, and his support of the present government, if he chose to give it, would be more valuable. The Bishop of Luçon was sent to negotiate with the prince at Bourges. "The Queen sent me to him," he says, "believing that I should have sufficient fidelity and skill to dissipate the clouds of suspicion which evil minds had falsely raised against her." Her belief was justified. Her envoy not only made the most of the promises with which he was laden, promises from herself, from the Marechal d'Ancre, and last, not least, from Leonora, but he worked on the prince's mind by his own clever and flattering persuasions, assisted probably by the influence of Père Joseph and his brother Monsieur du Tremblay, who were partisans of Condé. The prince came to Paris and was honourably received by their Majesties at the Louvre. Immediately all Paris was at his feet. The Louvre was a solitude, says Richelieu. His house was the old Louvre, on the site of part of the fortress of Philippe Auguste, and one could not approach the door for the multitude of people crowding there. All who had any affair on hand addressed themselves to him. He never entered the council, but his hands were full of petitions and memoirs which had been presented to him, and which were granted at his will. At first Condé enjoyed his new popularity and used his power with moderation. Had he been a wise man, he might have kept it long. But he was weak, dissipated, and fiercely ambitious, saying openly that he had as much right to the throne as the king himself. The other princes, especially the restless and intriguing Duc de Bouillon, worked upon his discontent. Naturally, their first object was the ruin of the Marechal d'Ancre. Each of them had grievances of his own. Even the Ducs de Guise and d'Epernon, loyal to the crown, were ready to draw their swords on the favourite. The former ministers, the Parliament, the people of Paris, were all on the same side, and Concini's life, darkly plotted against in high places, was openly threatened in the street. One day, going alone to visit the prince, who was entertaining the English ambassador, Lord Hay, he had a narrow escape of being killed by the servants. Concini was a brave man, but he realised his danger, and both he and his wife were on the eve of escaping from France. Suddenly, however, the whole face of things changed. The Queen Mother, solemnly warned by the Duc de Sully, saw that some bold step was necessary if she was to save herself, her friends, even the young king, from serious peril. for there were again grumblings of civil war in the provinces, where the Duc de Longueville was attacking the last fortress in Picardy which remained in Concini's hands. The ministers Barbin and Mangot, with the Bishop of Luçon, advised a coup d'état, and it was carried out with extraordinary ease. The Prince de Condé was arrested and imprisoned in the Bastille. The other princes fled, and Concini triumphed once more. But the people of Paris showed their hatred by sacking his palace in the Rue de Tournon, full of treasures worth 200,000 crowns. On November 14th, according to the registers of the parish of Bray, sont étalées de vie à trépas noble dame Suzanne de la Porte, dame de Richelieu. The Bishop of Luçon writes to his brother Alphonse: My dear brother, I regret much that you must learn by this letter our common loss of our poor mother, although I know that for you it will be the more bearable in that, having yourself renounced the world to gain heaven, her life and her death give you certain assurance of meeting her again there, since in the latter God gave her as much grace, consolation, and sweetness as in the former she had suffered contradiction, affliction, and bitterness. For myself, I pray God that in future her good example and yours may so profit me that I may amend my life. Monsieur Avenel gives a letter from Henry de Richelieu, the head of the family, to his sister Nicole, afterwards Madame de Maille-Brézé, begging her to lay their mother's body as honourably as possible in the chapel of the chateau, there to await himself and the bishop, that we may all together bear her to the grave. It was not till December 8th that noble Dame Suzanne de la Porte was laid in the family vault under the church of Bray. But it appears that her son Armand was waited for in vain. There was question of a special embassy to Spain on the affairs of the Duke of Savoy. There was the immediate prospect of becoming a minister of France. Indeed, he was already one of a triumvirate, Barbin, Mangot, Richelieu, on whom, under Concini, depended all affairs of state. Between his mother's death and her funeral, he was writing letters avowing eternal gratitude both to the Marechal and to Leonora, through whose favour and consideration alone, he declared, their Majesties had been pleased to appoint him Secretary for Foreign Affairs. End of section 8. Section 9 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. The Bishop of Luçon, Chapter 6, 1617. The Sieur de Pontchartrain, in his memoir, gives a vivid account of the state of France in the winter of 1616 and 17. He was not exactly an impartial judge, since he had himself been a minister of state under the Duc de Villeroy, and he saw things from his patron's point of view, but he was an honest man. Like Sully, he entirely failed to realize the political genius of the Bishop of Luçon, treating him and his colleagues as contemptible creatures of Concini. He writes of the bad management of affairs, the small regard shown by the Queen Mother for the King, from whom all affairs are concealed, the unjust detention of Monsieur le Prince de Condé, and the alienation of all the other princes and great men, the ambitious designs hurtful to France of the Marechal d'Ancre and of his wife, the banishment from affairs of all the old ministers of state, and the establishment of 2 or 3 who have neither merit nor experience, except as ministering to the passions of Marechal and his wife. These were Monsieur Mangot, Barbin, and Richelieu Luçon. Thus all things were embroiled, and in order to fortify herself against evil designs, the Queen Mother, assisted by the counsel of the said Marechal d'Ancre and the said Sieur, Barbin, Margot, and Richelieu, Bishop of Luçon, resolved to prepare openly for war. Pontchartrain concludes that the sole motive of this worthless and tyrannical council was to maintain the Marechal in absolute power, also that under the confusion of war expenditure might be concealed the great gifts, pensions, and appointments which he took from the national finances. That the Queen Mother was wrong-headed and foolish, that Concini's haughty swagger and Leonora's avarice and secret intrigues were hateful and degrading elements in both court and government, no one can deny. But those who stand farther off than Pontchartrain may see what was hidden from him, and probably from many worthy persons of his day, that Barbin, Margot, and Richelieu were not unpatriotic in advising war against the rebel princes and nobles, whose motives, after all, were no purer than those of Concini. As to themselves, Barbin was a man of clean hands, a rare attribute in those days, clear-headed and wise. Margot, if not brilliant, had the merit of being loyal to his colleagues. Richelieu, in this first short ministry, gave every sign of future greatness, and in a way which makes not only Pontchartrain but Sully seem unnaturally blind. Henry's old minister was one of those who spoke most slightingly of the man who, more than any other, was to carry on Henry's foreign policy. He was amazingly eager and young. He sprang into office like a soldier into the saddle, his whole mind and body devoted at once to the service of his country. The administration of his poor little diocese had taught him to command men. That those who worked with him felt his superiority, not only in position but in talent, is shown by the fact that he was at once given precedence over the other ministers. The Comte de Brienne resented this, observing in an unfriendly manner that a bishop should reside in his diocese. The Maréchal d'Ancre, on the other hand, pressed Richelieu to resign his see. His motive was plain and had nothing to do with the welfare of the people of Luçon. Being thus deprived of his chief means of living, the young minister would be entirely dependent on his patron's will. Richelieu was far too clever to yield, and the advice of his friend Barbin strengthened his refusal. Considering the changes which might come about, either through the changeable humours of that personage or by accidents to his fortune, I would never consent, which made him unreasonably angry. He resigned his post of chaplain to the reigning queen, in which he was succeeded by the young Bishop of Langres, Sébastien Zamet, second son of the great financier and afterwards conspicuous figure in the history of Port-Royal. The first duty of the new ministers was to crush a new rebellion, for the Dukes de Bouillon and de Nevers, demanding the release of Condé and the fall of Concini, had set the east of France in a blaze. 3 armies had to be raised and sent to meet them. The commanders were chosen: the Comte d'Auvergne, the Duc de Guise, the Maréchal de Montigny. A harder matter was to find the men and the money. By means of a new tax, Richelieu and Barbin were able to hire a few thousand mercenaries from Flanders, Germany, Holland, and Switzerland. The rest were recruited in France by gentlemen who took a heavy commission on their loyal work. Indeed, as usual, the soldiers saw little of their promised pay, and were driven, as usual, to extract a living from the wretched people of the provinces. Champagne, the Ile-de-France, the Nivernais suffered in this winter of 1616, as Berry, Touraine, and Poitou had suffered 12 months before. One of the complaints of the malcontent princes against the government was the state of the national finances. In truth, the half-dozen years since Henry's death had reduced France from relative prosperity to something very like bankruptcy. But Richelieu retorted on the princes by a published statement meant to enlighten the country as to the fate of some of its funds. The Prince de Condé had received 3,665,990 livres. The late Comte de Soissons and his wife and son, Charles de Bourbon died in 1612, and his family were even more restless and greedy than himself, 1,600,000 livres. The old Prince de Conti, now also dead, and his worldly widow, 1,400,000 livres. The Duc de Longueville, 1,200,000 livres. The Duc de Mayenne, 2,000,000 livres. The Duc de Vendôme, 600,000 livres. The Duc d'Épernon, 700,000 livres. The Duc de Bouillon, 1,000,000 livres. All, says M. Martin, without counting salaries, pensions, gifts to their friends and servants. As a livre was about the same as a franc, and then worth 5 times as much as now, the smallest of these gratifications was equal to 120,000 pounds, and the largest to nearly 800,000 pounds sterling. It must be added that the 8 marshals of France and 6 other great officers of the crown received 4 times as much as in the days of Henry. The royal armies were successful. They drove the princes before them, destroying their strongholds, and besieged them in the fortified towns to which they retreated. They were in despair, says Pontchartrain. Henri de Richelieu, a keen and good soldier, served as aide-de-camp to the Marechal de Montigny. It was at this time that Richelieu, as Secretary of State, gave the powers of Europe the first intimation that French policy was not for ever to be bound up with the interests of Spain. A great change after nearly 7 years of Marie de Medicis' rule, and a striking forecast of the future. England, Holland, and Germany were assured of the friendship of France, on the understanding that no assistance was given to the rebel princes. The Spanish marriages Richelieu's ambassadors assured the Protestant powers did not bind Louis XIII either to Rome or to Spain, to the prejudice of our ancient allies. The king would give equal treatment to his subjects of either religion. No Catholic is so blind as to esteem a Spaniard, in matters of state, more highly than a French Huguenot. Independence of Spain had already been practically shown by Richelieu in not forbidding the Duc de Lesdiguières, governor of Dauphiné, himself a distinguished Huguenot, to lead an army of his own across the Alps in order to support Duke Charles Emmanuel of Savoy in his quarrel with the Spanish Viceroy of Milan. Thus Richelieu was already giving Europe a taste of his strength, and advancing fast and fearlessly beyond the narrow lines of the Bishop of Luçon's courtly speech before the States General. He was no longer the man of the clergy, but the man of France. Naturally, he was losing the confidence of his empty-headed patron, who scolded the ministers like schoolboys, and was violently jealous of Richelieu's growing influence with the Queen. "By God, sir," he wrote to him on some small matter of discontent, "I complain of you. You treat me so ill. You treat for peace without me. You make the Queen write to me that for the love of her I am to cease my pursuit of M. de Montbazon for the money he owes me. In the name of all the devils, what do you and the Queen expect me to do? Rage gnaws me to the bones." A ministry that depended on such a favourite was on a slippery slope indeed. The difficulties at home and abroad were enormous, and the wonder is that Richelieu and his colleagues, during their few months of uncertain power, were able to do so much. Just at this time, when he was fighting the princes and parleying with Europe, the Abbé de Marolles gives a snapshot of him worth many formal portraits. The Abbé was then a young scholar at the university. His father, Claude de Marolles, a well-known soldier and courtier, once commanding the Swiss Guard, had joined the rebel princes and was attempting to negotiate between the Duc de Nevers and the commanders of the royal army. Monsieur Mangot, the keeper of the seals, sent for young Michel de Marolles and inquired of him whether he had received letters from his father or had had news from any of his father's people. He warned him to hide nothing of the truth, parce qu'il y a loi du service du roi. There was Monsieur de Luçon in black, flung back, renversé, in a leather chair, while Monsieur le Garde des Sceaux stood up while speaking to me. Presently Monsieur de Luçon, who knew my father pretty well and esteemed him, rose up in his chair and said that in truth he did not believe that Monsieur de Marolles had turned against the King's service of his own free will, but that he was sorry he should have found himself engaged in so bad a cause. Then he added very low that I might retire, and that he did not advise me to remain in Paris. Such a warning in those days was not to be despised, and the young scholar was sent to his home in Touraine. In spite of the political and military successes of the ministers he was supposed to rule, the storm which overwhelmed the unlucky Concini was gathering all through that winter at the Louvre. Paris was careless and gay. After letting out her rage by sacking his house, she was content to enjoy the scurrilous songs and pamphlets, her favourite food, which rang through the streets and were sold by hundreds on the Pont Neuf. The year began joyously, writes Bassompierre, a lighter-hearted witness than Pontchartrain and a loyal courtier of Marie de Médicis. Many fine assemblies, at which besides gambling, feasting and comedy, there was also good music. Time passed pleasantly at the fair of Saint-Germain. The Marechal and Leonora shared little in these amusements. He at least was troubled with a heavy presentiment of misfortune to come, and a present grief. The illness and death of their little daughter caused them both un cruel déplaisir. The friendly soul Bassompierre, who had known him in his Florentine days, visited them in their sorrow on the very day of the child's death. He found them together fort affligés in the little house close to the Louvre. I tried as well I could to console or divert him, but the more I spoke, the more he grieved, and weeping answered me nothing except "Seigneur, je suis perdu, Seigneur, je suis ruiné, Seigneur, je suis misérable." Bassompierre begged him to consider that he was a Marshal of France, and therefore that such lamentations, though worthy of his wife, were unworthy of him, adding in the candid fashion of the time that though he had lost an amiable daughter, he had yet 4 nieces, by whose means he might ally himself with any 4 great French houses that he might choose, and many other things which God inspired me to say. "Ah, monsieur," replied Concini, "I truly mourn my daughter, and I shall mourn her as long as I live. Nevertheless, I am a man able to endure with constancy a grief such as this. But the ruin of myself and my wife, my son and my house, which I see before my eyes, and which my wife's obstinacy makes inevitable, causes me to lament and to lose patience." He went on to tell Bassompierre the familiar story of his life, curious enough from his own point of view. According to him, he had been perfectly happy and prosperous till within the last few months, since in fact to outward view he had possessed almost sovereign power. His excitable southern nature was not made to stand firm against the assaults of fortune, party hatred, popular fury and insult. In all this he saw warnings from heaven of coming ruin, terrible and complete. On his knees he said he had implored his wife to retire with him to Italy, where with their immense fortune they could establish themselves magnificently and leave a fine heritage to their son. But the Marechal, with more courage, if also with a more greedy, unsatisfied ambition, absolutely refused to leave France. It was cowardly and ungrateful, she said, to think of forsaking the Queen, to whom they owed their honours and their wealth. "If it were not for my obligations to my wife," he said, "I would leave her and go where neither nobles of France nor common people would follow and find me." Bassompierre went away reflecting how men uplifted by fortune are often inspired to foresee a coming fall, but also how seldom they have resolution enough to avoid it. If Concini was sincere in his wish to leave his dangerous eminence, this episode throws a tragic light on his conduct during the first 3 months of 1617. His insolent bravado at court and elsewhere seems now the desperation of an adventurer fighting hopelessly for his life. It was hardly necessary for M. de Luynes to poison the King's mind against the Marechal d'Ancre. He did it himself. A day seldom passed without some new insult, some fresh mark of disrespect shown to royalty. The Marechal laughed at the boy, teased him, did not uncover in his presence. Standing with one or two attendants at a window in the Louvre, Louis looked down with proud and gloomy eyes on the Marechal's splendid suite as it pranced in the courtyard without a salute to spare for him. When the King wanted money, which frequently happened, for his mother did not indulge him in that way or any other, the Marechal asked him, with an air of dashing liberality which deeply offended the boy, why he did not apply to him. Luynes was an ambitious man, of course, but any loyal servant of the King would have done well to be angry, and Concini, by refusing him one of his nieces in marriage, had made a personal enemy of him. While Louis, sad and bored from childhood, went his melancholy way, catching little birds, wheeling barrows of turf to make banks in the Tuileries gardens, his handsome falconer was always there, whispering a deeper discontent into ears by no means dull. The removal of Concini, his wife and his parasites, would mean the Queen Mother's fall from the height of power she had usurped ever since the King was declared major, thus ending her regency. It would mean the submission of the rebel princes and nobles, who were even now declaring themselves by secret letters and messages faithful servants of the King. It would seat Louis XIII on his father's throne. There was only one way. Louis was at first unwilling that the Marechal should be killed. He discussed other plans with Luynes and 2 or 3 confidants. He might escape from Paris to Amboise, where a brother of Luynes was in command, and where his friends might gather round him, or he might join the princes, taking the command of their forces, which would thus become his own. These ideas reached the Queen Mother, and his guards were changed for others whom she could trust. Escape was made impossible, and from that time Concini was doomed. Luynes and his fellows, with the King's full consent, plotted the affair with M. de Vitry, captain of the guard, a bold, resolute man. On the morning of Monday, April 24th, this officer with a few companions met Concini at the entrance of the Louvre on his way to pay his daily visit to the Queen. " Sir," said Vitry, " I arrest you by order of the King." "A moi!" cried Concini, laying his hand on his sword. But before his train of startled courtiers knew what was happening, 3 of Vitry's men had fired their pistols in his face. He fell dead, shot through the brain. Not a sword was drawn to avenge him. The words "by order of the King" had suddenly recovered their old magic and power, and the whole palace echoed with "Vive le Roi." On that fatal morning the Bishop of Luçon was paying an early visit to a distinguished doctor of the Sorbonne, one of the rectors of the university. The news reached the 2 theologians by means of a third, who brought it from the Palais de Justice. M. d'Ornano, one of the conspirators, had been sent there direct from the Louvre to inform the Parliament of what had happened. Such a precaution was necessary, for Paris was already in an uproar. Rumour cried in the streets that the young King had been wounded, and by the hand of the Marechal. The shops were hastily shut, and the crowds were pouring towards the Louvre to meet the news that the King was well and the Marechal dead. Then Paris burst into acclamations of joy. For the Bishop of Luçon the event was of the most serious consequence, but he wasted neither time nor words in lamenting his patron. "I am the more surprised," he says, "as I had never foreseen that those who were near the King would be strong enough to design such an enterprise. I immediately quitted the company of that doctor, famous both for his teaching and his virtue, who did not forget to say, quite à propos, what I might have expected from a man of his learning, as to the inconstancy of fortune and the uncertainty of all that may seem most settled in human life." On the Pont Neuf, as he drove home, the Bishop met his friend M. de Tremblay, full of the news, who told him that the King was inquiring for him. Before presenting himself at the Louvre, he sought out his terrified colleagues Mangot and Barbin, who feared the worst for themselves and for him. It was agreed that they should go one by one, the Bishop first, to receive His Majesty's commands. It was the first really alarming crisis in Richelieu's life. There is no doubt that so clever a man must have expected something of the kind, must have known that the favourite's tyranny could not last for ever. It was only a few days indeed since he and Barbin, having discovered that Concini meant to get rid of them and to replace them with more submissive ministers, had privately offered their resignation to the Queen, who refused to receive it. Also, it seems with a view to his own safety, Richelieu had made some advances towards friendship with M. de Luynes. But for all that, the moment was dangerous. Both court and populace were likely to turn against those who had owed their power to the dead Marechal. Various threats and warnings had already reached the ears of Barbin. For Richelieu himself, as he mounted the grand staircase of the Louvre, the signs were not exactly favourable. I saw many faces of those who had caressed me 2 hours before and who now did not recognise me. In the great gallery, crowded with courtiers and armed men, young Louis XIII was standing on a billiard table, to be seen by all. There is a picturesque story that he cried out on seeing the Bishop approach, "Eh bien, Luçon, me voilà hors de votre tyrannie." Whatever the boy may have thought or said, M. de Luynes was not so impolitic as to make a mortal enemy of the most brilliant man in the kingdom. Mangot might be scornfully neglected, Barbin might be imprisoned as they were, but Luçon seemed worth winning, or at least keeping in the balance till the King and his mother had arranged their differences. According to Richelieu's own account, the King spoke to him kindly, saying that he knew I had always loved him, he used those words, and had taken his part on various occasions, in consideration of which he would treat me well. M. de Luynes joined in, with protestations of friendship, but this was merely personal. When Richelieu tried to plead for his colleagues, who deserved the royal favour neither more nor less than himself, Luynes would not listen. He also replied very coldly to the Bishop's request to see the Queen Mother, now strictly guarded in her own rooms. He gave him to understand, however, that he was still of the royal council, and advised him to present himself in the council chamber. Richelieu did so, but only to be treated as an intruder. The old ministers, Villeroy, Genin, and the rest were already in their former places, and were deeply engaged in the business of reversing Richelieu's policy, while sending dispatches to all the provinces, to the armies, to the rebel princes, and to foreign courts, with the news that the King of France had at length come to his own. It was a curious position for the late Secretary of State. After standing for a few minutes inside the door, speaking to one or two councillors, he thought it best to retire quietly and went home to his house. At the Louvre, shut up in her apartments, but still surrounded by her ladies, the Queen Mother lamented with hard, tearless passion, not the death of her favourite, which troubled her little, but the loss of her own authority. Fear of the future and of her son's vengeance filled her mind, to the exclusion of every other human feeling. She had no pity to spare even for the miserable Eleanor, her lifelong friend, who was seized by the guards immediately after her husband's death, plundered of all her treasures, and imprisoned, first in the Louvre, then in the Bastille, her son Henry Concini, a boy of 13, having been torn from her. The little Comte de la Pena, as they called him, was a pretty boy and a famous dancer. The Comte de Fiesque, the young Queen's equerry, took him under his protection and brought him to her. Anne made him dance, fed him with sweetmeats, and kept him in her household till his fatal name condemned him also to prison. Some time later he was set free and sent back to Italy. The murderers of Concini robbed his dead body of money and jewellery, and left it lying under a staircase in the court of the Louvre, near the gate through which crowds of Parisians of every rank, who had trembled before the Marechal, came crowding to pay their homage to the King. During the day, his house near the Louvre and his wife's apartments were completely sacked and pillaged, their flying servants chased in all directions. In the evening his body was carried secretly across the way to the church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois and buried, with no funeral rites, behind the organ. But the fury and rage of the mob were far from being satisfied. The Parisians of 1617 were the ancestors of those of 1793. The next morning, says Pontchartrain, the 25th of the said month of April, day of St. Mark, about 10 o'clock, a few women and children in the church of Saint-Germain of the Auxerrois began to say one to another, standing over the place where he had been interred, "See where they have buried that tyrant. Is it right that he, who did so much evil, should lie in holy ground and in a church? No, no, out with him, throw him on a dunghill." And exciting each other with such words, they began with sticks to break up the stone under which the body lay, the women using knives and scissors, until strong men began to lend a hand. In less than half an hour 200 or 300 persons were assembled. They raised the stone, take out the body, tie cords round the neck, drag it out of the church, and thence through the streets with horrible shouts and yells, some saying it should be thrown into the river, others that it should be burnt, others that it should be hanged on a gibbet, each one worse than the last. Thus they found themselves at the end of the Pont Neuf, where there were 2 or 3 gibbets set up. Gibbets had been planted here and there in the city by Concini's orders, to frighten those who dared speak ill of him. To cut the horrible story short, they hanged his dead body on one of these, and then tore it to pieces with the savagery of wild beasts, burning part and throwing part into the river. Richelieu was an eye-witness of these horrors. He was on his way to visit the Pope's nuncio, and his coach drove on to the bridge, a favourite thoroughfare, to find it a mass of people absorbed in their dreadful work, and so drunk with fury that there was no means of getting them to make way for the passage of coaches. The bishop's coachman was indiscreet enough to take matters with the usual high hand, and to attempt to force his way. One of the men, who was roughly hustled, made a loud complaint. At that instant, Richelieu writes, "I saw my peril in case any one should cry out that I was a partisan of the Marechal d'Ancre. To save myself, after violently threatening my coachman, I asked them what they were doing, and when they answered me according to their fury against the Marechal, I said to them, 'You are men who would die to serve the King. Shout, all of you, Vive le Roi!' I led them off, and thus I gained free passage, and I took good care not to return the same way. I recrossed by the Pont Notre Dame." A few days later, after a painful interview with her son, at which her stony calm broke down and she wept bitterly, and after formal farewells from court and city, Marie de Medicis quitted Paris for an honourable captivity at the Château de Blois. Her younger children took leave of her at the gate of the city. She was accompanied by a train of faithful servants, French and Italian, among whom the most distinguished was the Bishop of Luçon. It was largely owing to his influence with Luynes that the Queen had not been treated with greater severity. 2 months later, after an unfair and absurd trial, the Marechal d'Ancre was beheaded in the Place de Grève, and her remains burnt to ashes. Most of the money, property, and possessions which she and her husband had accumulated during their years of power was bestowed upon the King's friend and favourite, now Duc de Luynes and Lieutenant General of Normandy. For his own not very considerable share in the ruin and death of Concini and his wife, Louis XIII was rewarded by the French people with the title of Le Juste. End of section 9. Section 10 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. The Bishop of Luçon, Chapter 7, 1617 to 1619. In this swift and sudden way Richelieu fell from power. The position in which he now found himself was difficult enough. He was the Queen Mother's chief friend and confidant in the early days of her exile at Blois, and the head of her council. But he was surrounded by mischievous rivals, some Italian, some French, who played him false and undermined his influence. The Queen's household, following its royal mistress's lead, was all plot and intrigue, delusion and fury. Almost the only wise person besides Richelieu himself was his old friend, Madame de Guercheville, Marie's lady of honour. She at least saw good cause for the Bishop of Luçon's endeavour to keep the little captive court at Blois in favour with the court of the Louvre by a constant and civil correspondence with the almighty Luynes. She saw the force of the bishop's reasoning, that the actual state of things must be accepted, that the king was the king, and his subjects, including his mother, might as well rebel against heaven. Therefore Richelieu was doing his best for Her Majesty, and incidentally for himself too, by representing her and her servants as absolutely devoted to the service of the king. It is natural enough that Luynes, listening to Richelieu's enemies, was not inclined to trust him, either as to the Queen Mother's peaceable loyalty or his own. But he made no mistake as to the bishop's political genius, and therefore it seems he decided to deprive the Queen Mother of his services. The intrigue is not very clear even to this day. Richelieu had a letter from his brother the Marquis warning him that the king was displeased with him, and that he would shortly be ordered to retire to his diocese. Afterwards it appeared that the information conveyed by friends at court to Henri de Richelieu was false, or at least premature. But the bishop acted on it without delay. Knowing that Marie would not willingly part with him, he asked for a fortnight's leave of absence and went to the Château de Richelieu. From thence he wrote to the king and to Luynes, protesting his loyalty and complaining of the calumnies of his enemies. The king sent him a cold reply, advising him to attend to the duties of his diocese and to remain within its bounds till further orders. Marie de Médicis was passionately angry and wrote furious letters to her son and the favourite. It was treating her not like a mother, but like a slave, she said, thus to affront her by removing her most capable servant. But her bitter complaints were of no avail. Richelieu resigned himself in a more dignified fashion. Every action of his life must be considered in view of the fact that he was a politician of extraordinary cleverness, with clear eyes fixed unchangeably on the future of power which he always meant to attain. For 5 months, under the most troublesome circumstances, he had practically ruled France. He had built his castle eagerly, swiftly, successfully, and then a far less clever man, by whispering into the ready ear of a boy, had shaken it to the ground. It had been built, of course, on the wrong foundation. The Bishop of Luçon had plenty of time to reflect as he sat among his books at Coussay on the too late realised truth that divinity hedged a king, that Louis XIII was the master. It is doing Richelieu no injustice to suggest that if he had been well received in the king's council chamber on that tragic April 24th, he might never have followed the Queen Mother to Blois. His sincere admirer, Monsieur Avenel, says, his first thoughts were given to the court and the ministry, only his second to exile and the Queen. Ambitious by temperament, generous from necessity, the seeming heroism of his fidelity in misfortune reduces itself to this. And that very semblance of heroic fidelity was probably based on the calculation that Marie de Médicis, being the king's mother and a person not easily crushed or ignored, would be reconciled to her son before many months had passed by. That Richelieu had any real feeling for her beyond the banal devotion of a courtier seems exceedingly doubtful. He was a hard creature made of steel and flame, and Marie, a dozen years older than himself, was not an attractive woman. The hasty retreat from Blois was no personal grief to him. In short, Richelieu now set himself to please, or rather not to displease, Louis XIII, on whose favour his fortunes so clearly depended. His faith in the future never really deserted him, though for 7 years, like Jacob, he served and waited in the wilderness. During that first summer, at his pleasant priory of Coussay, he wrote a book. The worthy Père Coton, the Jesuit confessor of Henry IV and Louis XIII, had been dismissed by Luynes. His successor, the Père Arnoux, a much less discreet personage, preached a violent sermon before the king against the Protestants, accusing them of misunderstanding and misinterpreting the Bible. 4 ministers of Charenton, learned men, published a spirited reply, which was suppressed by royal order after discussions in the Sorbonne and the Parliament. But the Huguenots boasted loudly that the Catholics could not defend themselves, and it appeared to the Bishop of Luçon that indeed the Church had supplied no remedy to save souls from the evil effects of reading that pernicious book. Therefore, he says, I employed the leisure of my solitude in answering it, and owing to the length of time during which I had been diverted from the exercise of my profession, I laboured with such ardour that in 6 weeks I finished the work. This defence of the Catholic faith was a book of 250 pages, full of theological learning and written with moderation, tact, and practical good sense. The bishop here preached again those doctrines of toleration, of conversion by reasoning, not by force, with which he had met the Huguenots of his diocese 10 years before. It was the book of a statesman as much as of a theologian. He marshalled an army of arguments to prove the ministers in the wrong, enjoined on the schismatics loyalty and obedience to the laws, but for the king he advised gentleness and patience, the object to be sought by all being national unity and peace. The book was printed at Poitiers and published within 3 months of its beginning. It was greatly admired and added much to its author's reputation, but also, as he notes rather sadly, it burdened me with envy. His enemies saw that they had not silenced the Bishop of Luçon by banishing him to his diocese. There, during these months of enforced residence, he seems to have worked with all the freshness and ardour consequent on absence and change of thoughts. He writes in August to the nuncio, I am here in my diocese, where I try to make known by all my actions that I have and shall have no other passion than doing all I can for the glory of God. A word of personal complaint in his letters is rare. He is surrounded by his friends, living in a pleasant and healthy little chateau where the people loved him. Sébastien Boutillier was now Dean of Luçon and his constant companion. He had his books, collected in the days when he, La Roche-Posay, Saint-Cyran, and the rest found their diversion in study, and if all these things were not the passion of his life, yet he loved them still. He might have been far more of a bookworm than he really was from the tone of his letters. At this time I live at a little hermitage among books. I am living quietly here in the enjoyment of my books. Serving God and my friends, I am resolved to spend the time quietly among my books and my neighbours, and much more of the same kind. Now and then, it is true, when news from the great outside world comes to him, sitting helpless in his hermitage, he is seized with restless impatience and confesses himself malheureux. But this is only in letters to his own family and to his friend Père Joseph. The face turned to the king and to all public personages is dignified, grave, and serene. Richelieu watched from distance and obscurity the still rising fortunes of the Duc de Luynes. The lucky Provençal, of doubtful nobility, was able to choose a wife among the noblest, richest, and most beautiful women in France. He refused Mademoiselle de Vendôme, Henry IV's daughter, who afterwards married the Duc d'Elbeuf, probably from fear and dislike of her odious brother. He would have nothing to say to Mademoiselle d'Ailly and her enormous fortune, but arranged a marriage for her with his younger brother Cadenet, a dashing soldier who took the title of Duc de Chaulnes from one of her estates. His own choice fell on Marie de Rohan, daughter of the Duc de Montbazon, then a lovely wild girl of 17. After his death she married the Duc de Chevreuse, a younger brother of the Duc de Guise, and was for years the most admired beauty and most mischievous woman in Europe. Another piece of news was the removal of the Prince de Condé, ce petit brouillon, whom Luynes had not dared to set free, from the Bastille to the Château de Vincennes. His wife, Charlotte de Montmorency, was now allowed to share his imprisonment, and the consequence was the birth of Princesse Anne Geneviève de Bourbon, afterward the famous Madame de Longueville. Louis de Bourbon, the great Condé, was not born till after his father's release. Later in the year, the Duc de Villeroy died at 74. He was one of the best of those old ministers of state whom Henry IV left to his widow, the regent. The Pope's nuncio, Bentivoglio, had a high opinion of him. Great was his experience, great his integrity, a good Frenchman and a good Catholic, says the Italian diplomat. Richelieu describes him as a sincere man of good judgment, but narrow-minded and jealous, and adds that he died after 51 years of service with clean hands, possessing little more than he had inherited from his forefathers. It was a fine testimonial to Villeroy from the young rival who, if only for a few months, had thrown him into the shade. Richelieu was less generous with regard to Jacques Auguste de Thou, the faithful and austere, Light of France and Prince of Historians, as Camden called him, who died in the same year. Richelieu observes of him that his piety was not equal to his learning, that knowledge and action are different things, and that the speculative science of government needs certain qualities of mind not always found to match it. The inwardness of this criticism lies in the fact that de Thou, in his Latin history of the 16th century, made certain scornful and severe remarks on Richelieu's ancestors and the part they took in the wars of religion. Richelieu, exceedingly sensitive as to the honour of his family, never forgave this, and when in 1642 François Auguste de Thou lost his head in the Cinq-Mars catastrophe, it was currently believed that the Cardinal might have spared him but for those paragraphs in his father's history. In November 1617, Nicole du Plessis Richelieu, the bishop's younger sister, was married quietly in Paris to a distinguished but eccentric Angevin noble, the Marquis de Maillé-Brézé. Nicole was now a woman of 30. She had lived at Richelieu until her mother's death. Her portion cannot have been large. Of her brothers, one was a more or less struggling courtier, one a monk, one a politician out of office. She possessed little beyond a singular beauty and charm. The Marquis de Brézé, who married her for love, cannot have foreknown the brilliant thing he was doing. Brother-in-law to the most powerful man in Europe, father-in-law of the great Condé, Marshal of France, Governor of Anjou, Viceroy of Catalonia, the Marquis had everything, and extravagant as he was, cared most of all for a good dog and a new book. But the marriage turned out unhappily. Nicole de Richelieu went out of her mind, one of her mad fancies being that she was made of glass, and died shut up in the castle of Saumur. Monsieur de Brézé was a bad husband, though a clever and accomplished man. According to the stories of the time, it was his unkindness and brutal infidelity that upset poor Nicole's weak brain. The bishop, of course, was not present at his sister's marriage, but he appears to have made all the necessary arrangements with M. de Brezé, leaving the actual ceremony to be managed by Henri de Richelieu and his young wife. The Duc de Luynes was nervous on his lonely pinnacle of power. The presence of the Queen Mother at Blois was a constant anxiety to him. She was not only in his eyes an enemy to the state, but his own personal and unforgiving enemy. And more than the Queen Mother, he feared her friends. Certain of the great nobles who were already beginning to resent his exaltation, and those former ministers who had been the real strength of her rule. Barbin was still in the Bastille. With an appearance of leniency, Luynes made his imprisonment easier, and winked at a correspondence between him and the Queen. Copies of every letter came into the hands of Luynes. Marie's messengers boasted of their mistress's new freedom and speedy return to the court. These intrigues, dangerous from Luynes' point of view, came to a sudden end. Barbin, strictly imprisoned, nearly lost his head. Many arrests were made. 2 or 3 poor creatures who had written pamphlets on the Queen's side were cruelly put to death. Marie's own imprisonment was made much more rigorous, royal guards and royal spies, with new and strict orders, being set to watch the Chateau de Blois. Thus, setting himself to terrorize the Queen Mother and her friends, Luynes did not forget the Bishop of Luçon. On Wednesday in Holy Week 1618, Richelieu received a letter from the king, full of vague accusations of goings and comings and secret proceedings, which caused umbrage and suspicion, affecting the king's service and the tranquillity of his subjects, ordering him to retire immediately to Avignon, there to remain till further commands. I was not surprised at receiving this dispatch, he says in his memoir, having always expected unjust, barbarous, and unreasonable treatment from the cowards who governed us. But as I was accused of acting against His Majesty's service, I humbly begged him to send some dispassionate person to examine the facts on the spot, being sure that by such means His Majesty would be convinced of my innocence. It does not appear, indeed, that Richelieu had been much concerned, if at all, in the recent intrigues between Blois and Paris. But Luynes was afraid of him, and he was forced to depart instantly for that exile which was the saddest experience of his younger life, proving once more the old truth that the night is darkest before the dawn. He left Luçon on Good Friday, for the royal commands admitted of no delay, and started on the long, difficult cross-country journey from Poitou to the Venaissin. In windswept Avignon, still a half-Italian city belonging to the Pope, he hired a house and settled himself to endure the cruel idleness of banishment. He was not alone. His brother and brother-in-law, M. de Richelieu and M. du Pont du Courlet, shared his exile, for they too were old adherents to the Queen Mother, and Luynes feared them all. He shut up his captive birds in the same cage, a great consolation to us, says the bishop, though it was not done for that end, but in order to keep us in sight together. Once more he flung himself into hard study. He wrote or dictated a large collection of fragmentary notes, which took the form of a kind of apology or explanation of his political views and doings. He wrote a religious book, L'Instruction du Chrétien, planned long before. He seems to have led a solitary and studious life, seeing few people, writing few letters except to his diocese, meditating much and suffering much, for he was ill in body as in mind. And in the autumn the gloom of exile was deepened by severe family sorrows. The young Marquise de Richelieu, Marguerite Guillot de Charmeau, whom her husband had been obliged to leave behind, died at Richelieu after the birth of her first child. The little boy, François Louis, only lived a few weeks, and was then laid in the vault at Bray with his mother and his ancestors. it was not long before Henri de Richelieu himself joined that company. He was terribly grieved and desolate. Every glimpse that we have of his wife shows her good and charming, and the blows of fortune may well have seemed to both brothers too heavy to bear. The child's death meant the extinction of the direct male line of Du Plessis-Richelieu. After some weeks, by the intervention of their old friend Bassompierre, the Marquis and his brother-in-law, Monsieur du Pont du Courlet, were allowed to go to Richelieu and to Paris on their family business. The bishop remained alone at Avignon. His solitude there was of his own choice, for the vice-legate and other dignitaries were ready to make much of him, and a letter to his brother, written in February 1619, shows him very sensible of some special kindness. He commissions Monsieur de Richelieu to buy and to send him the most beautiful hackney he can find, mais belle tout à fait, probably such a gentle, ambling creature as a vice-legate would ride, as well as pieces of choice goldsmith's work to hang on watches. His anxiety is that the presents should be something conformable to his condition, for it is better to give nothing at all than un maigre présent. The Bishop of Luçon, in poverty and exile, had already the splendid tastes of the Eminentissime. But in actual fact he was very solitary and intensely sad. For once in his life he seems to have lost faith in his star, and as the conviction that he would die in exile gained strength, he thought a good deal of the poor little diocese he might never see again. He wrote a curious document, a kind of last will, dated February 8th, and addressed to the chapter of Luçon. After some expressions of sincere affection, he leaves his body to the cathedral, that I may repose, when dead, in the same place where living I desire to be. The place of my sepulture shall be, if you please, immediately above the singer's desk, leaving the higher part of the choir as more honourable for those who shall come after me. I leave you also all the silver plate of my chapel, my ornaments, and hangings of Flemish tapestry, to adorn the choir, without any condition whatever, trusting to be helped by your prayers. If I could leave you anything more, I would very willingly do so. My will surpassing my power, my wishes for you must supply the defect. The first benefit I wish you is to live in clear consciousness of your condition, keeping before your eyes that this world is but illusion, and that there is no profit or contentment except in the service of God, who never forsakes those who serve him. I desire for you a bishop who, equalling me in affection, may surpass me in all other qualities. I conjure him, whoever he may be, to reside with you, to visit his diocese, to encourage in their duty, by his example and his teaching, those who have the care of souls under him, to maintain and augment the seminary founded at Luçon, to which I leave 1,000 livres and my whole library. To this seminary for priests, a favourite foundation of his, Richelieu had already given the revenues of an abbey in Poitou. He ends his testimony by beseeching the chapter to live in the closest union with his successor. After this, sirs, it only remains to conjure you to love my memory as that of a person who tenderly loves you and passionately desires your salvation. Richelieu's final farewell to the Luçon chapter was written 4 years later, in less affectionate and more business-like terms. He was about to be plunged in the political whirlpool which swallowed the rest of his life, when he resigned the see in favour of M. de Bragelonne, receiving in exchange the abbey of Notre-Dame du Vast in the diocese of Le Mans, a canonry and prebend at St. Martin of Tours, and a retiring pension of 6,000 livres. The town of Blois was asleep in the dark small hours of February 23rd, when Queen Marie de Médicis got out of her window in the chateau, climbed or slid down 120 feet of ladders, a really wonderful feat in a woman of her size and indolence, hurried through the silent streets to the bridge over the Loire, got into a coach with 2 or 3 attendants and some boxes of money and jewels, and drove off, first to Loches, then to Angoulême. When Blois, castle and town, awoke in the morning, the captive royal bird had flown. The affair had been arranged with extraordinary cleverness and secrecy by the Abbé Rucellai, one of those Italians in Marie's household whose intrigues had brought about the disgrace of Richelieu. The active agent was the old Duc d'Epernon. He had been a courtier of Henry III and Henry IV, and had not yet taken up arms in actual rebellion. It was he who stood by Marie de Médicis after the death of Henry, and faced the Parliament with a fierce declaration of her right to the regency. She had not been grateful. The Maréchal d'Ancre took the place in her court which d'Epernon considered his due. Too proud for a lower position, he retired to his estates and governments, which were many, including the town of Metz, Saintonge, and the Angoumois. The rule of Luynes was quite as offensive to him as that of Concini had been, and the plot for the Queen's escape was welcomed by one of the boldest, most romantic and adventurous characters of the century. When the time drew near, the Duke was at Metz. It was necessary to gain the Angoumois by a secret dash across France, beset with so many dangers that the chroniclers called that ride Le Voyage d'Amadis. His province successfully reached, the Duke sent 2 active young men to Blois to manage the actual escape, and himself waited for the Queen at Loches, then conveying her to a place of greater safety. She was now free to make terms with her son, or to set France on fire against him. The Duc de Luynes heard of Her Majesty's sortie with amazement and alarm. He had long watched her uneasily, and his brother afterwards told Richelieu that he had resolved to take the King to Blois on the pretext of a friendly visit, but really to convey the Queen Mother politely to Amboise, his own stronghold, where she would remain for the future under good and sure guard. He knew well that her quarrel with him grew more bitter with every month of her captivity. During that very winter he had married her second daughter, Madame Christine, to the Prince of Piedmont, the Duke of Savoy's son, with scarcely the formal courtesy of asking her consent. Such an insult Marie was not likely to forget. Once at liberty, she might become the rallying centre for all the discontented in the kingdom, and Luynes knew that they were many. He had offended the nobles by withdrawing various pensions, and had set the great Protestant party against him by royal decrees, especially one which aimed at restoring Catholic worship in the little kingdom of Béarn. For a few days civil war seemed imminent. The king and Luynes, both furiously angry, began to raise troops and talked of riding off to the west. But Luynes was not Concini. He was prudent au fond, some say timid, and no soldier. He began to ask advice from wiser men in Paris and elsewhere, even from the Duc de Bouillon, head of the Protestants, and they all with one voice counselled peace. Besides, the nobles showed no great eagerness to rebel suddenly against the king by joining the Queen Mother and d'Epernon, while Marie's letters to her son gave a kind of basis for negotiations. It was resolved to throw the actual blame of the affair on d'Epernon, and a royal edict at once deprived him of all his appointments and governments, while ambassadors carefully chosen to please the Queen were sent to her at Angoulême. It seemed possible that such persuasive tongues as those of her old favourite, the Père de Bérulle, and the Comte de Béthune, Sully's more courtly brother and a devoted servant of Henry IV, might induce her to accept the terms offered by her son to renounce the company of rebels against his authority, and to choose a peaceable residence in some other part of the kingdom. There were those in Paris at the moment who did not wait for the failure of these negotiations to suggest an even wiser plan. One man in France could manage the Queen Mother. He was in exile at Avignon. Restore him to her council, give him authority to mediate between her and the king, his cleverness and moderation would soon bring her to a less violent frame of mind, and so arrange matters to the King's satisfaction. The originators of this idea were Richelieu's two faithful friends, the Dean of Luçon and Père Joseph. The wonderful friar had been much away from France during Richelieu's exile. He had been to Rome and to Spain, travelling mostly on foot, as the rule of his order required. He had been working hard on the details of a new crusade against the Turks, with the object not only of rescuing the holy places, but of driving Islam out of Europe. It was the favourite dream of Joseph's life. He worked at its realisation in concert with the Duc de Nevers, Charles de Gonzague, who was descended through his mother from the Christian emperors of the East. These two, with the Pope's sanction, founded a crusading order of chivalry, La Milice Chrétienne, and before the 30 Years' War broke out, their scheme had become popular throughout Catholic Europe. But it was an anachronism, a medieval romance, and as such it soon died away. The two camps of Christendom had each other to fight. The revolt of the Bohemian Protestants sealed the fate of Constantinople and Palestine. Père Joseph's crusading ardour was equalled by his devotion to Richelieu. He and Bouthillier worked so well on the minds of Luynes and the King that it was decided to recall the bishop from his exile and to send him to join the Queen Mother at Angoulême, with the understanding that while faithfully serving Her Majesty, he would counsel nothing against the King's interest and the nation's welfare. The letter of recall was written by Louis XIII's own hand, and was conveyed to Avignon by M. du Tremblay, Père Joseph's brother. Riding post-haste, he arrived there on March 7, 1619. Here Richelieu may tell his own story. As soon as I had received His Majesty's dispatch, though the weather was extraordinarily bad, the snow deep and the cold extreme, I posted away from Avignon to obey my orders, led both by inclination and duty. But my haste was soon interrupted, for in a little wood near Vienne I fell in with a troop of 30 men of the Sieur d'Alencourt's guards, commanded by his captain of the guard, who met me with arms lowered, saying that they had orders to arrest me. I begged the captain to show me his powers, but he was provided with none. He replied to me that he was executing the orders of the Sieur d'Alencourt, who had his orders from the King. The bishop's impatient rage may be imagined. He was also greatly alarmed, for it was only too possible that the King might have changed his mind. Resistance was out of the question. M. du Tremblay rode off to Lyons, where M. d'Alencourt was governor. He was the son of the Duc de Villeroy, and had befriended Richelieu in his young days, in order to find out which of the royal commands was the latest in date. The bishop and his servants were conveyed by the soldiers to Vienne, the stupid captain treating his prisoner like a criminal. A sleepless night at the inn was made more hideous by bands of men fighting in the streets. A sham rescue, it seems, was devised by the captain for the greater credit of himself and his men. No wonder that the bishop was exceedingly angry. "I thought you were ignorant," said he, "but I now see you are malicious." In the meanwhile, M. du Tremblay had laid the King's letter before the governor of Lyons, who perceived that he had made a mistake. It had arisen from a morsel of gossip sent him by his son, who was at court when the news of the Queen's escape arrived, and to whom the Duc de Luynes had hurriedly said, "If your father could arrest the Bishop of Luçon, he would do us a great pleasure." Luynes probably forgot the words spoken before the idea of making use of the bishop as a mediator had even been suggested, but M. d'Alencourt made haste to act upon them, sending spies to Avignon and cleverly arranging the enterprise, which was not a very difficult one, observes Richelieu, there being question only of stopping a man travelling alone. The governor did his best to change his rigour into civility. He sent his coach to meet the bishop on his way to Lyons, with a letter to his captain, who was much astonished and ashamed. Richelieu showed no resentment. He easily forgave the captain, dined with M. d'Alencourt at Lyons, and then pursued his journey. Its risks were not over, for the snow lay deep in the high wild country between Lyons and Limoges, and the king's troops, who were abroad in those parts, pursued the bishop for some distance, supposing him to be the Duc d'Epernon's son, the Archbishop of Toulouse. Richelieu arrived at Angoulême on March 27th, after a journey of more than 3 weeks. It was again Wednesday in Holy Week. According to his own account, he was not made welcome except by Madame de Guercheville. The Duc d'Epernon and his party looked on him with doubt and suspicion as an emissary of the king. Marie de Médicis, surrounded by them, hardly dared to show her feelings of relief and joy. End of section 10. Section 11 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 2. The Bishop of Luçon. Chapter 8. 1619 to 1622. Neither the Duc d'Epernon's haughty reserve nor the Abbé Rouchelai's malignant dislike and envy could long affect Richelieu's place among the Queen Mother's counsellors. The Treaty of Angoulême was his work, in concert with the king's ambassadors, Bérulle, Béthune, the Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld, and last, not least, Père Joseph. On both sides the past was to be forgotten. Marie was to live where she chose and to dispose freely of her revenues. All her partisans were restored to the places and honours of which royal edicts had deprived them. On the other hand, she gave up the government of Normandy for the smaller one of Anjou, with 600,000 crowns in money, and the Duc d'Epernon was obliged to renounce Boulogne, for which he received an indemnity of 50,000 crowns. It was thought that the Queen and her party had the best of the bargain, and everyone, even the Duc d'Epernon, gave the Bishop of Luçon credit for the compromise. He had still bitter enemies among the Queen's entourage, but he had also firm friends, and the best of these was his brother Henri, distinguished alike as soldier and courtier, on whom the Queen immediately bestowed the military government of her chief town and castle of Angers. She thus gravely displeased her more greedy and restless servants, men who preferred active rebellion with its chances to peace and loyalty. The Abbé Rouchelai was leader among them, and the Marquis de Thémines, captain of the Queen's Guard, was one of the most ambitious. Various insulting remarks made by him came to the ears of the Marquis de Richelieu. The consequence was a duel, in which Henri de Richelieu fell, stabbed to the heart. Death took him, writes his brother, but not so suddenly but that the Sieur de Bérulle, who chanced to be passing by, had time to give him absolution. It was the sharpest grief that ever touched Richelieu. The two had been much drawn together of late years, and they seemed at this time to be starting together on a fresh and brilliant career. The Marquis de Thémines disappeared in disgrace from the Queen's circle, but others of his party were ready to snatch at the government of Angers and the command of the guards. They were disappointed. Marie de Médicis replaced the dead Richelieu by his uncle Amador de la Porte, commander of the Order of Malta, the worthy and gallant man to whom young Armand de Richelieu owed his early education as collegian and cadet. The captaincy of the guard was given to the Marquis de Bérézé, whose son Armand, afterwards Duc de Fronsac, was born about this time. Rouchelai and his partisans, seeing themselves outgeneralled, vanished one by one, and left a clear field to the Bishop of Luçon, whose commanding influence grew every day stronger with the Queen. A meeting and formal reconciliation between herself and her son became now the question of the moment. In preparation either for this or for the chance of civil war, the court had already moved from Paris with a strong escort of troops to the Loire. The first stopping place was Amboise, where the king received news that the treaty had been concluded. At Angoulême, bonfires blazed and a Te Deum was sung. At Tours, where the court proceeded to establish itself for the summer, things were taken more quietly, perhaps more cynically, for the royal interview was put off from month to month. Luynes found that he had a formidable person to deal with in the Queen's chief counsellor. Though the treaty might be signed, there were further arrangements to be made before Richelieu would allow his royal mistress to meet her son. In the meanwhile, there was going and coming between Tours and Angoulême, where the Prince of Piedmont and his young wife, with his brother, Prince Thomas of Savoy, visited the Queen Mother and were magnificently received by her loyal friend the Duc d'Epernon. The long hot summer dragged slowly on. The young king and queen, Monsieur Gaston, Duc d'Orléans, a boy of 11, the little princess Henriette, the Duc de Luynes, and the whole court passed the time as best they could among the woods and rivers of Touraine and Anjou. They visited La Flèche, where the heart of Henry IV lay in the chapel of the Jesuit college founded by him, and where its ashes are still preserved, the embalmed heart itself having been burnt by patriots in the Revolution. They made a progress among stately sun-baked chateaux, lingering at Les Ludes, the owner of which, formerly the patron of Luynes and his brothers, now held the important post of governor to Monsieur. Some of the courtiers, such as Bassompierre, found reasons for riding backwards and forwards between Tours and Paris. The ministers there needed watching, being apt to sell rich military appointments on their own authority. At length Richelieu could delay no longer. He had gained for the Queen Mother some additional advantages beyond the April treaty, and he had extracted from Luynes a kind of vague promise, or at least an understanding, that he should be recommended to the Pope for a cardinal's hat. At present this was his chief object and desire. At the end of August, Marie de Médicis left Angoulême to rejoin her son. She was accompanied to the frontier of the Angoumois by the Duc d'Epernon, from whom she parted with tears, and she was escorted on her journey by Hercule de Rohan, Duc de Montbazon, father-in-law of Luynes, whose chateau of Couzieres, near Tours, had been chosen for the royal meeting. It was not large or important, being rather a country house than a castle, but its woods and gardens were beautiful, and never in a history not lacking in romance was Couzieres the scene of so much splendour. The Queen Mother arrived there in the evening with her train of ladies and gentlemen, among whom were the Archbishop of Toulouse and the Bishop of Luçon. The king left Tours the next morning on horseback, attended by 500 princes, lords, and gentlemen. He arrived at the said Couzieres before the Queen Mother had ordered her dinner. He entered by the park gate, and the Queen at once came forth to receive him. She met him in the garden, and there they saluted and embraced each other with a great appearance of contentment on both sides. The Queen Mother wept for joy. According to tradition, they found little to say to each other. "My son has grown taller since I saw him," said Marie. "For your service, madame," said Louis. They walked together, surrounded by crowds, to the house, and then, while the Queen dined, Louis strolled in the garden. Later on, another splendid cavalcade arrived from Tours, that of the reigning Queen, who made her compliments with many demonstrations of joy, and accompanied the Queen Mother in her coach to Tours, the King flying his hawks in the open country by the way. Marie's visit to the court at Tours was not a success. The precedence taken by Anne of Austria offended her, and Luynes was playing a double game. He wanted the reconciliation which would rid him of an independent adversary. He wanted to work a separation between Marie and the nobles of her party, especially the powerful Due d'Epernon. But he watched with a jealous eye any appearance of a real understanding between her and the king. As to her friends and servants, he gave them fair words and played them false at every turn. His conduct, dishonest or diplomatic, may be judged by the fact that while the king was writing to the Pope to request that the Archbishop of Toulouse and the Bishop of Luçon should be promoted to cardinals, Luynes was giving the court of Rome to understand by a secret dispatch that only the first name mentioned by the king need be taken in earnest. These sourdes et déloyales pratiques, as M. Avenel calls them, continued for many months, and Richelieu had few powerful advocates. Cardinal Duperron was dead, and Cardinal Bentivoglio, the nuncio, remarked coldly on the extravagance of the Queen Mother's demand and la sfrenata ambizione di Luçon. The court left Tours on its return to Paris toward the end of September. The king wished his mother to accompany him, but she refused, choosing first to take formal possession of her government of Anjou. Travelling by way of Chinon, and lingering a few days at the stately castle on the Vienne, which had been made over to her by treaty, and was commanded by the Seigneur de Chanteloube, one of her most violent partisans, she received news which deepened her displeasure and suspicion with regard to the Duc de Luynes. Her younger son's governor, the Comte du Lude, had died of fever at Tours, and now, without a word to her, Colonel d'Ornano, a creature of Luynes and a quite unfit man for the charge, was appointed in his stead. Another piece of news sprung upon the Queen Mother without consultation or formal announcement was that of the release of the Prince of Condé, her own and Richelieu's enemy, from Vincennes, and his reception by the king, with a royal declaration blaming those who had brought about his captivity. This may have been aimed at the Maréchal d'Ancre, but it struck the Queen. Marie understood that the first prince of the blood was now to be played off against herself in Luynes' game. She was magnificently received at Angers. The citizens of that noble old town were as warlike, independent, and keenly political now as in the days of King John, and quite as unwilling to open wide their gates to any unpopular sovereign. They had been amusing themselves during that summer by rioting against their excellent Bishop Fouquet de la Varenne on some matter of ecclesiastical discipline. Commander de la Porte, with all his courage and loyalty, was not quite the man to manage this peevish town. He was a good-natured chatterbox. Before the Queen's entrance into the city, Richelieu wrote a long letter to my dear uncle, in which, after a number of practical details as to arms and provisions, he recommended gravity and dignity in dealing with the bourgeoisie. All went well on October 16th, when Marie took formal possession of her city of Angers. Thousands of people received her with immense rejoicings. There was a grand military display, martial music and ringing of bells as the Queen approached, having crossed the long arches and causeway of the Pont de Quai. She did not lodge in the gloomy old castle where Henry II of England once held his court, but in the most beautiful house in the town, the Logis Barrault, now known to travellers as the Museum of Angers. There a court soon gathered round her, increasing in numbers from day to day. This state of things continued through the winter and the spring. Over and over again the king invited his mother to Paris, but she and her intimate counsellors found little satisfaction in the assurances sent by Luynes of the royal goodwill. The promises went hand in hand with too many slights and affronts, and though Richelieu, according to his own account, believed the Queen Mother's right place to be at her son's court, and though he felt that his own future lay there, he hesitated to press his opinion against that of the majority of her friends. He could not fail to see, as they did, that there was much to be feared in the power of the favourites. Luynes and his brothers were the first men in France. As to personal character, though spoiled by success, these three Provençal adventurers were good fellows enough. But as to greediness and ambition, Concini himself had not gone further. In order to be independent of the king's favour, Luynes had contrived to get most of the strong frontier towns of France into his hands. His brothers, one of them a Marshal of France, married two of the richest heiresses in the kingdom, and took their place among the highest nobility. "You would say," writes Richelieu in his Memoirs, "that France exists for them alone, that for them she abounds in all kinds of riches. The governments and places that they hold seem in small proportion to those they consider their due. What is not to be had for money they take by violence. For their private bargains they make use of the money raised from the people for the public good. In a word, if the whole of France were to be sold, ils achèteraient la France de la France même." Add to all this the insolent, boasting speeches which came to the Queen Mother's ears, the complaints of the king's own ministers and of the Parliament of Paris, who liked the new favourites no better than the old, and the anger of the nobles, who found their pensions unpaid and the best appointments snatched from their teeth. It was not amazing either that Marie hesitated as to leaving her town and court in the west to place herself personally in the power of Messieurs de Luynes, or that Richelieu was slow in advising her to do so. In May and June 1620 the governors of provinces were openly showing their discontent. The Duc de Vendôme could dispose of Brittany, the Duc de Longueville of Normandy, the Duc de Mayenne of Guyenne, and these three, with many others, left the court and retired to their governments, where they began to prepare for civil war. The Duc de Rohan, in the name of the Protestant party, went so far as to advise the Queen Mother to leave Angers for Bordeaux and to assemble an army in the south. One of the chief malcontents, the Comtesse de Soissons, furious at the release of her cousin and enemy, the Prince de Condé, left Paris with her young son and came to Angers. As the summer advanced, the Queen having decided to hold her own in the west, many of les grands followed Madame la Comtesse, and Marie was surrounded by a crowd of restless, warlike nobles and princes who were held back with difficulty from declaring open and instant war upon the king. Half France, apparently, was on her side. Princes, populations, Catholics, Huguenots, and men of law. At one moment a successful campaign against the king in Luynes seemed a certainty, and Angers was the centre of enthusiastic military preparations. But Richelieu was there, a power behind all the discontented swaggerers of Her Majesty's court. A small, strong party, including the Queen herself, believed in him. He had taken care that his friends should hold the places nearest to her. Claude Boutillier, brother of his faithful Sébastien, was at this time her secretary. The clergy, who always influenced Marie de Médicis, were with him to a man. He did not intend that the misunderstanding between the Queen Mother and the King, heartily mended by the passing reconciliation at Couzieres, should come to actual war. It was he who prevented the move to the south, he who through all these months at Angers carried on negotiations with Luynes. Now, as always, he resented the domination of the princes and nobles, remaining convinced that the king must, in the last resort, be the chief authority in the kingdom. He deeply distrusted Luynes, and not altogether for personal reasons of disappointed ambition. In a sense, he stood between the two parties. He did not cease to be something of a mediator. His advice to Marie de Médicis was never that of a political firebrand. Still, surrounded by firebrands, Vendôme and his like, It was difficult for the wisest counsels to prevail, and Richelieu seems to have accepted the inevitable, hoping that the warlike show made by the Queen's friends might so far impress the King as to incline him to listen to the serious complaints poured into his ears by her and by them. The effect was not precisely this, but Richelieu was in one way content. It was not the Queen Mother who declared war. Louis XIII himself, egged on not by Luynes, who doubted and hesitated, but by the Prince de Condé, decided suddenly to march into Normandy and to crush his enemies by armed force. "I will not stay in Paris," he said, "to see my kingdom made a prey and my faithful servants oppressed. My conscience accuses me of no want of piety with regard to the Queen my mother, justice with regard to my people, kind deeds with regard to the nobles of my kingdom. Therefore, allons." The words had a ring of Henry IV, and they were justified by the event. With a small army the King swept Normandy. Rouen and Caen made no resistance. The Duc de Longueville and the Grand Prieur de Vendôme fled before their royal master. The first week in August found the King on Angevin soil. On the 7th he was within 2 miles of Angers on high ground, commanding the road between the city and the Loire. Angers was to his right, the village and bridges of the Pont de Quay to his left. For a month, ever since the King left Paris, confusion had reigned at Angers. Negotiations had gone on furiously, for neither Louis XIII nor Luynes wished to come to actual blows with the Queen Mother. Richelieu, in public and private, had done his best. In July, preaching before the Queen and her court, he warned her that no faithful subject could advise her to rebel against her son, and begged her to consider that no arms could triumph over an angel-guarded king. But all this was to no avail. With hurry and rashness inconceivable, considering that neither d'Epernon, Rohan, nor Mayenne had marched to join them, the warlike party at Angers prepared for resistance. Marie had a poor set of officers. The Comte de Soissons, supposed to be in command, was a boy of 18. He had courage in plenty, but no experience. The Duc de Vendôme was a clever, blustering coward. The Duc de Nemours, a courageous fool. The Maréchal de Bois Dauphin was too old for fighting. Louis de Marillac, afterwards a Marshal of France with a tragic history, did more than any of them, but he also talked more, and his plan for the defence was a foolish one. He and Vendôme attempted to fortify the whole length of the road, about 2 miles, between Angers and the Pont de Quay, by an entrenchment which, according to Richelieu, would have needed 20,000 men to defend it. He gave his opinion freely, but soldiers were not going to be advised by a churchman, and nothing could divert them from their enterprise. The sketchy fortification was not even finished when the King's troops swooped down to the attack. His infantry fought in the flat meadows under cover of the line of hedgerow trees. His cavalry plunged into the Loire, a shorter way of reaching the bridges, and the little old castle that defended them. Once the passage of the Loire was in the King's hands, the Queen Mother's retreat would be cut off, and she would be separated from her partisans in the south country. This was why the King, advised by Condé, did not make a direct attack on the town. The battle had hardly begun when the Duc de Retz, one of the Queen's commanders, seized with the idea that some treacherous negotiations were going on in the background, threw up her cause and rode off the field with 1,500 men. The rest of the little army, about 2,500 men against 14,000, kept up an uncertain struggle along the road and the bridges through some sweltering hours of the August day. A few hundred lives were lost, and it was not till evening that the royal army found itself in possession of the river branches and the little town of Pont de Quay. Even then the wounded governor of the castle, M. de Bethencourt, held out there till the next morning with a garrison of 10 men. Few of the Queen's officers showed such a spirit. Long before the battle or rout was over, César, Duc de Vendôme, son of Henry IV, came galloping back into Angers with the news that all was lost. He entered her presence, says Richelieu, avec un épouvantement épouvantable, saying, "Madame, I wish I were dead." On which one of her ladies, who did not lack wit, replied, fort à propos, "If that be really your wish, you should have stayed where you were." The Duc de Vendôme was promptly followed by all the other chiefs except the Comte de Saint-Aignan, who was taken prisoner. So ended la drôlerie des Ponts de Quai, as the wags called it. Now was the time for the peacemakers. After a few distracted hours, during which, says Richelieu, fear was absolutely mistress of all hearts and reason had no place, a treaty quite amazingly favourable to the Queen Mother was drawn up by himself and the King's envoys. He must have wondered at the success of his own diplomacy. At first, looking round on his terrified party, on the helpless city with a royal army at her gates, he had advised Marie de Medicis to pack up her jewels and ride off by night, with a few hundred light horse, fording the Loire and gaining the free country beyond, where she might make her own terms with her enemies. But the unexpected moderation of the King and Luynes made everything easy. The Treaty of Angoulême was confirmed, the Queen's partisans were amnestied, the Ponts de Quai with their defences were restored to her, her debts were paid, she had full liberty to live where she pleased, so long as she remained in good understanding with the King and his ministers. All this was the work of Richelieu, in concert with Luynes. The truth was that the rivalry of these two had reached a point where it became plain that they were necessary to each other. Luynes knew or fancied that the King was getting beyond his authority. The dismal boy had grown into a man and a soldier. The clever and reckless Prince de Condé made him feel what Luynes never felt or taught, the charm of war. And he was ready, more ready than Luynes wished, for a really cordial reconciliation with his mother. This took place at the old Maréchal de Cossay's magnificent Château de Brissac, south of the Loire, 5 days after the battle. Marie again wept tears of joy. "I have you now," said Louis, "and you shall never escape me again." Detested as he was by the nobles and princes, shadowed by Condé, threatened by the Queen Mother's newly rising influence, Luynes thought it politic to place Richelieu, as far as possible, definitely on his side. With great caresses he renewed the promise of a cardinal's hat. A messenger was sent to Rome with a letter from the King, and this letter was soon followed by the dispatch of Sébastien Bouthillier, ever faithful, not as some writers have presented him, a private envoy from Richelieu himself, but authorised by Louis, ready at this moment to gratify his mother in every way. But 1,000 intrigues, volumes of letters, promises made and broken in France and in Italy, still lay between the Bishop of Luçon and his ambition's crown. Bouthillier remained at Rome 2 years, working hard in the dark. He was made Bishop of Aire before his patron became cardinal, but nothing checked his devoted labour. Old Paul V was difficult and obstinate. He had enough French cardinals. The young bishop, to whose early consecration he had half unwillingly consented, had not repaid him well. As Secretary of State, his attitude toward the Holy See had been doubtful. He had shown some inclination of late to ally the Queen Mother with the Huguenots, and besides all this, it was well understood at Rome that whatever letters, whatever ambassadors might be sent by Louis XIII, Monsieur de Luynes was in no hurry. While continuing his sourde et déloyale pratique, no secret to Richelieu, who endured them with sphinx-like patience, Luynes did his best to let all men believe him on the best of terms with the Queen Mother's chief counsellor. He suggested the union of their families by a marriage between his nephew Antoine de Beauvoir-du-Roure Seigneur de Combalet, and Richelieu's niece, Marie Magdeleine Vignereau du Pont de Courlay. She was a very pretty girl of 16. He was a coarse, red-faced, awkward soldier. She was not a willing sacrifice, neither was her uncle particularly eager. He hesitated long, indeed for several reasons, but the Queen Mother advised him, for fear of Luynes, to consent, and the marriage was celebrated in Paris in November, during the court festivities that followed the triumphant return of Louis XIII from his short campaign against the Protestants of Béarn. Madame de Combalet's unwelcome husband did not annoy her long. He was killed at the siege of Montpellier in September 1622. The young widow, a girl of independent spirit, worthy of her mother's family, at once resolved that she would not be sacrificed again. She made a vow, un peu brusquement, says Tallemant, that she would become a Carmelite nun. She dressed as modestly as a dévote of 50. She wore a gown of woolen stuff and never lifted her eyes. With all this, she was a lady in waiting to the Queen Mother and never stirred from the court. She was then in the full bloom of her beauty. This sort of thing lasted a long time. It lasted till the supreme power of the cardinal made his niece equal to the greatest ladies in France and a probable match for princes. But Madame de Combalet, better known as Madame d'Aiguillon, kept her vow, so far as that she never married again. The campaign against the Protestants of Béarn, undertaken by Louis XIII immediately after the Battle of the Pont de Quay, was successful in its object of enforcing the royal edict of 1617 and restoring church property, now held by the Huguenots, to the use of the Catholic clergy. At the same time, Henry IV's independent little kingdom of Béarn was formally united to the kingdom of France. All this was done with much noise and little bloodshed. It amused the king immensely. One game for another. Fighting was better than falconry. Through the darkening days he galloped back to Paris and had the additional joy of arriving before he was expected. Louis XIII arrived on November 7th, early in the morning, accompanied by 54 young nobles, riding at full speed, preceded by 4 postmasters, sounding the horn. He rode through the city where he was not expected. The noise made by his troop woke the citizens. They ran to the windows, and as soon as the monarch was recognized, there were cries of "Vive le roi!" The guard at the Louvre, seeing an armed troop approach, stood on the defence. They soon learned that it was the king. The palace rang with transports of joy. Louis XIII flew to embrace his mother and his wife. The day was for him one of triumph. The shops were shut. They feasted in the streets and lighted bonfires in the city. But the Huguenot party did not rejoice. As soon, says Richelieu, as His Majesty had brought Béarn back to its duty, there was talk of assembling of Huguenots in many parts of the kingdom. And very swiftly the matter advanced beyond talk. From the Central Assembly of La Rochelle, orders went out for the Protestants to rise in all quarters. In May 1621, Louis XIII started on a campaign against them, which first, under the influence of Luynes, then under that of Condé, lasted through the greater part of 2 years. A campaign rather of long sieges than of pitched battles, but costing many distinguished lives, among them that of the Duc de Mayenne. At the opening of this campaign, Luynes made himself Constable of France. He was hardly qualified for the highest military office in the kingdom, being not only timid as a soldier, but absolutely ignorant of the science of war. His career, however, was now nearly at an end. His star had been for some time waning, and Saint-Simon might well say that he died at the right moment, for Louis, whose eyes were opening, was beginning to turn against the man whom he had so heartily admired. il fut enfin frappé des dimensions de ce colosse formé tout à coup. Grown to supreme power, in the very moment of Concini's fall, he made perilous confidences, from which wise courtiers fled, calling the constable King Luynes, and complaining violently of him and his brothers. Luynes did not, as he believed, know his young king through and through. The favourite fell as suddenly as he had risen. 3 days of fever near the castle of Montheure, which the royal army was besieging, carried off the richest and most powerful man in France. A few days later, the servants who conveyed him to his own estates for burial were playing at dice on his coffin while they rested their horses. It is not fair to judge Luynes entirely from the point of view of enemies and rivals, even if one cannot accept the high praise bestowed on him by his admirers. Monsieur Victor Cousin, for example. From many of the vices of a favourite, Luynes was free. On the whole, his influence over Louis XIII was rather good than bad. He was good-tempered and affectionate, though spoilt by power, and terribly greedy. Clever, if not courageous, and something of a statesman, it has been said that he anticipated in some respects the future policy of Richelieu. He certainly saved the king from being dominated by ambitious princes, and he did his best to make obedient subjects of the Huguenots. But while he carried on war in France against them, their defeats in Germany were aggrandizing Spain and the Empire, and destroying that balance of power which Richelieu was to restore. If Luynes had been Richelieu, the 30 Years' War might have been stopped at its beginning. Richelieu behaved with extraordinary discretion, even after the favourite had been removed from his path. Effacing himself in public life, he spent his time in assiduous attendance on Marie de Medicis, both at court and in her excursions into the provinces, during one of which she paid him a visit at Coussay. To please her, they say he learned to play the lute, and scandalous gossips found pasture in whispered tales as to the relations between the Queen and her handsome bishop. All falsehoods, probably, but in any case, at this date, his influence with her was unbounded, and as far as politics went, he used it well and wisely. In the winter of 1621 and 22, when Louis XIII, after the death of Luynes, turned to his mother with unusual affection, Richelieu advised the king through her to cease fighting his own Protestant subjects, and rather with arms or diplomacy to check the rising, preponderating power of the House of Habsburg. The advice was not taken. The king's mind was now ruled by the restless Condé and by the cunning old chancellor Bruyère de Sillery and his son Brulart de Puisieux. For more than 2 years longer, the cowardly policy and the selfish intrigues of men like these were able to keep Richelieu helpless in the background, and it was not till 8 months after the death of Luynes that a new pope, Gregory XV, consented to place the Bishop of Luçon upon the roll of cardinals. End of section 11. Section 12 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 1, 1622 to 1624. On September 5th, 1622, Richelieu's 37th birthday, the faithful Sébastien Boutillier sang his Nunc Dimittis. Writing from Rome to his brother, he said, "It seems to me that I now have nothing more to desire in this world, since Monsieur de Luçon is cardinal. Indeed, God must destine him for the continuing of the great works in which he has already been employed, since he has raised him to this deserved dignity in spite of the most powerful impediments. The news arrived in France when Louis XIII was at Avignon, his troops being engaged in that unlucky siege of Montpellier which closed his second campaign against the Protestants. A letter was immediately sent to the Queen Mother, who had spent the summer at Puig-les-Eaux, and was on her way to Lyons with her favourite bishop in attendance. It reached her at a village on the road called La Pacaudière. There she herself announced the news to Richelieu. From Lyons he started for Avignon, travelling down the Rhone to thank the king in person. 3 months later, the whole court being at Lyons, his cardinal's biretta was presented to him by His Majesty with solemn ceremony at the Archbishop's palace. The first thing he did with the red cap so long desired was to lay it at the feet of Marie de Medicis. It would always remind him, he said, that he had vowed to shed his blood in her service. And now, if one may venture on a quotation from M. Hanotau's vivid pages, he moves to his right place among the great and nobly born. His dignity is but the finishing touch. He is 37 years old, thin, slender, hair and beard black, eye clear and piercing. He still has beauty, if beauty is compatible with an evident, intimidating superiority. He has the colourless complexion of a man worn by watching and suffering, gnawed by his own thoughts. It may with truth be said of him that the blade wears out the sheath, and indeed, long, slight, and flexible he is, like a sword. He places the cardinal's red cap on his triangular head. He wraps himself in flowing folds of purple. Thus, all red, he enters history, realizing the most complete and powerful image of a cardinal that imagination and art have ever dreamed. After this striking picture, it is interesting to read the impressions of Michelet, whose prejudices, historical and religious, hardly permitted him to be fair to Richelieu's genius, not to mention his character. Philippe de Champagne's well-known portrait, painted at a much later date than 1622, but breathing all the stateliness, the sense of innate power which M. Hanotau so finely suggests, is the text for Michelet's famous discourse. Philippe's art is so true and so penetrating, he says, that it answers alike to historical knowledge and to popular impressions. In that grey-bearded, dull-eyed phantom with the delicate thin hands, history recognises the grandson of Henry III's provost, who shot Guise. Note bene, Richelieu was the provost's son, and the provost did not shoot Guise. He comes toward you, you are not reassured. The personage has an air of life, but is it really a man, a spirit? Yes, certainly an intelligence, firm, clear, luminous, shall I say, or of sinister brilliancy? If he made a few steps forward, we should be face to face. I have no wish for it. I fear that strong head means nothing within, no heart, no bowels. I have seen too much in my studies of sorcery, of those evil spirits who will not remain below, but return and once again move the world. What contrasts in him, so hard, so supple, so entire, so broken. By what tortures must he have been ground down, made and unmade, or let us say désarticulé, to have become this eminently artificial thing, which walks and does not walk, which advances without apparent sight or sound, as if gliding over a noiseless carpet, then, arrived, overturns all. He gazes on you from the depth of his mystery, the Sphinx in the red robe. I dare not say from the depth of his knavery, for contrary to the ancient Sphinx, who dies if divined, this man seems to say, quiconque me devine en mourra. Richelieu was now a prince of the Church, equal to the greatest in the land. One of the ends of his sfrenata ambizione was gained, but he still had to wait till the incapacity of the ministers of France compelled Louis XIII, half willingly, half unwillingly, for he admired the cardinal's talents while he feared his dominating character, to summon him to supreme political power. During the 20 months of waiting, Richelieu indulged the natural tastes for building and collecting which had been, no doubt, trained and encouraged by Marie de Medicis, herself so great a lover of art in its more splendid forms. At this time, and a little later, he bought several chateaux at no great distance from Paris, Fleury near Fontainebleau, Bois-le-Vicomte, which he afterwards exchanged with Gaston d'Orléans for Champigny, the hereditary property of his eldest daughter, the heiress of Montpensier; Limours, which he sold after spending large sums on beautifying it, and Rueil near Saint-Germain. This last, when bought by the Cardinal, was merely a small country house. He made a magnificent place of it, with moats and terraces, a beautiful park, and gardens in the Italian style, which were among the most famous of the century, cascades, fountains, arches, grottos, and a population of statues. He was a great buyer of statuary, with which all his houses and gardens were largely adorned. He posed as a very considerable patron of art, but his purchases were made not without economy. The sale of various ecclesiastical charges did not bring in an unlimited fortune, nor was his taste always faultless, even by the pseudo-classical standard of the time. In August 1623 he wrote a long letter to his private secretary, Michel Le Mal, prior of Les Roches, formerly his servant at the Collège de Navarre, who had been sent to Italy on confidential business connected partly with the Queen Mother's Florentine affairs, partly with the election of a new pope, Urban VIII. Having treated of these subjects, the Cardinal goes on to private matters of his own. "The Sieur Franchine advises me to ask if you can send me some marble statues and a marble basin, for he says that, not being real antiques, one can have them very cheap. I particularly want a statue about 3 feet high, and a handsome basin 1.5 feet in diameter to put on his head. If you have this made to order, the statue must hold it with both hands above his head. You will remember that, being for a fountain, the statue and the basin must be pierced. Monsieur d'Alencourt, 5 or 6 months ago, had 5 very cheap statues brought from Rome. You will inquire into the price of marble, the charges of sculptors, in order that we may judge on their return whether the work may better be done there or in France." Monsieur des Roches is then directed to find out the cost of the following statues in bronze: a Jupiter 6 feet high, with the face of the late king, a crown on his head, and a sceptre in his hand, dressed as Jupiter à l'antique; a Juno of the same size, with the face of the queen, the eyes turned slightly toward heaven, to which she will point with one hand; a god Terminus 9 feet high, made after the sculptor's fancy to be set on a column in the midst of the garden; a Hercules 8 or 9 feet high, holding up his club in the air, pierced so that it may throw out water, and so forth. In his reply, M. des Roches was bold enough to question his patron's taste on several points, remarking, for instance, that though water might spring forth from Samson's jawbone of an ass, it could hardly do so from the club of Hercules. Water played a great part in the garden decoration of those days. Canals, cascades, lakes, fountains glittered and splashed everywhere, and keen amusement was found in the various tricks played by unexpected jets d'eau. At Rueil, the Cardinal had a wonderful grotto with a cavern into which he used to beguile his unlucky guests. An infinity of little jets d'eau spring out of the ground, figures of animals of every kind spurt water on every side, and when one tries to hurry out to escape all this water, the doors are blockaded by heavy waterfalls, and outside the grotto other spouting figures complete the soaking of those who have passed through all this water. Such was the delightful humour of the time, and it was not only ladies and gentlemen finely dressed who were subjected to these little surprises. Walls were painted with marvellous perspectives which deceived the very birds of the air. They met their death while flying, as they thought, in the blue firmament of heaven. Rueil was the Cardinal's favourite residence outside Paris. His town house at this time was in the fashionable Place Royale, 2 or 3 years later he moved to the Petit Luxembourg, a charming hotel in the Rue Vaugirard, close to Marie de Medicis' new palace. While high in her favour, he had much to do with the artistic decoration of the Luxembourg. He superintended her financial affairs, and her builders, painters, furnishers worked to some extent under his orders. De Brosse, her architect, was supplied with money by his authority. Rubens, who was now painting the magnificent series of pictures in her honour, Poussin and Philippe de Champagne, young artists not yet famous, employed in smaller work about the palace, were dependent on him. We find him inquiring through M. des Roches if Guido Reni of Bologna, then at the height of his glory, will come to France for a couple of years to paint the late king's battles in a gallery of the queen's new palace. But the Pope and all the Italian princes were struggling for Guido, and he did not care at this time to leave his own country. While Richelieu and the queen mother waited and looked on, se ménageant, as a French writer says, and amusing themselves with matters of art, the confusion in state affairs went on deepening. The weakness and irresolution of the ministers were destroying day by day French influence in Europe, while the power of Spain and Austria went on growing. Old allies of France were biting the dust. The progress of the war in Germany was against the Protestants. The Elector Palatine, King of Bohemia, had been driven from his dominions, and James I, his father-in-law, saw no wiser course than to bid for the help of Spain by marrying his heir to the Infanta. It was in this very year, 1623, that Prince Charles and the Duke of Buckingham visited Paris on their way to Madrid. Such an alliance might have sealed the fate of France and almost made her a vassal of Spain. She was indeed approaching that state in the helpless hands of Sillery and Puisieux. At home the court was full of quarrels and intrigues. The king, uneasy, discontented, and wilful enough, had not the wisdom or the character needed to dismiss his useless ministers and to put a strong man in their place. He hunted more desperately than ever, and after a year or two of rapprochement was again becoming estranged from Queen Anne, who for her part fell completely under the influence of the beautiful young widow of Luynes, appointed by him superintendent of her household. After the death of Luynes, this appointment was violently disputed by Madame de Montmorency, widow of the old constable who had formerly held it. Madame de Luynes' chance of keeping it lay in her second marriage with the Duc de Chevreuse, which ranged the great house of Guise on her side. The whole court, men and women, flung themselves into this quarrel, duels were fought and bribes exacted. Finally the king and the ministers decided to suppress the office altogether, to the bitter disappointment of both parties and the wrath of the young queen. The queen mother, with her favourite counsellor, and the Prince de Condé, fallen into disfavour at court and withdrawn in his government of Berry, were the persons of chief importance who stood aloof from the fray, each watching for some change which might throw political power into the hands of the prince or the cardinal. Richelieu, for his part, was neither patient nor idle, and while outwardly absorbed by palaces, pictures, statues, was working underground with an energy hardly realised by the men of his own day. He had few confidants. Père Joseph, as always, knew and understood him best, and admired him most loyally, but Père Joseph was hardly in sympathy with the instrument chiefly used by Richelieu at this time, Fancan, the famous pamphleteer. This strange and clever being was a canon of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. His family, Langlois by name, had long been attached to the fortunes of the house of Richelieu, and his brother was the cardinal's own man of business. The Sieur de Fancan had had a wider experience in the employment of the Duc de Longueville and of the Comtesse de Soissons. He had done some diplomatic work, and had developed bold opinions of his own in matters of politics and religion, posing as bon français in opposition to Luynes and the Spanish ultra-Catholic trend of affairs. His Protestant leanings carried him far, according to the correspondence with Germany and England discovered after his death. For several years Fancan was high in Richelieu's favour. Unknown, anonymous, brilliant, unscrupulous, he and one or two others made public opinion in France. His pamphlets, or libelles in their blue covers, were sold by hundreds on the bridges and the bookshops of Paris. They attacked the ministers of the moment in verse or prose, full of ironical fury, personal violence, and political wisdom, coarse, impudent, and strong. Either in a direct or roundabout way, they were addressed to the king. Sometimes France, on her dying bed, held converse with her ancient heroes. Sometimes Henry the Great talked with the leaders of his time. Sometimes unworthy favourites were gibbeted. Sometimes the people cried to their sovereign in bitter complaint of religious tyranny and civil war, and boldly offered the counsel for which nobody asked them. The king, the ministers, the nobles, the literary men, the citizens all read these pamphlets, talked of them, and did not forget them. Louis was much influenced by them. They touched his conscience and sense of truth, if they deepened the gloom in which he followed his hounds in the forest of Saint-Germain. In the days of the Brulats and their successor, the Marquis de la Vieuville, while the affairs of the kingdom were slipping from bad to worse, the pamphlets not only complained more loudly than ever, they advised more strongly than ever, and the king knew well that their advice was good, however unwilling he might be to take it. They told him that there was one man in France whose hand ought to be on the helm, a man who would serve his own country and his own king, not the interests of a foreign power, a man of high courage, prudence, and incomparable dexterity, as wise as he was brilliant, ready like a burning torch to consume himself in giving light to the state. This man would be the saviour of France, renewing the great days of Henry. It was hardly necessary to name the Cardinal de Richelieu. Fancan only expressed the minds of all thinking men, French or foreign, private or public, who were independent of the ministers and above political jealousy. But while thus serving France and the Cardinal, he was too careful to serve himself. He was, in fact, a secret agent, receiving pay from both Catholic and Protestant powers, and successfully cheating them all. The independent game became dangerous when Richelieu was supreme. In the year 1627 it is noted in the Mémoires that un nommé Fancan, a spy whose business was to betray and ruin the state, was imprisoned in the Bastille. All his ends were evil, says Richelieu, and the means he used to attain them were detestable and wicked. His ordinary work was the making of libelles in order to decry the government. A year later Fancan died in prison. The whole story is mysterious, but Richelieu was as quick to rid himself of a suspected friend as of an open enemy. In the winter of 1623 and 4, the ministry of Sillery and Puisieux came suddenly to an end. These two men were followed into retirement by the scorn and hatred of a public which knew that they had used their power not only to weaken France in Europe, but to pile up large fortunes for themselves. The Chancellor was succeeded immediately by his colleague M. de la Vieuville, a man of a bolder spirit and more patriotic views, but too nervous, irresolute, and indiscreet to guide France through her present difficulties. Fancan, the ill-rewarded, attacked the new minister with new pamphlets, accusing him and his family of appropriating public funds. To do La Vieuville justice, he began his rule by a very unpopular but necessary move toward economy in the system of universal pensions. It must also be remembered in his favour that he advised Louis XIII to listen to the general voice, and at this critical time to demand the services of Richelieu. But neither he nor the king intended to give that formidable personage any real authority. Louis shrank in terror from cet esprit altier et dominateur, replying to his mother when she pressed him to admit her favourite to the royal council in such prophetic words as these: "Madam, I know him better than you do. He is a man of immeasurable ambition." With the idea of utilizing the cardinal's talents while keeping him outside power, La Vieuville invented a new subordinate council for the management of foreign affairs, and offered him the presidency. This did not mean a seat on the king's council or any independent decision, for, as Richelieu pointed out in his dry and courteous letter of refusal, any resolution passed by this new body was liable to be negatived by the king and his council. He excused himself on the ground of ill health and of lack of recent experience in foreign affairs, declaring that he preferred a private life to un si grand emploi. It was not difficult to understand these excuses. What was to be done with them? The king and La Vieuville tried to send him as ambassador to Spain, then to Rome, but he would not go. The Queen Mother obstinately pressed his claim to be admitted to the council. She spared neither her son nor his minister. She even held aloof from the court in her discontent, and it seems that the fear of another serious breach with her had much influence with the king. Toward the end of April 1624, the complications in home and foreign affairs increasing every day, the pamphlets stinging more sharply, public and private voices waxing louder, La Vieuville found himself forced to advise the king to admit Richelieu to his council, and this in the full consciousness that the cardinal's rise must mean his own fall. Even now he tried in self-defence to limit his new colleague's power for mischief. He was to sit on the council for the purpose of giving his opinion, but nothing more. He might use the influence, but not the authority of a minister of the crown. Richelieu swept this fragile barrier easily away. Indeed, from his own account, he ignored it altogether, and history would have forgotten it but for some detailed reports sent from Paris to his masters by the Florentine ambassador. The cardinal's memoirs, with his letter to the king, show him by no means eager to accept the offered place, which had been for so long his one thought by day, his one dream by night. All the intrigues of the affair were open to him, and if he despised and distrusted La Vieuville and the rest of the council, he had little confidence in the jealous, uncertain temper of the king. Writing to Louis, he began by frankly acknowledging that God had given him some enlightenment and strength of mind. These qualities, however, were rendered unserviceable by extreme bodily weakness, so much so that he had lately besought the Queen Mother to relieve him from his light duties as superintendent of her household. Such indeed were his infirmities that he could not live without frequent excursions into the country. He added that he had many enemies, especially those of the Queen Mother, who would certainly on his account do their best to make mischief between their majesties, while he assured the king that he would rather die than do anything against the welfare of the state, for which he would shed the last drop of his blood. These same enemies would take advantage of the fact that the cardinal's opinion might frequently differ from that of his majesty's other ministers. For once on the council, he would go his own way as to what he thought best for the king's service. He would not be merely an ornamental figure set up to please the public imagination and to dazzle the eyes of the world, but an honest statesman who would advise plainly and act boldly. All this he wished the king to understand, and underlying all this was the question, would Louis, as a loyal master, stand between a faithful servant and those enemies? If, in spite of all considerations, the king remained in the same mind, the cardinal said he could only obey. The one condition was that, while working regularly with the rest of the council, he must ask to be spared the visits and solicitations of private persons, which, besides occupying his time uselessly, would complete the ruin of his health. It was a proud, straightforward letter. In it, Louis XIII felt the first strong grasp of the hand which was to hold and lead him almost to his life's end. Richelieu entered the council on April 26, 1624. His first act was to demand precedence as cardinal of all the other ministers, and this was granted after long arguments. But he did not reach supreme power till the following autumn, when La Vieuville's incapable government ended in sudden disgrace. Those were dishonest times, and it seems most probable that Richelieu, while outwardly friendly to La Vieuville, was not only opposing his uncertain policy, but hastening his fall by the underground work of Fancan and other paid pamphleteers. On August 13th, the Marquis de La Vieuville carried his forced resignation to the King at Saint-Germain, was arrested by the captain of the guard, and driven off to be imprisoned in the castle of Amboise. The government of France was already in the hands of Cardinal de Richelieu, and Louis XIII had accepted the list of ministers presented by him. The 18 years' career had begun which changed France, making absolutism possible, bringing in the age of Louis XIV, and as a consequence, the Revolution. Richelieu wrote to Père Joseph, who had lately been made provincial of the Capuchin order. "You," he said, "have been God's chief agent in bringing me to this place of honour. I pray you to hasten your journey, and to come to me as soon as possible to share with me the management of affairs. There are pressing matters that I can confide to no one else, nor decide without your opinion. Come then quickly to receive these proofs of my esteem." From this time down to Père Joseph's death in 1638, the two eminences, the red and the grey, were seldom parted. End of section 12. Section 13 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 2. 1624 to 1625. In the brilliant first chapter of Richelieu's Testament Politique, Succincte narration de toutes les grandes actions du roi, written not long before his death, he reminds Louis XIII of the circumstances under which he took office in 1624, when "the Huguenots shared the state with your Majesty, the great nobles behaved as if they were not your subjects, and the powerful governors of provinces as if they were independent sovereigns. Foreign alliances were despised, private interests preferred to the public good. In a word, the dignity of the royal majesty was lowered to such a degree through the fault of those who had then the chief management of your affairs, that it had almost ceased to exist. I promised your Majesty," he continues, "to use all my endeavours and all the authority that you might be pleased to give me, to ruin the Huguenot party, to abase the pride of the nobles, to bring all your subjects back to their duty, and to exalt your name to its proper place among foreign nations. I represented that for the attainment of these happy ends your entire confidence was necessary to me." The Cardinal had that confidence, without which indeed he could have done nothing. Experience had taught him that however low the royal majesty might have fallen, it was and would remain the centre of power, the incarnation of France. He was therefore resolved that his influence with the king should be personal as well as political. He had long and thoroughly studied the strange, shy, gloomy, conscientious young man of 24, on whom his own fate and that of the nation depended. He knew that Louis was quite capable of thinking and judging for himself, and he made full use not only of his personal magnetism, but of all the clever political argument which his genius suggested. Louis was convinced, and the conviction went on deepening with years, that his own honour and the well-being of his kingdom were safe in the hands of the new minister, so frail, keen, brilliant, and superbly sure of himself. That the king ever came to love Richelieu is hard to believe, considering all the past, in spite of affectionate letters. But he certainly admired and trusted him. The acceptance of the English marriage for Madame Henriette Marie of France was Richelieu's first step in the way of return to Henry IV's foreign policy. The idea of an English alliance, of course, was not originally his. Long before Henry's youngest child was born, a marriage had been suggested between one of her elder sisters and Henry, Prince of Wales. At the same time, Louis the Dauphin was to have been betrothed to Princess Elizabeth, James I's eldest daughter, a strange destiny for the Protestant heroine, the Queen of Hearts, the eclipse and glory of her kind. But Henry's liking for England seems to have cooled considerably as time went on, and his latest political turn, doubtfully and unwillingly made, was in the direction of the Spanish marriages brought about by Marie de Medicis. As for Henriette Marie, only 6 months old when her father died, he had carelessly promised her hand to the young son of his cousin, the Comte de Soissons. He would probably have broken this promise. The Queen Regent had no scruple in doing so, to the rage and disappointment of Monsieur le Comte. The present negotiations in their earlier stages were not Richelieu's work. He was not in power in 1620, when Luynes, a poor diplomatist, tried to turn the mind of the English king toward an alliance with France rather than with Spain. Nor in 1623, when the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Buckingham, those two venturous knights, lingering incognito in Paris on their way to Madrid, witnessed a ballet at the Louvre, in which Princess Henriette, now 13 years old, was dancing. It was afterwards said that Charles fell in love with the graceful little lady on that occasion, so that his failure to capture the Infanta of Spain troubled him little personally. As to Buckingham, who with all his faults and frivolities had some of the ideas of a statesman, he was already inclined to the French alliance, seeing in it the one means of defending the foreign Protestants and balancing the power of Spain. Through the winter of 1623 and 1624, envoys of more or less dignity were passing between London and Paris, and the marriage was talked of openly. All this time, no doubt, Richelieu was in favour of it, and his influence as the Queen Mother's chief adviser set that way, but long delays dragged out the affair even after the coming of the English ambassadors extraordinary, Lord Holland and Lord Carlisle. The chief difficulty, as with Spain, was the religious question. La Vieuville's weakness as to this, in Richelieu's opinion, nearly wrecked the negotiations. After he himself became a minister in April, there was no more danger that France would, in Carlyle's words, be ridden with a discreet high hand. The delays were of Richelieu's causing, and the high hand was that of France. He meant to oppose Spain and the Empire, and to assist with discretion the German and Dutch Protestants. But he also meant the Catholic Church to be honoured and protected in England, and triumphant in France. In August, when he had arrived at supreme power, the English ambassadors found that there was no more dallying in giving way. If they wanted the alliance, they must accept the conditions, and very stringent these were. By the Treaty of November 1624, subject to the Pope's most unwillingly granted dispensation, Madame Henriette was to go to England with an establishment of French Catholics, including a bishop and 28 priests, and was to have a large chapel in every one of her residences, while all imprisoned English Catholics were to be released, all confiscations of their property reversed, and safety and toleration assured them for the future. Louis XIII and Richelieu had to consent that these last articles should be secret, since the King of England declared it impossible to present them to his Parliament. Another difficult affair that called for Richelieu's management was that of the Valtelline. The Valtelline, rich in vineyards, through which the river Adda descended from its mountain source near Bormio, runs down its stony bed to fall into the lake of Como, had long been a bone of contention for the powers. It belonged to the Grison Leagues, old allies of France, and the first difficulties arose when its Catholic inhabitants rebelled against the oppressions of their Protestant masters. This was in 1620. On a Sunday long remembered, the Protestants of the valley were massacred. Then a Spanish army came up from Milan to stand by the Catholics in their struggle with the enraged Grisons. The 30 Years' War was already 2 years old, and the Valtellina was of European importance as the best and almost the only passage for armies between the Milanese and the Tyrol. Here the Emperor and the King of Spain could join hands, much to the disadvantage of the Protestant powers and of France. Naturally, therefore, the Spaniards took possession of the valley and its strongholds, and the Grison leagues resisted them in vain. France interfered, but only in the way of diplomacy. By the Treaty of Madrid in 1621, the new Spanish forts were to be raised, and the valley restored to the Grisons, who promised amnesty and toleration. But this treaty was not carried into effect. Louis XIII was too deeply engaged in fighting his own Protestants to undertake the defence of Protestants in Switzerland, and France held aloof under her weak ministers, while the Archduke Leopold swooped down upon the Grisons and once more deprived them of the Valtellina, besides forcing them to surrender to Austria, the Engadine, and other districts. Still France hesitated, and it was only the strong remonstrances of the Duke of Savoy, the Venetian ambassador, and the Constable de Lesdiguières himself, a converted Huguenot, who saw the valley made an armed highway for the enemies of France, Venice, and Savoy, that brought Louis to insist on the carrying out of the Treaty of Madrid. In the winter of 1622-1623, Richelieu, being in the background and advising the king through Marie de Medicis, to the displeasure of the Brulars, the three powers made a league to this end, agreeing to raise an army of 40,000 men. The valley was too precious to be so easily renounced by Spain, and yet she did not wish to fight France and Savoy. Philip IV and his ministers found a way out by calling Pope Gregory XV to the rescue, and the warlike ardour of France was easily cooled. The Treaty of Madrid was laid aside, and Louis XIII consented that the fortresses of the Valtelline should be placed in the hands of the Pope, pending their demolition, and a new arrangement of the whole affair. It was understood that the Spaniards and Austrians would no longer pretend to any rights over the valley, and that all foreign occupation would cease in 3 months' time. Nothing of the sort happened. Gregory XV was succeeded by Urban VIII in the summer of 1623. When, after a long delay, the new Pope invited Spain to fulfil her engagements, she declined absolutely. The free passage of the Valtelline for her troops was a military advantage not to be given up. The Pope did not insist. The action of surrendering the Valtelline with its Catholic population to the tender mercies of the Protestant Grisons seemed to him wicked and impious. This was the state of things in the autumn of 1624, when Cardinal de Richelieu came into his own. There were surprises in store, both for the Pope and for Spain. Philip IV and his ministers had little fear of France. The policy of his royal brother-in-law had as yet been anything but energetic. Urban VIII and the rest of the Catholic world found it hard to believe that a cardinal would fight against Rome. The Pope was asked, in a polite but peremptory fashion, either to destroy the fortresses or to deliver them back to Spain, with whom France would then deal direct, and in any case to withdraw his troops at once from the valley. He temporized and negotiated in Spain's favour. Richelieu's patience was soon exhausted. The early winter saw Switzerland overrun by French troops under the Marquis de Coeuvres, who drove the Austrians back into the Tyrol, swooped down by Poschiavo on Tirano, and in a few weeks' time had taken all the forts and driven the papal troops out of the Valtelline. In the course of the same winter, Richelieu took advantage of a quarrel between the Duke of Savoy and the Republic of Genoa to support the Duke with an army under Lesdiguières, aided by a Dutch fleet in an attack on Genoese territory. Richelieu had indeed no intention of conquering Genoa or of strengthening Savoy, but the Republic was Spain's richest and most useful ally, and such an attack could not fail to harass her terribly, while she was losing her position in the Valtelline and to weaken her power in Italy. At this crisis in foreign affairs, discontent at home rose furious, and might have wrecked a smaller man. Richelieu found himself suddenly beset with a swarm of enemies, private and public. The campaign in favour of the Swiss Protestants, the strong opposition to Rome and to Spain, enraged society and the Church, and while this storm was only beginning to grumble, the French Huguenots broke out into sudden, most untimely rebellion. The Treaty of Montpellier had left them discontented. Their last war had ended in the autumn of 1622, with submissions and renunciations hard to be borne by so proud and independent a party. If the king was bound to observe the Edict of Nantes, which assured them toleration, they on their side were forced to dismantle their fortifications and to cease from all assemblies not strictly religious. Two strong places only, La Rochelle and Montauban, were left in their hands. The Duc de Rohan, now their chief leader, the old Duc de Bouillon, died in 1623, was deprived of his provincial governments, though indemnified by smaller posts and large sums of money. Also, the king promised the destruction of Fort Louis, built by him to command the entrance to the harbour of La Rochelle. This last article of the treaty was not carried out. Hence great displeasure in the Protestant camp. In the eyes of some politicians, notably the Pope's nuncio, the Peace of Montpellier, with its concessions to rebel subjects, was somewhat disgraceful to the King of France. Richelieu was of the same opinion, to judge by his own words, but he was too wise not to let the sleeping dogs of the kingdom lie. Civil war was at all times the last thing he desired, and at this moment, with two foreign campaigns on his hands, campaigns against the great enemies of Protestantism, the active disloyalty of the Duc de Rohan moved him to high indignation. Writing on January 12, 1625, to M. de la Ville-au-Clerc, ambassador extraordinary in London, employed with the Marquis d'Effiat in the final arrangements for the royal marriage, Richelieu says: "You know how the Huguenots have cut out work for us, sending ships to sea and seizing the Isle of Ré. Never was so bad an action as this of the Antichrist brothers, who, seeing the king at war for the interests and dignity of the crown, take up arms to trouble the feast." To the French ambassador at Rome, M. de Marquemont, Archbishop of Lyons, and afterwards Cardinal, Richelieu writes on January 27th: "The news you have heard of the Huguenots is only too true. Incited by the devil or others equally bad, they have shown their evil will by a surprise entry into the port of Blavet, landing with cannon, with which they battered the fort for 2 days. The king has news that the whole province hurrying against them. They have already re-embarked in order to escape, and are carrying off 2 or 3 ships of M. de Nevers, which were in the harbour. The Frères Antichristi were Henry, Duc de Rohan, and his brother Benjamin, Duc de Soubise. They were the 2 actively distinguished leaders who remained to the Huguenot party. Le Plessis-Mornay was dead. The Duc de Lesdiguières had changed his religion and become Constable of France. The Marquis de la Force, a brave and very provincial old soldier, and Gaspard de Coligny, Duc de Châtillon, held loyally to the peace of Montpellier, and each accepted a marshal's baton from the king. The new Duc de Bouillon was content to watch events from his northeastern citadel of Sedan. Thus the interior peace of France was largely in the hands of the brothers Rohan, of whom the younger was a firebrand, an adventurer, never happy unless employed in some foolhardy enterprise, though capable, on occasion, of running away, one of those restless spirits to whom religion meant opposition to law and authority, the very type of the fighting Huguenot, robber on land and pirate by sea. Such men, to whom nothing was sacred, were indeed to be found under both religious banners, one and all the opponents of royalty and of Richelieu. Henry, first Duc de Rohan, was a different kind of person. A sincere Protestant, he carried out in his life the stern morality of his creed. He had a genius for war, wrote brilliantly on tactics, but was a diplomat as well as a soldier, and those who knew him best saw in that thoughtful character as much personal ambition as religious conscience. Both brothers were influenced by their ancestry. They were descended from the old kings of Navarre through Isabeau, daughter of Jean d'Albret. And if the sons of Henry IV died childless, which seemed not unlikely, Henry de Rohan was the next heir to the kingdom of Navarre. He had been acknowledged as such in his youth by Henry IV. What the Spaniards had left of that kingdom was now united to the crown of France. Thus the Duke may very well have seen in himself a possible pretender, a rival to Cond^ and the Bourbons, at a dreamed-of moment when the strongest would win. And his mother, Catherine de Parthenay-Soubise, was not the woman to discourage such lifelong fancies in her sons. Fairy blood, that of the Lusignans, ran in her veins. Grande rêveuse, her absence of mind and many oddities were the talk of Paris. Her favourite vision was that of the Duc de Nevers and Père Joseph, a crusade against the Turks. We are told that she was not pleased when Henry IV, whom she disliked, made her eldest son a duke, her husband being the 11th Viscount of his name. According to the proud old family motto, that name alone made its bearer a king's equal. Madame de Rohan had more reason to be discontented at her son's marriage, arranged by Henry with Marguerite de Bethune, daughter of the Duc de Sully, than a mere child. They were married in the Protestant temple at Charenton, and the story goes that the famous and waggish minister Du Moulin asked aloud, when the little girl in her white frock was led up to him, "Do you present this child to be baptized?" The white robe of innocence did not long suit the Duchesse de Rohan, and never had a good man a worse wife. Very pretty, attractive, and clever, she led a life worthier of the Valois court than of the fine old Huguenot houses of Sully and Rohan. Not even Madame de Chevreuse, herself a Rohan by birth, was more free of moral restraint. The Duc de Rohan, concerned with greater matters, seemed superbly unconscious of his wife's love affairs, and turned away coolly from the shocked pastors who tried to enlighten him. In a political sense, they were one. Whenever her husband needed her help, Madame de Rohan sent her lovers to the roundabout, plotted for him, followed him in his campaigns. In the winter of 1625, when the Duc de Rohan was trying to support his brother's naval raid by a revolt in Languedoc, Aubery describes how the Duchesse de Rohan, his wife, acted with no less vigour, as if it were her design to throw terror into vulgar minds, travelled often by night with torches, in a mourning coach drawn by 8 black horses. Suscité par le diable ou quelque autre qui ne valent pas mieux. No doubt the Cardinal had accurate knowledge of the influences, diabolical or other, which had brought about the Huguenot rising at this awkward moment. It was partly the work of the angry people of La Rochelle, who saw their town perpetually threatened by royal forts on land and their harbour watched by royal ships at sea. They counted on the help of the Protestant powers, England and Holland, to make a favourable bargain with the king's government, already entangled in the Swiss and Genoese campaigns, and they were backed up in a quarter which might well have been unexpected. The money that provided Soubise with ships came from Spain. Rohan and he, more than once treating secretly with the enemies of France, may not have deserved Richelieu's epithet of Antichristi, but were certainly anti-patriotic. As the Cardinal wrote to the ambassadors, the Duc de Soubise, not content with seizing the Isle of Ré and thus commanding La Rochelle, had sailed north and pounced on the harbour of Blavet on the Brittany coast, at the mouth of the river below Hennebon. The harbour had been fortified by Louis XIII in the former civil wars, and was known as Port Louis. 6 battleships were now lying there, 5 of which did not belong to the king, but had been lent him by the Duc de Nevers. Soubise took the town and the ships, including the famous great Vierge of 80 guns, and attacked the castle, which held out long enough for the Duc de Vendôme, governor of Brittany, to come to the rescue. Soubise then escaped to sea, but with difficulty, carrying 4 of his prizes with him, and sailing like a bold pirate southward, taking the island of Oléron as a base for his operations, became a terror to vessels of war or merchandise all along the coast. Later on he stormed up the Gironde in support of the Duc de Rohan, who had already set Guyenne and Languedoc in a blaze. All this trouble arising at such an unwelcome moment caused terrible agitation among the king's counsellors. Most of them, says Richelieu, were si éperdus that they saw no choice but between immediate peace with Spain and submission to all the Huguenot demands. He himself would have no such a craven yielding to the storm. With little slackening of energy in the Swiss and Genoese campaigns, he set to work to crush the revolt at home, acting on the medical maxim that a small internal injury is more to be feared than one greater and more painful but external only. His understanding with England and Holland now bore some fruit. Their statesmen, less consistent than their populations, did not refuse to support him against his rebels, in spite of their religion. England, already on the edge of war with Spain, sent 8 ships to the help of the French government. The Dutch fleet was diverted from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic, and 20 French ships made up a fleet of 50 or 60 sail, commanded in chief by Duke Henri de Montmorency, High Admiral of France. Richelieu had not much faith in this young man, the late Constable's only son, and the Princesse de Condé's brother, one of the handsomest and boldest of the fierce order that the Cardinal meant to subdue. But as far as Montmorency was concerned, the time of vengeance was not yet. He and the Dutch admiral, after a long fight with Soubise on the sea, scattered his fleet, took the islands of Ré and Oléron, and came very near to capture La Rochelle itself. Here Richelieu held his hand. He was not yet ready for that great siege, or for the final crushing of the Protestant power in France. On May 11th, when the Huguenot revolt was in full swing, Princess Henriette, low of stature, with lovely black eyes and obstinate mouth, was married by proxy at Notre Dame to the new King of England. A high stage was set up outside the west doors of the cathedral, and on this the ceremony was performed, after the pattern of the wedding of Henry IV and Marguerite de Valois. A Protestant prince could not be married within the walls. Here may have lain some foretaste of sadness for her who was to be known as La Reine Malheureuse. Though she was ready, with strong religious faith, to accept the almost missionary character of queen of a heretic country, and Esther for her own people. But the tones of warning were silent that day. She had not even received the letter in which Marie de Medicis, inspired by the Père de Bérulle, not by Richelieu, though he claims that credit in his memoirs, laid down in eloquent sentences the duties of her new life. For the bride of 15, all was joy and festival. King Charles's proxy was Claude, Duc de Chevreuse, of royal blood, a younger son of Henri le Balafre and brother of Charles, Duc de Guise. He was one of the handsomest and most splendid of Louis XIII's courtiers, and his famous wife, the widow of Luynes, Queen Anne's favourite lady, possessed all the magnificent confiscated jewellery of the unlucky Maréchal d'Ancre. This gorgeous pair were to escort the young queen to England. After the ceremony, at which the Duc de Chevreuse acted his part of a Protestant prince to admiration, a royal banquet was held in the hall of the Archbishop's palace, then close to the cathedral. There were bonfires in all the streets of Paris, writes Richelieu, and lights in the windows which turned night into brilliant day. The Cardinal, who with such pains and prudence had brought this alliance to a happy end, feeling obliged to show his contentment, which exceeded that of all others, presented their Majesties and the court with a supper and fireworks which were worthy of the magnificence of France. The Cardinal's high contentment did not last long. At the moment there were reasons for it, slight hopes which soon faded of a swift end to the revolt, the arrival of the Pope's nephew and legate, Cardinal Barberini, to negotiate a peaceful settlement of the Valtelline affair. Then all was upset, in Richelieu's view, by the descent on Paris of the Duke of Buckingham. Ostensibly, that great personage came as his master's special representative to fetch home Charles's queen. In Paris his person and presence were wonderfully admired and esteemed. He outshined, as Lord Clarendon tells us, all the bravery that court could dress itself in, and overacted the whole nation in their own most peculiar vanities. Cardinal de Richelieu's pains and prudence had not been in order to the satisfying of this gentleman, who unluckily ruled both fashion and politics in England, and he was by no means disposed to make peace or war at Buckingham's bidding. For the Duke's visit was far from being one of mere courtesy. He had two political ends in view. First, to defeat the Pope's legate and to keep France at war with Spain. Second, to make so close an alliance with France that she would be bound to fight for the restoration of the Elector Palatine to his dominions. Richelieu would have none of this state of bondage. Louis XIII, led by him, stood firm and independent. He would accept peace with Spain when he judged it advisable, and he would not throw himself into the war in Germany except by allowing Count Mansfeld, on the Protestant side, to be reinforced by a couple of thousand French horse at the expense of those who employed them. This concession, which does not sound great, was made with the view of keeping England in a good temper, at least so long as the King of France had his Huguenot rebels to contend with. Buckingham pressed for peace in that direction, but was answered with sufficient haughtiness that in the interest of the king his master he ought to be silent. For no prince, said Richelieu, should assist, even by words, the rebellious subjects of another. Buckingham promised, swaggered, threatened a little. He would send 100 ships to ravage the coast of Spain, and would land an army of 15,000 men in Flanders if King Louis would supply 6,000 cavalry. He would conquer Artois and make a present of it to France. But if the French received these offers coldly, England would seek the friendship of Spain and recover the Palatinate by treaty. To which Richelieu replied that it was for the English to consider whether it would be for their advantage to send a fleet to Spain and an army to Flanders, but his king advised them to think well beforehand whether these would be the best means of recovering the Palatinate. If the same result could be gained by treaty, he advised them to prefer the latter course. As to the polite offer of Artois, the King of France had no wish for conquests, and in marrying his sister to the King of England desired no acquisition but his friendship. Between the lines of the memoirs it is easy to read Richelieu's scornful dislike of the splendid upstart who ruled England and tried to play the game of politics with him, a dislike which deepened into distrust and uneasiness later, when Buckingham's cause for quarrel with the French government had become that of a passionate, disappointed man rather than that of a politician, however foolhardy. The story of Henrietta's progress to Calais has often been told, a story in which the interest quite leaves Charles's little bride to centre itself round the beautiful young Queen of France and the love affair in which Buckingham, at least, was desperately in earnest. Her husband's unkind neglect might have given the Queen every excuse, even if her dearest friend, Madame de Chevreuse, had not been a standing example of the morals favoured by society. It is certain that Anne was strongly attracted by the great charmer of his age, but religion and Spanish dignity, not to mention the care of her elder ladies and the watchfulness of the court, were a sufficient protection. Only the most notorious scandal-mongers dared to hint otherwise. Lord Clarendon's very discreet account of the affair sets forth plainly the political result of Buckingham's anger. In his embassy in France, he had the ambition to fix his eyes upon, and to dedicate his most violent affection to, a lady of a very sublime quality, insomuch as when the king had brought the Queen, his sister, as far as he meant to do, and delivered her into the hands of the Duke to be by him conducted into England, the Duke, in his journey, after the departure of that court, took a resolution once more to make a visit to that great lady, which he believed he might do with much privacy. But it was so easily discovered that provision was made for his reception, and if he had pursued his attempt he had been, without doubt, assassinated, of which he had only so much notice as served him to decline the danger. But he swore in the instant that he would see and speak with that lady, in spite of the strength and power of France. And from the time that the Queen arrived in England, he took all the ways he could to undervalue and exasperate that court and nation, by causing all those who fled into England from the justice and displeasure of that king to be received and entertained here, not only with ceremony and security, but with bounty and magnificence, and the more extraordinary the persons were, and the more notorious their king's displeasure was toward them, as at that time there were very many lords and ladies in those circumstances, the more respectfully were they received and esteemed. He omitted no opportunity to incense the king against France, and to dispose him to assist the Huguenots, whom he likewise encouraged to give their king some trouble. Among these extraordinary persons was the Duc de Soubise, who fled to the English coast after his defeat at sea, and remained in England, welcome alike to lords and commons, doing his best the while to shake down the already tottering friendship between Charles I and his royal French brother-in-law. End of section 13. Section 14 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 3. 1626. The Duke of Buckingham had to do with a mind immeasurably superior to his own, and if he, in the autumn of 1625, was pushing on a quarrel with France, Cardinal de Richelieu's game for the present was to disappoint him. The English fleet, playing at piracy, carried off French merchant ships. English influence led the Dutch to recall the fleet they had lent to France, a serious annoyance to Richelieu, who had not yet had time to make a navy. He had other reasons for being angry with King Charles, who, from Henrietta's first arrival in England, had frankly shown his dislike of the Monsieurs she brought with her, and seemed ready to treat all his marriage promises, open or secret, as waste paper. But Richelieu intended England to be the powerful mediator between Louis XIII and the Huguenots. To this end he ignored a whole series of pinpricks, invited English ambassadors to Paris, and let it be understood that France, once at peace internally, would be ready to give active help in Germany. That bleeding wound of civil war had so weakened the campaign in North Italy as to make it ineffectual. An Austrian force pouring down over the St. Gothard had reinforced Genoa, and Lesdiguières, with no fleet to support him, had been obliged to retire. But the Spaniards had failed to recover the Valtelline. It remained for the present in the hands of the French, a difficult question to be settled with the Pope, and Cardinal Barberini's mission to that end resulted in nothing but words. He went back to Rome in high discontent at the end of September, and Richelieu, so far from slackening his hold, sent the Maréchal de Bassompierre to reinforce the Marquis de Coeuvres in Switzerland. It seemed that there was nothing to be done in the Catholic interest with Le Roi du Roi, the man people already called atheist, Huguenot, le Cardinal de La Rochelle. This was not quite the case, however. Though Richelieu would not treat with Cardinal Barberini, he had already entrusted his other self, Père Joseph, with powers for negotiating with Urban VIII at Rome. At the moment, the mission of Barberini made this impossible, but it seems that the Capuchin, never publicly mentioned in state affairs, but always to be found pulling the strings for Richelieu in the background, passed on his instructions to the Comte de Fergy, French ambassador at Madrid, who set to work on the hard task of framing a treaty to please everybody: Spain, Austria, the Pope, the Grison Leagues, and France. But notably that secret party in France headed by the Queen Mother, Monsieur de Marillac, afterwards Chancellor, and Père de Bérulle, among whom Richelieu's opponents were now to be found. Monsieur de Fergy, in his communications with the Spanish minister, Count Olivares, considered rather the wishes of this French ultra-Catholic party, reported to him by his brilliant and mischievous wife, now in Paris, than the intentions of Richelieu. The consequence was that several attempts at a treaty were scornfully repudiated by the French government, and it was not until May 1626 that any agreement was arrived at. A nominal sovereignty over the Valtelline was restored to the Grisons, and Spain renounced any right of passage. The Catholic religion was established in the valley, and the forts were restored to the Pope, to be demolished by his troops. All parties were fairly satisfied except the Duke of Savoy, whose quarrel with Genoa was coolly set aside without any reference to him. And the English government, which had almost forced the French Huguenots to accept an unprofitable peace with Louis XIII, in February saw with immense irritation the conclusion of peace between France and Spain. This was not the end they had worked for, and the secret diplomacy of Richelieu was regarded in England as a dishonourable trick. He cared not at all. Peace was necessary to him at this time. How necessary, a glance at his home projects is enough to prove. He now set to work upon them in earnest, backed up by public opinion, both in 1625 and 1626, in the shape of assemblies of the notables, princes, dukes, and peers of France, archbishops and bishops, crown officers, presidents of courts of law, and the provost of the merchants of Paris. At these assemblies the chief personages of the kingdom were invited to advise the king. Richelieu took care that their advice should accord with his own, for his day of absolute power was only dawning. He had his way with them. As a body they gave their consent to his policy at home and abroad. The creation of a navy was his most popular measure. No longer should the King of France be forced to borrow ships where he could to protect French coasts and French merchant vessels against pirates of all nations. Michel de Marillac, if he had secretly opposed Richelieu in the affair of the Spanish treaty, was heartily with him here, and he was one of those whose eloquence led the notables to vote with enthusiasm the building or purchase of 45 battleships. The sea-going trade of France, its enormous losses and dangers under the present system, was the text which inspired Marillac. "We have everything we need," he cried, "to make us strong at sea. We have wood and iron for shipbuilding, linen and flax for sails and cordage, sailors in abundance, who will serve our neighbours if not employed at home, the best ports in Europe, and yet our neighbours rob us of our fishing, pirates ravage our coasts, and carry off the king's subjects captive to Barbary." It was time, he said, that France should wake from her lethargy of many years. The words of Marillac on this occasion were the thoughts of Richelieu, and he set about carrying them out in his own way. He had already taken to himself supreme power over naval affairs by buying out the Duc de Montmorency and presenting himself with letters patent which conferred the new office of Grand Master and Superintendent General of Navigation and Commerce. Authority over the army, which he made almost entirely from small and chaotic beginnings till it became the force that conquered at Rocroi, was gained by Richelieu through the abolition of the old office of Constable of France. The Duc de Lesdiguieres, its last holder, died in 1626, and military supremacy under the king passed into the hands of a war minister, that is to say, into those of Richelieu himself. Equally difficult with the creation of army and navy were the necessary reforms in the church, in finance, in local government, and the establishment throughout France of order and the royal authority. The Cardinal shrank from nothing. Many of the details of his projected work were never carried out, and it has been well said that he was a more successful statesman abroad than at home, where a mass of privileges and vested interests, with the growing necessity for heavy taxes, were millstones hung round a financial reformer's neck. Richelieu's success in crushing the great nobles brought no benefit to the common people. It was all for the advantage of the king. Among his early dreams were those of encouraging agriculture and manufactures after the example of Henry IV and Sully, but he did little good of this kind, except in the way of colonization. Under his protection, new French commercial companies, after a long struggle with England, gained a more secure footing in Canada and the West Indies. For the first few years of Richelieu's ministry, he was working against tremendous odds. His health was terribly bad. All through the winter of 1625 and 6 he suffered from fever and constant headaches, so that he was often forced to leave Paris in the midst of his work and to fly for rest and change to one of his country houses. Once at least, when summoned back on public affairs to the Petit Luxembourg, he writes to Claude Boutillier, "I am so persecuted by my head, my pain is excessive, I am so persecuted by my head, I know not what to say. But even were I worse, I would rather die than not drag these important affairs to a conclusion." At this very time, in the spring of 1626, the discontent he had already caused in high quarters began to show its teeth, and the first of many conspiracies was formed against him. He had very few sincere friends except in his own family and among the men who worked with him and whom he entirely trusted. Marie de Medicis, indeed, had not yet actually broken with him. They were apparently on the same terms as before, but in actual fact the distance between them was widening every day. Influenced by Bérulle, the Queen Mother had become more dévote. She disapproved of the long delay in making peace with Rome and Spain, and of the treaty with the Huguenots, helped on by the intervention of heretic England. She was angry with England for other reasons, the presumption of Buckingham, the treatment of the young Queen's French household, all these things were turning her mind against Richelieu's policy, and he was not very diplomatic with regard to his patroness. He showed too plainly, perhaps, that her friendship was no longer of the highest importance to him. He had gained what he wanted. He was the first man in France, indispensable to the King. Ill, impatient, overworked, straining every nerve to keep his hold on affairs and his influence with his royal master, it was hardly strange that he should fail a little in grateful attention to a stupid elderly woman, even though he owed her everything. But Marie de Medicis was not responsible for this first great storm, as the Cardinal calls it in his Memoirs. The clouds rolled up round the King's young brother, Monsieur Duc d'Anjou, and were brought to a head by Richelieu's decision that he should marry Mademoiselle de Montpensier, the only child of the last Lord of Champigny and the present possessor of his enormous wealth. The plan of this match was nothing new. Henry IV and Marie de Medicis had betrothed the heiress to their son Nicolas, Duc d'Orléans, when both were infants. After the boy's early death, it was proposed that he should be replaced by his younger brother Gaston, but there was no formal contract. The Queen had never renounced the idea, specially welcome to her because of her friendship with the girl's mother, the Duchesse de Montpensier, afterwards Duchesse de Guise, and of the warm affection she had always felt for Mademoiselle de Montpensier herself, who was now 21, 3 years older than Gaston, and of a singularly sweet character. As to Monsieur, he has been described often enough: handsome, intelligent, weak, foolish, restless, impressionable, gay and agreeable, false and cowardly. He inherited little of Henry IV, but his vices and frivolities. He had been ill-trained by his governor, Colonel, now Marechal d'Ornano, the Corsican officer who had won his post by devotion to Luynes at the time of Concini's death. Since those days d'Ornano had shown some gratitude to Cardinal de Richelieu, and he was now superintendent of his former pupil's household. The Cardinal had lately displeased him by refusing to admit him with Monsieur to the royal council, and disappointed personal ambition was the chief cause of his throwing in his lot with those who were bent on making Monsieur the head of an opposing party in the state. On the whole, d'Ornano was probably more foolish than dangerous. Great ladies did what they pleased with him, and he seems to have confided his dreams of power, both for his young master and for himself, to no less a person than Père Joseph, the actual ear of Richelieu. But the centre of the cyclone was not in Monsieur's own household. It was in the heart of the young, childless Queen. Long afterwards, Anne of Austria told Madame de Motteville that she had done all she could to prevent Monsieur's marriage with Mademoiselle de Montpensier, believing that marriage to be entirely against her own interests. Already she was neglected enough, unhappy enough. Louis XIII, if not the worst of husbands, was sulky, suspicious, resentful. The Queen and her intimate friends lived in an atmosphere of gloom, almost of persecution, under the shadow of the King and his minister. Louis hated Madame de Chevreuse, and with some reason, if it is true that her wild spirits had led Anne into romping games which more than once cost France a Dauphin. But it seemed to the Queen that Gaston's proposed marriage made her position hopeless. If he had children, heirs to the crown, his wife would certainly be regarded as the first woman in France, and the prospect filled Anne with jealous misery. Personally, of course, she could do little in opposition, and the extent of her share in the great conspiracy was much exaggerated by scandalous tongues and pens. But Madame de Chevreuse threw herself into her mistress's cause with all the more energy because she hated both Richelieu and the King. The Marechal d'Ornano's discontent found a hearty ally in her loveliest and most daring of intrigantes, and also in the Princesse de Condé, who had her own reasons for disliking the Montpensier marriage. That younger branch of the Bourbons would thus be exalted above the branch of Bourbon-Condé, now next in succession to the crown. If Monsieur must marry, a troublesome necessity, the Condés wished for a match between him and their daughter, Anne Geneviève, now 7 years old. The delay would please the Queen. In the meantime, the Prince de Condé was ready to back Maréchal d'Ornano in demanding honours and appanages for Monsieur, and even a share in the government. The alternative to the Condé marriage was one with a foreign princess. In either case, the young prince would be independent of his brother, his mother, and Cardinal de Richelieu. He was as popular, lively, and good-natured as the king was unsociable and forbidding, and under the circumstances such a cabal, as Richelieu calls it, was likely to spread far. The cardinal saw his danger. The greater among the conspirators were rather scornful of caution and secrecy. If Richelieu's knowledge of their objects was at first vague, hardly a rebel name escaped him. From the Prince de Condé, still holding aloof from the court, and the young Comte de Soissons, who intended himself to marry Mademoiselle de Montpensier, to César, Duc de Vendôme, governor of Brittany, who was prepared to make his province the headquarters of an insurrection, and his brother Alexandre, the Grand Prior, with many others of less high descent, but yet among les grands. Richelieu knew them all. Behind them loomed shadows of foreign powers: the Dutch, indignant at the coldness of their ally and at her treaty with Spain; the English, from faithlessness alone; the Spaniards, from natural enmity and interested ambition; the Duke of Savoy, to avenge his wounded pride; and then, of course, the Huguenot party in France. Past experience teaching them, Richelieu says bitterly, that they always profited by the troubles of the state. The ends of the conspiracy revealed themselves with a certain slowness, reaching the cardinal through one spy and another. All through the spring of 1626 the air was full of dark and threatening rumours. Opposition to the Montpensier marriage was a mere starting point. Monsieur was little but the figurehead of a faction opposed to the whole of Richelieu's policy and bent on forcing his fall. The refusal of Monsieur's demands was to be the signal for open revolt, in which the Huguenots would make common cause with the princes and half the great nobles of the kingdom. The boldest conspirators talked of killing the cardinal, the dragon who watched unceasingly over his master's safety, of throwing the king into prison, and, in case of his death, of marrying Monsieur to the Queen. It seems certain that Anne herself was unjustly accused of being even aware of such desperate schemes as these, but she was never quite cleared from the injurious suspicion. Early in May, when the court was at Fontainebleau, Richelieu decided to strike. He had evidence enough to convince the king that his brother's attitude was dangerous. Monsieur d'Ornano came to wait on His Majesty. Louis received him graciously. The same night he was arrested, and the next night found him a prisoner at the castle of Vincennes. His brothers and intimate friends were thrown into the Bastille. "My husband is dead," said Madame d'Ornano when she heard of his capture. And the words were spoken but a few months too soon. Monsieur was furiously angry. He remonstrated loudly with the king, who merely answered that he had acted on the advice of his council. The prince then attacked Monsieur d'Aligre, the chancellor, a timid personage, who humbly excused himself, declaring that he had given no advice of the kind. Gaston went blustering to Richelieu, from whom he met with a different reception and a different reply. The cardinal not only acknowledged that the king had asked his advice, he added that he had given it strongly in favour of the arrest of Monsieur d'Ornano, which he considered absolutely necessary for the good of the state and of Monsieur himself. Gaston replied with insulting language and flung away. The cardinal hated Monsieur, says a writer of the time, and we can well believe it, with the scornful hatred of a proud and brilliant man bearing the whole burden of the state on his shoulders and finding himself constantly thwarted and threatened by an insolent, privileged boy. He hated him more because of the reconciliations he had to arrange, the flatteries he had to use, the fatherly yet respectful manner in which the King's brother must be treated by the King's first minister, conscious for the next dozen years that his sickly master might die childless and be succeeded by this young fellow, whose will and power for mischief was only balanced by his weakness of character. Until the birth of the Dauphin in 1638 destroyed Gaston's political importance, he was to be the chief obstacle in Richelieu's career, the chief thorn in his side. The arrest of the Marechal d'Ornano had all the effect that Richelieu intended, but if it warned and terrified the more prudent conspirators, it infuriated the bolder, younger spirits of Monsieur's faction. Madame de Chevreuse and a few young men, led by the Grand Prieur de Vendôme and Henry de Talleyrand Périgord, Comte de Chalais, decided that Richelieu must die. They planned that Monsieur should invite himself and a party of his friends to dine with the Cardinal at Fleury, his country house near Fontainebleau. This gracious act might be supposed to mean that the Prince forgave his friend's arrest, but the real intention was that the Cardinal's guests should murder him. In the confusion that would follow, Monsieur's party meant to do as they pleased with the King and the government. Richelieu was saved by the weakness of one of the chief conspirators. The Comte de Chalais, keeper of the King's wardrobe, a young man of 28, was at this time the favoured lover of Madame de Chevreuse. He would have killed a dozen cardinals to please her, and he was ready to stab her enemy with his own hand. For all that, he ruined the enterprise. On the eve of the great day, he confided the plan to Commander de Valençay, a loyal courtier, though a friend of his own. Monsieur de Bassompierre may tell the story, for he was at Fontainebleau at the time. The said commander reproached him for his treachery, that being the King's servant, he should dare to undertake this against his first minister, saying that he must give him warning, and that in case he refused to do this, he would do it himself. To which Chalais, being intimidated, consented, and they both went in that same hour to Fleury in order to warn Monsieur le Cardinal, who thanked them and begged them to go and inform the King of the same, which they did, and the King at 11 o'clock in the evening sent to order 30 of his gendarmes and 30 light horse to go immediately to Fleury. The Queen Mother also dispatched thither the nobles of her household. It happened as Chalais had said. Toward 3 o'clock in the morning, Monsieur's officers arrived at Fleury, sent to prepare his dinner. Monsieur le Cardinal left them in the house, came to Fontainebleau, and went straight to the bedchamber of Monsieur, who was getting up, and was sufficiently amazed to see him. He reproached Monsieur for not having honoured him with his commands to provide dinner, which he would have done as best he could, and said that he had left the house in possession of his people. After this, having handed Monsieur his shirt, he went away to the King, and afterwards to the Queen Mother, leaving Gaston effectually frightened by his terrible coolness. So ended the Fleury plot. The friends of Monsieur de Chalais were completely puzzled as to how the information could have reached Richelieu, until the court having returned to Paris, he made his confession to Madame de Chevreuse, promising more faithfulness in future. For a moment a kind of paralysis seems to have seized both parties in the game. Ill in body and troubled in mind, realizing that his public life must be one long struggle against deadly foes at home and abroad, Richelieu actually offered his resignation to the King. It is plain, he said, that he alone was the cause of divisions in the state. His enemies were so many that he lived at court in continual peril of assassination. If it were the King's will that in spite of danger he should continue to serve him, he was ready to do so, but he knew that his departure would be for the peace of the realm. Writing also to the Queen Mother, he begged her to take his part with the King, adding that unless he could be more careful of his health in future, his career as a statesman would of necessity be short. Such fits of depression were nothing new. It is likely enough that Richelieu was in earnest for the moment at least. But if his object was to measure the confidence and loyalty he might expect from his master through the difficult times he foresaw, the experiment succeeded. In a long and kind letter, Louis refused to let his minister go. "Mon cousin," he wrote, "I have every confidence in you, and never has any one served me as well as you. I desire and beg you not to retire, for my affairs would go ill. I pray you to have no fear of the calumnies which in my court no one can escape. Be assured that I will protect you against everyone, and that I will never abandon you. The Queen, my mother, promises you as much. Be assured that I shall never change, and that by whomsoever you may be attacked, you will have me for your second." As to the Cardinal's health, the King promised to spare him as much as possible, to dispense him from all visits, and to give him frequent rest and relaxation. Following on these favours, he ordered him, for his greater security, a guard of 100 men. After the Fleury affair, Richelieu retired for some days to his house in Limours. Here, at the end of May, he received 2 important visits. One was from the Prince de Condé, tired of his isolation, alarmed by the fate of d'Ornano, and convinced at length that the man at the head of affairs would be safer as a friend than as an enemy. He was well received, for Richelieu had already given Louis XIII the counsel which he now acted upon, the wise counsel given long ago by the Duke of Milan to Louis XI, that the princes leagued against the king should be divided amongst themselves. Monsieur le Prince slept at Limours and remained the next day to dinner. He talked — Condé always talked much and plausibly — and the Cardinal, by his own account, listened respectfully and answered frankly. They discussed the affairs of Monsieur. It was Condé's opinion that he should be kindly treated, but kept in his place. As to the Marechal d'Ornano, his arrest had been a masterstroke, and should be followed up by his trial. He recommended to the Cardinal more caution in dealing with powerful men, but would not hear of his retirement from the head of affairs. It would be the ruin of the state, he said. He told him that he had long desired his friendship, and that France had never before seen so great or so disinterested a minister, whose glorious deeds could not be denied even by his enemies. All this, and much more flattery, ended in an alliance between the Prince and the Cardinal, which actually lasted their lives. Condé became a loyal subject of the king and a devoted adherent and admirer of Richelieu. The other visit was from Monsieur himself. The consequences of this interview were not so lasting, though for the moment satisfactory. The royal boy was in a chastened frame of mind. He was ready to make his formal submission to the king without any condition, even as to the safety of Monsieur d'Ornano, who had thus a foretaste of the destiny of all Monsieur's friends. Richelieu's fatherly admonitions had their full effect. The next day, in Paris, Pentecost, May 31st, the prince vowed on the Gospels eternal love and loyalty to the king and to the queen his mother. A solemn family compact was drawn up and signed: Louis, Marie, Gaston. The Cardinal's next step was the disgrace of Monsieur d'Aligre, the Chancellor, who had failed to face Monsieur in the matter of d'Ornano's arrest. The seals were transferred to Michel de Marillac. Then the Vendôme princes had their turn. If the Duc de Vendôme, the César Monsieur, flattered and feared by Henry IV.'s court, had been a man of character to match his position, no one of the great nobles could have equalled him in power and popularity. Even as a vain and vicious coward, few men in the kingdom were more dangerous to Richelieu's plans and Louis XIII's government. From his province of Brittany, the Duke had watched the failure of the great conspiracy in which he and his brother were deeply engaged. They feared, and with reason, that their own ruin would follow that of Marechal d'Ornano. As the month of May passed and nothing was done, César proceeded to fortify himself at Nantes, while Alexandre, a bolder man, watched events in Paris and sought, not without success, to discover the real mind of his half-brother the king. Early in June came the startling news that Louis and the court were setting out for Brittany. They were already on the road, and the Cardinal, lingering a few days at Limours for his health's sake, was about to follow, when he was unexpectedly visited by Alexandre de Vendôme, hurrying post-haste to fetch his brother from Nantes to meet the displeased king. From Richelieu's own account, it was a characteristic interview. He had long distrusted these two young men, whom Henry IV had indulged and exalted with the short-sighted idea that they would be Louis XIII's most loyal subjects. On the contrary, says Richelieu, both contributed to every effort that was made to shake the royal authority, and both, had they been able, would have done the kingdom irreparable harm. With grim satisfaction, the Cardinal saw these royal birds now struggling in the net he had spread for them. It was not necessary to spare them, as Gaston, legitimate prince and heir presumptive, had been spared. Richelieu has been accused of deceiving the Grand Prior with false hopes of favour and clemency, thus encouraging him to place his brother and himself in the king's hands. He might have thought himself justified in doing so if necessary. On the contrary, if he is to be believed, he tried to guard against any accusation of the kind. He pretended to be aware neither of the anxious terror that had brought the young man to Limours, nor of the fausse hardiesse which led him to play his game of bluff for himself and for his brother, acting innocence and frank readiness to face the king. When the Grand Prior told the Cardinal that he was going to fetch his brother, he did not answer him that he was doing either well or ill, because he saw that they could not save themselves or resist the king's power if they remained in Brittany, and he thought it better that His Majesty should take the trouble to fetch them thence, or even take them on their road, than give them a pretext to say, what they did say, that they had been attracted by fine words, deceived and caught by false hopes. Finding that the Cardinal would give him no clear lead, Alexandre de Vendôme hastened on his way. A few days later, he and his brother, making a virtue of necessity, met the king at Blois. The next day both were arrested and conveyed to the castle of Amboise, from which they were transferred to Vincennes. The Duc de Vendôme's question, "What about Monsieur? Has he been arrested or no?" was hardly needed to warn Richelieu, who arrived at Blois that same evening, that the conspiracy was still alive and dangerous. The Comte de Chalais, unimaginably rash and foolish, was playing a game he could only lose. His escape after the Fleury affair had been narrow enough, and he had then solemnly promised loyalty to the Cardinal, even undertaking to act as his spy, informing him of any evil counsels that might reach Monsieur. But Chalais was not his own master. Madame de Chevreuse drove him into a path where there was no more turning back, and after the arrest of the Vendôme princes, he became the active agent and cat's paw of a new combination of old rebel forces, which swiftly dragged Monsieur into its centre, his vows of loyalty hardly spoken, and the ink of his signature not yet dry. While the king continued his slow progress into Brittany to assure himself of the loyalty of the province, he was actually enveloped in a cloud of conspiracy. Every night, according to Bassompierre, the Comte de Chalais visited Monsieur in his room, and for 2 or 3 hours talked and plotted treason. An easy adventure for the master of the king's wardrobe, who had his lodging close to royalty. The plan was that Monsieur should leave the court and fly either southwest or northeast, either to the Huguenots at La Rochelle, prepared to receive him by the influence of Madame de Chevreuse and Madame de Rohan, or to the Duc d'Epernon and his son at Metz. The Comte de Soissons, whom the king had left behind as governor of Paris, furious at the arrest of his friends, the Vendôme princes, was eager not only to help with arms and men toward a civil war, but to seize his own advantage by carrying off Mademoiselle de Montpensier. This last detail of the plot, it seems, was the first to reach the king's ears, and he defeated it by sending for the heiress and her mother, the Duchesse de Guise, who immediately followed the court on its westward journey. This piece of ill luck was swiftly followed by others. Monsieur himself was undecided, timid, difficult to move to instant action. Disliking the Huguenot leaders, he was unwilling to place himself in their hands. Metz was his favourite idea, but the Marquis de la Valette would not act independently of his father, and the old Duc d'Epernon, it seems, had had enough of quarrels with the King, for he went so far as to send him the letter that Monsieur had written. Richelieu seems to have felt a certain scornful pity for the unfortunate Chalais, whose evil report was brought him by other spies. More than once he had him warned that he was on the road to ruin, yet the poor gentleman went on with his desperate schemes, and even the spies had not discovered the extent of these. Chalais was betrayed to his destruction by a friend, the Comte de Louvigny, who quarrelled with him because he would not take his side on some trivial dispute with the Comte de Candale, another son of the Duc d'Epernon. Chalais made it clear that neither he nor his friends could afford to be on ill terms with that family. This quarrel took place between Saumur and Nantes, as the court travelled down the Loire in all the fresh beauty of early summer. Monsieur de Bassompierre, who was present, a courtier of long experience, thought nothing of it, a mere matter of an amourette, and it is pretty certain that public opinion was with him in denouncing Louvigny as ce méchant garçon for the revenge he took. Having been known as parfait ami de Chalais, the confidant of his secrets, he straightway poured them all into the ears of the Cardinal and the King. Bassompierre hints that in his rage and spite he told even more than the truth, but that alone was enough to condemn Chalais. He was arrested at Nantes on July 8th. On the 11th the Estates of Brittany were opened by the King amid loyal rejoicings, a new governor, the Marechal de Themines, taking the place of the Duc de Vendôme. By this appointment Richelieu showed a certain magnanimity, forgetting his own brother's death at the hands of the Marechal's son. He remembered and rewarded the old soldier's faithfulness in 1616, when by the arrest of Condé he had checked the rebel party and lightened the task of the Richelieu-Barbin ministry. While Chalais lay in prison through those summer days, his fate, if ever doubtful, was decided by the poltroonery of the prince for whom he had conspired. To assure his own safety and to gain some of his ends, if not all, Monsieur made a full confession to the Cardinal first, then to the King in Council. In his long and confused declarations, preserved in the French archives, a few points stand out clearly: that he described all his plans against the State, especially against the Cardinal, treason, revolt, murder, and civil war; that he denounced all his friends, not only d'Ornano and Chalais, but his Vendôme half-brothers, the Comte de Soissons, and many more. He did not quite spare Madame de Chevreuse or even the Queen. On the other hand, he once again promised obedience to the King and consented to marry Mademoiselle de Montpensier. But the reward he asked for his submission was not, as it might well have been, the pardon of his friends, but the great appanage that he had long demanded. Richelieu found it politic to satisfy him so far, and Gaston became Duke of Orleans and of Chartres and Count of Blois. But his actual income, in the form of pensions, still depended largely on the pleasure of the King. After which, says Richelieu, the marriage was made without further difficulty on Monsieur's side. The Cardinal married them on August 5th in the chapel of the Fathers of the Oratory at Nantes, in whose house the Queen Mother was lodged. In the last days, when the formalities of the trial of Chalais were already begun, Monsieur made some weak attempt to save him, but the victim was marked for death. His own prayers, entreaties, and despairing confessions, his mother's agonized letter to the King, the efforts of some of his friends, more courageous than Madame de Chevreuse, who dared not even answer his last adoring letters, were all of no avail. He was condemned to the frightful death of a traitor. The King commuted its worst horrors. Chalais was beheaded at Nantes on August 19th. At the end he bore his fate like a soldier, and if his agony was unusually long and terrible, the cause lay in the mistaken kindness of his friends, who had managed to kidnap the public executioner. His place was taken by a condemned wretch from the prison, who thus earned his own pardon. They say that at the 20th blow from that unskilful arm, young Chalais still groaned, "Jésus Maria," and a shudder of pity ran through the staring crowd. End of section 14. Section 15 of Cardinal de Richelieu by Eleanor C. Price. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Part 3. The Cardinal. Chapter 4. 1627 to 1628. Richelieu had triumphed. Monsieur was safely married, for the moment contented and rangé. The restless, foolish, unhappy Chalais was dead. The Marechal d'Ornano had died in prison, not without a suspicion of poison, which seems unjustified. The Vendôme brothers were securely bolted into the damp dungeons of Vincennes. The Comte de Soissons had fled to Savoie. Madame de Chevreuse, banished from the court, had taken refuge with Duke Charles of Lorraine. Queen Anne was in disgrace. Conspiracy was scotched, if not killed. The storm had blown over, and the highest in France, it seemed, lay at the Cardinal's mercy. By 2 popular edicts he pursued his plan of crushing the nobles and making the king supreme. 1. Destroyed first in Brittany, then all over France, every feudal stronghold that was not needed for the defence of province or kingdom. Such a measure was something of a revolution, for it struck sharply at the local strength and independent authority of the nobles, great and small. Peasants and townspeople were delighted to help the royal officials in smashing gates and tearing down tall watchtowers and walls 6 feet thick, which had threatened their liberty for so many centuries. As is usual in revolutions, a good deal of injustice was done. Many proprietors suffered for the sins of a few. Promised indemnities were not paid. And after all, Richelieu or no Richelieu, civilization was in fact advancing. Manners were changing. Every year widened the difference between the centuries, left Henry IV farther behind, and brought Louis XIV nearer. Richelieu, in his dealing with the great men, their fortresses and their governments, only hurried the inevitable march, but he also gained his own immediate ends. The other famous edict forbade duels. They had long been forbidden under the severest penalties, but the passions of men and the usages of society had been too strong for the law, which had become almost a dead letter. The nobles of France fought each other by day and night, by moonlight, by torchlight, in the public streets and squares, and on the slightest quarrel. The Church protested, the law threatened, without avail. Richelieu once more brought forward the royal authority, forbidding duels on pain of death, with the firm intention of making an example of any man who should dare to disobey. The occasion was not long in coming. François de Montmorency, Comte de Bouteville, was one of the best-known duellists in France, or in Europe for that matter. At 27 he had already fought 22 duels. Fighting was his passion. "If you want to fight," said the Président de Chevreuse to a punctilious gentleman, "go and pull a hair out of Bouteville's beard. Il vous fera passer votre envie." In the spring of 1627, Bouteville was in Flanders, having made France too hot to hold him. The Archduchess Isabel, from her court at Brussels, wrote to ask his pardon of Louis XIII, who refused it, adding, however, that he might return to France safe from justice, on condition that he appeared neither in Paris nor at court. This answer touched Bouteville's pride. He had a quarrel with the Baron de Beuvron. He resolved to fight it out in Paris, in the teeth of king, cardinal, and edicts new and old. Each man had 2 seconds. It was a triple duel with swords, 3 against 3, and it was fought in broad daylight in the Place Royale, the most fashionable square in Paris. The windows of the high red houses were crowded with spectators. Both principals escaped unhurt, but the Comte des Chapelles, Bouteville's second, killed his adversary, M. de Bussy-d'Amboise, governor of Vitry. Honour being satisfied, the survivors fled for their lives. M. de Beuvron and 2 other men got away safely to England. M. de Bouteville and M. des Chapelles, on their way to Lorraine, were foolhardy enough to sleep at Vitry, where the fatal news had outrun them, and the dead man's mother, says Bassompierre, arrested them. They were brought back to Paris, imprisoned in the Bastille, and after a short trial sentenced to death. Then the whole opinion of society rose passionately in their favour. Such edicts were useless. Human nature could not obey them. Men must quarrel, and there was one honourable, approved way of settling their quarrels. They must fight. If they did not, they were scorned as cowards. The king himself sneered at their prudence, their obedience to his own edicts. Thus cried every gentleman in France, and the cardinal's heart must have echoed the cry, though he would not save the victims, saying that it was a question which throat should be cut, that of the duel or that of the law. Though he listened unmoved to the prayers of their friends and relations, the Princesse de Condé and the Duc de Montmorency were Bouteville's cousins, for the best blood of France ran in his veins. Yet the words with which, in his memoirs, he mourns the 2 young men have a ring of sincerity. Famous for courage in their lives, it did not fail them, he says, at the approach of a disgraceful death. There was nothing feeble in their speech, nothing low in their actions. They received the news of death as if it had been that of a pardon. They were well prepared to die. There was one difference between them. Bouteville appeared sad in those last hours, and the Comte des Chapelles joyful. Bouteville sad for the faults he had committed, and the other joyful for the hope he had of paradise. The 2 were beheaded in the Place de Grève on June 21, 1627. Their deaths, following on his signal triumphs of the preceding year, made the name of Richelieu hateful and terrible to the nobles of France. They began to feel that he might be as almighty in power as he was relentless in action, but they did not cease to fight duels. Another tragic event in the early summer of that year was the death of Monsieur's young wife, a few days after the birth of her child. Not the prince, whose arrival had been anxiously expected all the winter, the suspense adding pride and importance to Monsieur and Madame, gloom and jealousy to the king and queen, but a princess, afterwards known as the Grande Mademoiselle, the greatest heiress in Europe, whose distinguished, eccentric presence was to be familiar to the French court for more than 60 years. That death, says Bassompierre, changed the face of the court, gave rise to new designs, and in short was the cause of many evils which have since come to pass. The Duchess had no more sincere mourner than Cardinal de Richelieu. Deplorable, prejudicial to the welfare of the state, he writes of the death of Madame, who in 10 months was wife of a great prince, sister-in-law of the 3 first and greatest kings of Christendom, a mother and a corpse. The cardinal had good reasons for his regret. Monsieur, who since his marriage had lived peaceably, content with his own trifling amusements, influenced by his wife's gentle attraction rather than by a set of ambitious favourites, now became once more a centre of varied intrigue. And it was not only his ready disloyalty, but the constant scandal of his private life, which induced Louis XIII and Richelieu to do their best to satisfy his restless spirit. The foolish and vicious boy, a widower at 19, was after all the only hope of the direct royal line. By way of consoling the prince and occupying his mind, the king, says a memoir writer of that century, proposed to him all kinds of honest exercise, principally that of the chase, there being hardly a day on which His Majesty did not so divert himself. He imagined that Monsieur would take the same pleasure in it, which he did not, being a Parisian and a gambler. and since Monsieur possessed no house near Paris where he could sometimes take the air, His Majesty thought well to give him that of Limours, belonging to the Cardinal de Richelieu, thus gratifying His Highness in the belief that he would take pleasure in beautifying it. It was purchased at the same price for which it had been acquired, which amounted to 400,000 livres, including the domain of Montlhéry, and with a further payment of 300,000 livres to the Cardinal de Richelieu, as well as for the furniture as for his expenditure and the improvements he had made. The writer goes on to explain that the Cardinal gladly seized this opportunity of getting rid of Limours. The Cardinal was disgusted with that house, finding it unpleasant and unhealthy, both because of its low situation, yet without fountains or other waters, and because of many other things that were lacking, and he was happy to seize a good chance of getting rid of it, and greatly to his advantage, which he could not have expected in any other quarter. For the Queen Mother's persuasion decided the King to gratify the Cardinal, her creature, in whom she had then every confidence. The last sentence hardly bears the stamp of truth. In the year 1627 and later, Richelieu could not be described as the creature of Madame de Médicis, and her confidence in him had almost ceased to exist. In the spring of that year, the discontent between France and England flashed into war. This had been imminent since the early autumn of 1626, when Charles I roughly drove out his wife's French household, and Bassompierre's embassy of remonstrance had only smoothed matters over for a time. Richelieu did not desire war with England. It meant a new struggle with the Huguenots. He intended to fix his own date for that, and make it final. He was not yet ready. But this time Buckingham's jealous anger and restless ambition were strong enough to force his hand. Louis XIII had refused to receive the Duke again at the French court. This, according to contemporaries, be they right or wrong, was the chief and secret cause of the war. Outwardly, it was brought about by quarrels and piracies on both sides at sea, as well as by Charles I's sympathy with the oppressed Huguenots. But every enemy of Richelieu's government, Protestant or Catholic, was more or less drawn into a coalition against him. Not only the Duc de Soubise and his friends in England, and the Duc de Rohan in Languedoc, but Duke Charles of Lorraine, influenced by Madame de Chevreuse, the Duke of Savoy and his guest, the Comte de Soissons, and the Archduchess Isabel, ruler of the Low Countries, who did her best to draw Spain to England's side, were concerned in this great enterprise of crushing Cardinal de Richelieu. As a fact, at this very time Spain and France were allied by treaty against England. But Richelieu differed from the Queen Mother and the rest of the Catholic party in profoundly distrusting Olivares, and he knew, quite as well as his many enemies did, that an English victory would leave France divided in herself, standing alone against Europe. From midwinter onward, the English fleet was preparing, through what enormous difficulties readers of English history know. From week to week, all through the spring, more and more alarming reports crossed the Channel. The English were coming. Any day might see their sails in the northwest, bearing down on the coast of France. La Rochelle was their destination, but they could not reach the Huguenot city without first seizing one or both of the islands, Ré and Oléron, which guard it from the sea. Of these, Ré was now the strongest, new royal forts having been built there since the last Huguenot revolt to overawe the town. Convinced that the English could do nothing there, Richelieu threw himself with fiery energy into the task of strengthening Oléron and the forts on the mainland. His letters, written during those months to the governors of towns and castles on the coast, especially to Monsieur de Gouron, governor of Maron, Monsieur de Launay-Razilly, commander in Oléron, Monsieur de Toiras, and others, including his brother-in-law, the Marquis de Brezé, and his friend, the lieutenant Monsieur de Sourdis, Bishop of Maillezais, afterwards Archbishop of Bordeaux, kinsman and successor of his enemy Cardinal Sordido, are a really wonderful study. Few great statesmen have shown such a genius for detail. As the danger approached, his letters flew to all parts of the coast, and in reading them one may almost hear the heavy strokes of the axe in Breton forests, the hammering of shipbuilders, the creaking of cordage, the clank of arms, and the rolling of cannon-balls, the rumbling of wagons laden with tools, powder, provisions for the islands. Monsieur de Gouron, through those months of March, April, and May, can have slept but little. He had to understand at half a word. He had to cope with the angry tempers of the men who worked under him. He had to consider the poor people of the islands and to take care that the soldiers did not oppress them. Over and over, Richelieu writes in the interests of the peasants. They must not be taxed or tormented. In fact, they were neighbours of his old Luçon days. A very few miles to the north, the spire of his cathedral rose over the marshes. Almost every letter shows his familiarity with every inch of that coast. Another characteristic point is the gentle tone in which Richelieu writes of the Huguenots, grimly watching from the walls of La Rochelle the strengthening of the islands, the gathering of armies, the hurrying to their coast of a crowd of young Catholic nobles, the desperate energy of equipment with which ships and boats were being collected from north and south to meet the coming storm. The people of La Rochelle were anxious, and with reason. Their minds were divided, not altogether rejoicing in the English descent, as they proved a little later. For when the Duc de Soubise, coming from England, presented himself at the gates, they were shut against him, until his mother, old Madame de Rohan, of the dreams and visions, went down herself to the harbour, commanded that the gates should be opened, took his hand, and let him in. The citizens of La Rochelle might resist the rulers of their own country, but they were not unanimously ready to welcome a foreign invader, and it was Richelieu's policy to encourage this doubtfulness. Writing to M. de Navailles, commander of the cavalry in the island of Ré, he more than once enjoins him to assure Messieurs de La Rochelle, who might be disquieted by the warlike preparations going on at their very gates, of the excellent intentions of His Majesty. They need fear nothing as long as they paid him the respect and obedience they owed. These military works were not for their harm, but for his own security. Again, writing to his uncle, the commander de la Porte, governor of Angers, Richelieu says, "Let the Huguenots spread what reports they will, provided they continue in obedience. They will always be well treated. We intend no harm to them, but only prevent their doing any." The alarms and the frenzied preparations went on through the spring and far into the summer, and were at their height while the Bouteville affair and the death of Madame occupied the mind of Paris. On the day of the royal obsequies at Saint Denis, the English fleet had already sailed from Portsmouth, as Richelieu spells it, and 10 or 12 days later it appeared off La Rochelle. Louis XIII had already left Paris for the west coast. Monsieur was appointed lieutenant general of the royal armies in Poitou, which were actually commanded by the king's old cousin, the Duc d'Angoulême, with Louis de Marillac, brother of the chancellor, as second in command, and by the Marshal de Schomberg and de Bassompierre. Later in the year, the Prince de Condé and the Duc de Montmorency were charged with checking the Duc de Rohan in Languedoc. By that time, Toiras being blockaded by the English in the Isle of Ré, and the attitude of La Rochelle being no longer doubtful, Richelieu had ceased to show patience and toleration of the king's rebels. The day he had long foreseen had at last arrived. Faut ruiner les Huguenots, si reste so facile, s'il se perd plus difficile, mais faisable et nécessaire comme l'unique remède de la perte de Ré. Autrement les Anglois et Rochelois, ces rois unis et puissants. These notes form part of a report drawn up by the cardinal's secretaries of an interview between himself and Condé, which took place at Richelieu in the early autumn. The words may probably have been Condé's that foolish firebrand was in favour of setting the whole kingdom in a blaze of religious war, of persecuting the Protestants and pulling down their homes, in hopes that they might make such reprisals as would infuriate the country against them and lead to something like their extermination. These mad ideas were far enough from Richelieu, but he, equally with Cond^, was now resolved to crush the rebel power and to bring all Frenchmen under the King's authority. But a long and difficult struggle lay before him. The King was ill when he left Paris, and after one day's journey fever seized him so violently that he could go no farther. For weeks he lay between life and death at Villeroy on the road to Orleans. He was there in the middle of July when a courier arrived from the Marquis de Brezé, bringing news that the English had landed in Ray, and after sharp fighting, many precious lives being lost on both sides, had forced M. de Toiras to retire into the fort of Saint-Martin, where he was closely besieged. No one disputed the desperate courage of Toiras, but he earned great blame from the Cardinal for his rashness and want of foresight. The citadel being hardly in a state of defence and provisioned for 7 or 8 weeks only. Boasting that he could drive off the English with one arm, he had indeed never faced the possibility of being shut up in Saint-Martin. The despised enemy was to teach him a sharp lesson. The situation was serious to the last degree, and Richelieu had to meet it alone. The King was far too ill to hear such news, and his life was more valuable to France than any forts and islands. The Cardinal had to accept a responsibility never yet openly his. Walking gingerly in a crowd of enemies, he had till now sheltered himself under the authority of the King. Now he rose supreme to give those prompt and powerful orders, which, as he says, were the only way to face the storm. 1,000 cares tormented and agitated his mind, but the greatest of all, which troubled him most, was to show no anxiety before the King. All the day he was with him, at night he seldom left him, and yet his mind was always busy with the orders which secretly, from hour to hour, he had to send out for the succour of the island and the hindering of the English. For he heard that there was scarcity in the forts of Ray, and that if not promptly relieved, they were lost. From the gates of Villeroy rode couriers, agents, envoys, carrying orders and money to all parts. The state funds were so low that Richelieu was compelled to use his own money in credit. He ventured all without hesitation. He sent a large sum to Le Havre for the equipment of 5 ships, to Saint-Malo for 8 ships and 11 great guns, to Brouage and Les Sables d'Olonne, that any quantity of provision of all kinds, wine, meat, flour, biscuit, might be ready to be thrown into the besieged citadel. For that purpose he ordered a number of pinnaces from Bayonne and the river mouths on the Bay of Biscay, which could approach the islands, sailing or rowing when the weather made large ships useless. 3 bold sea captains, Beaulieu, Courcelles, and Cantelieu, promised to carry victuals into Ray or to die in the attempt. Richelieu invited help from Spain in accordance with treaties, but that cautious government waited to send ships until Buckingham had sailed away to England, and something like a French navy, created by Richelieu's marvellous practical energy and commanded by the Duc de Guise, was cruising in the waters of La Rochelle. This did not happen till December. No relief of Saint-Martin became possible till the first days of October, when, on a stormy night, a number of small boats slipped through the English fleet and brought in a supply of provisions and a reinforcement of 400 men to Monsieur de Toiras and his starving, exhausted garrison. By this time the King had recovered, and he and the Cardinal had joined the army before La Rochelle. With their arrival the luck turned, and the English attack began to fail, though the people of La Rochelle were now ready to give Buckingham everything he wanted, except, for after all they were French, a permanent foothold in their islands. The commanders on the coast, under Richelieu's immediate orders, worked with double activity. Schomberg landed in Ray, Saint-Martin was relieved, and after some hard fighting the English were driven back with serious loss to their ships. A few days later Buckingham sailed away to England, leaving behind him the best part of his army, colours, horses, guns, and baggage. He never saw France again. The English flags taken in Ré were carried in triumph through Paris and hung up in Notre Dame. And now the fight, one of the sternest in history, the details of which would fill a volume, was between Cardinal de Richelieu and the proud old city of La Rochelle, the stronghold which for 200 years, either in politics or religion, had repeatedly and successfully braved the kings of France. The Cardinal had to expect, says M. Martin, a terrible resistance. The population of La Rochelle, swelled by the zealous Huguenots of the surrounding country, numbered at least 30,000 souls, a race of fierce and intrepid corsairs, hardened to fatigue and danger, accustomed for 60 years past to live with restless vigilance in the perpetual state of siege which they had imposed on themselves in order to preserve their stormy liberties. These liberties Richelieu was resolved that they should no longer enjoy, and except for the support of the king and of his few trusted lieutenants, he was almost alone in that resolution. The nobles of France, even the commanders of the army, saw very well that the entire conquest of the Huguenots was a long step toward their own impotence under an absolute king and a strong minister. Even the gay soldier Bassompierre said half seriously, "We shall be fools enough to take La Rochelle." Such opinions, of which he was well aware, did not give the Cardinal a moment's pause. He made some attempt to disarm his enemies by civilities to the Queen Mother, by obtaining a cardinal's hat for her saintly and distinguished friend, Père de Bérulle, his own friend in his Luçon days, but he was too clever to expect much result, and he probably cared little at this moment, when all his instincts of a soldier, a born general, were flaming up within him at the sight of camps to be ruled, armies to be moved, great towering walls to be laid low. Ruin might follow if it must. The Huguenots should have their lesson. He had summoned Père Joseph, his chief counsellor, to join him before La Rochelle. The Capuchin walked from Paris in leisurely fashion, visiting convents in Poitou and preaching by the way. He reached the camp on one of those days in October when the Cardinal, lately arrived, was absent on the coast, directing the dispatch of fresh troops and stores to the islands. He was lodged in the Cardinal's quarters, a small moated house called Pont-la-Pierre, on the sand hills, only a few hundred paces from the flat seashore at Angoulins, just south of La Rochelle. That very night there was an alarm that 500 men were coming in boats from the town to blow up the house and kill or capture the Cardinal. Though 2 regiments, according to Bassompierre, were stationed at Angoulins, the house was outside immediate help, and on a dark and windy night might well be surprised. Père Joseph had scarcely arrived when he was invaded by M. de Marillac and 200 musketeers. A whole army, indeed, was on foot to receive the adventurers. Regiments were lying flat among the dunes. The king himself was on horseback all night in heavy rain, watching between Pont-la-Pierre with a troop of cavalry. All these precautions seemed absurd to Bassompierre and his brother officers, who did not love the Cardinal or appreciate the king's anxious care for his safety. After all, the expected attack did not come off. Either the men of La Rochelle were warned, or, as Père Joseph thought, the weather was too much for them. He himself was praised by the king for his intrepidity, for when he might have retired to the royal quarters, he preferred to remain at Pont-la-Pierre in charge of the Cardinal's papers. The character of Louis XIII never shows so well as in time of war. The gloomy, nervous, irresolute young man was a daring soldier. In spite of his weak health, he shunned no hardship. The outdoor endurance learnt in the hunting field proved itself of real value in battle and siege. Early in December of that year, when the regular blockade of La Rochelle had begun, Cardinal de Richelieu wrote to the Queen Mother with a report of the king's health. Although the country is most evil, tempest, wind and rain being the usual course, and the soil constantly a quagmire, His Majesty does not cease to dwell here with as much gaiety as if he were in the most beautiful place in the world. He is constantly at work, He has regulated his army, reformed his regiments. He reviews his army, visits his works. The day before yesterday he spent 3 hours on the dike that he is making to bar the harbour. Not only did he overlook the work, but set an example by working with his own hands. His Majesty alone does much more to advance his affairs than all those who have the honour to be employed under his command. The men of La Rochelle make little sorties, but are always beaten back." The Cardinal was wise enough to give the King the credit for all his own marvellous doings at this time. It was practicable to blockade La Rochelle by land, but as long as the harbour and the channel were open, it was impossible to hinder the city from receiving supplies by sea. At the same time, the difficulties connected with the land siege were considerable enough, and the army regulations carried out by Richelieu, mentioned in his letter to Marie de Medicis, were as stern as they were necessary. 3 leagues of circumvallation, strengthened by forts and redoubts, had to be held by a host of more or less undisciplined men, whose careless commanders thought more of their own interests and their own quarrels than of the service of the King. Before Louis and the Cardinal arrived on the scene, the Duc d'Angoulême had been negligent or humane enough to allow the Rocheleois to come out into their fields and gather in their harvest, and after the siege had really begun, he allowed 120 oxen to be smuggled one night into the city. It might have cost a lesser man his head. Richelieu, once in full authority, no more such weakness was shown, but if implacably stern towards the besieged, he showed himself just and benevolent towards both the King's soldiers and the poor peasants of that unhappy land who had dragged on miserable lives through generations of religious wars. The soldiers were forbidden to rob the peasants or to interfere with their field work. The army was regularly paid and provided with food and clothing, while the officers found themselves reinforced and overshadowed by a crowd of warlike ecclesiastics, the bishops of Maillezais, of Mende, of Nîmes, and others, not to mention Père Joseph and his train of friars, who fought and fortified, preached and prayed, besieging the heretics in the spirit of crusaders, and waging a holy war for Richelieu's political ends. The Duc d'Angoulême, with his fellow generals Schomberg and Bassompierre, Monsieur having quickly withdrawn from the uncomfortable siege to find amusement and mischief in Paris, commanding an army from which blasphemy and crime were banished, were charged with the land blockade and with such outside work as pulling down the castles of rebel Huguenot nobles in the neighbouring country, among them that of the Duc de Soubise. Warned by such severities and impressed by the failure of the English to succour La Rochelle, several of the Huguenot gentlemen of Poitou came into the camp to assure the King of their loyalty. The most distinguished among them, the Duc de la Trémoille, listened to the persuasive voice of Père Joseph and became a Catholic, and certain of his friends followed his example, a signal triumph for Richelieu, which was not encouraging to the starving heroes of La Rochelle. Toward the same time the young Comte de Soissons returned from Savoie, and instead of supporting the Duc de Rohan, as he had threatened in Languedoc, asked the King's pardon and joined the royal army. In February of 1628 the King's cheerful interest in the siege suddenly failed. The monotony of camp life, the slow advance of the necessary works, and the horrible weather bored him unbearably. Son ennui vint jusqu'à tel point, writes Richelieu, qu'il estimoit sa vie être en péril s'il ne faisoit un tour de Paris. He may probably have been right, for the damp marshes on which the army lived were hardly healthy for a man subject to low fever. Richelieu himself was prostrated by it several times in that spring. All the same, he was angry and scornful at the King's desertion. He was also uneasy on his own account, for Paris seethed with the intrigues of his deadly enemies, and political clouds were gathering in the south. For a moment it seemed possible that La Rochelle would escape. The departure of both King and Cardinal would have brought the siege to an end. In remaining alone, Richelieu made a bold venture which was justified. The King returned from Paris in April. In the meantime, he made the Cardinal his lieutenant general, with supreme authority over his forces by land and sea. Richelieu's first care was to finish the great dike or mole, by means of which alone the harbour of La Rochelle could be barred against all entrance from the sea. Two famous workmen from Paris, Métezeau and Thiriot, engineer and master mason, undertook this tremendous piece of work, at which the regiments laboured in turn. Several times in the early winter the great beams and blocks of stones were swept away by furious seas, but Richelieu only began again. The two arms of the mole were well advanced in spring, and the Rochelois could watch from their ramparts the growing of those cruel prison walls against which Atlantic waves tumbled in vain. The narrow passage in the centre was blocked by sunken ships laden with stones, and then the doomed city was in the hands of her enemies. They had only to wait for her surrender. We may see Cardinal de Richelieu as artists have fancied him, standing on the wet, rugged stones of the great mole, green water washing and foaming almost around his feet. Immense hulls of English ships loom in the offing, and small boats full of armed men are dancing on the waves. The gigantic beams of the chevaux de frise protecting the mole are splintered by cannon balls. A fresh breeze is blowing. The Cardinal's scarlet cloak falls back from his slight, steel-clad shoulders. He wears a sword. He is bareheaded, except for a skull-cap. He stands in his high boots with folded arms, looking out to sea, unmoved, confident in his defences, while a group of soldiers and ecclesiastics some yards behind him talk and stare excitedly. The Cardinal's mole and his other fortifications were too much for the English fleet when it returned in May. It hardly even attempted an attack, but sailed away in a week, leaving La Rochelle a prey to famine, though not yet to despair. The story of that terrible summer has often been told, how fresh English promises, with the desperate heroism of Guiton, the famous mayor, encouraged the town to hold out to the last, how the weak died by thousands, and the strong lived on grass, shellfish, stewed hides and leather, and worse food still, how old men, women and children, driven out of the city as useless mouths, were not allowed, even at the request of Madame de Rohan, to pass through the royal lines, but were forced to turn back, so that many, the gates being shut upon them, died miserably between the walls and the camp. It was the end of September, 3 weeks after the murder of Buckingham, when an English fleet and army arrived at last, too late. A French fleet awaited them. French batteries were in full force. The harbour was not to be entered even by means of fire ships, and after 2 days' hard fighting, the winds of heaven declared themselves against the luckless city. A gale forced the English to run for shelter, and the prayers of La Rochelle could not induce them to renew the battle. A week later, the city surrendered to the king. Quite half her population were dead. Less than 200 remained of her heroic fighting men. On October 30th, Cardinal de Richelieu entered the city on horseback. It was a fearful sight. On trouva la ville pleine de morts dans les chambres, dans les maisons, et dans les rues et places publiques. For the wretched survivors had lacked strength to bury their dead. On the morning of All Saints' Day, the victorious commander said Mass in the reconsecrated church of Sainte Marguerite, assisted by his lieutenant, Monsieur de Sourdis, now Archbishop of Bordeaux. He then carried the keys of the city to meet the king, who made his state entry on the same day, the cardinal riding alone before His Majesty, preceded by the 3 commanders of the army. An enormous convoy of provisions was a more welcome sight to the wolfish creatures crowding in their streets, full of tragedy, and falling on skeleton knees at Louis XIII's feet. The city, once submissive, was treated severely, but not barbarously. Richelieu would crush rebels with his whole strength, but he left men free to practice their own religion, provided it did not interfere with their obedience to the state. In this he was consistent. A wiser man than Louis XIV, he would never have revoked the great Henry's edict and deprived France of a multitude of her most capable citizens. The walls and towers of La Rochelle were razed to the ground. The city lost her proud self-governing independence and became subject to the royal authority. But an amnesty was offered to the leading Huguenot, and the Cardinal placed the gallant Guiton, corsair by nature, in command of one of His Majesty's ships. End of Section 15.